Welcome, folks. Welcome. Normal American Show, host robnoerr. 1 second. Oh, I can't wait. This has been a long time coming. One of my favorite projects that I was working on. And today we're going to finally see the beginning of it. The No Prep debate series, or as Speakeazy calls it, Nor Prep, because my last name's Nor. Pretty clever, right? Pretty clever. So I'm very excited. I hope you guys like this. Now, forewarning, I won't bury the lead. It looks like we're pushing it back a half hour. So it was supposed to start here in 2 minutes, but everybody's running a little late, including myself. So they're actually going to push it back to 8:30. So we'll be starting in like a half hour. Now, I wanted to come on at 7:30, a half hour before the show, to sort of explain some things, talk a bit. So this works out just fine. I don't remember if Speakeazy put the format up. Okay. I will read the format to you here in a bit. He did put the format up. I'll explain what's going on with it. But first, welcome. My goodness, what a day. What a day. Some days it feels like you got a month worth of news that come out like politically in one day. That's today, man. You had I wanted to cover the 90 minutes Davos speech that Trump gave yesterday. Haven't talked at all about that, plus a lot of the other speeches that went on at the World Economic Forum. Then, of course, we had some arrests for the storming of the church. More, baby, more arrests. But yeah, good start. Of course, you had local judges that are trying to put their thumb on the scale and wouldn't allow the charge of Don Lemon, etc. So there was that to talk about. Then Jack Smith testified in front of Congress and looked like a total fool. It's amazing how many of these people that behind the scenes are supposed to be these very intimidating people that are like putting their thumb on the scale of our political system, engaged in lawfare. And then when they get to speak in front of the world to see, they're meek as a mouse. Bob Mueller, Jack Smith. You look at him, you see that picture, he looks like Zod. Like he's standing there and he's in like they always put that one picture out where he's in the graduation robes. And he's standing there, right? And it's like, phew. You see, you hear him speak. He's like, yeah, actually, yeah. Yeah, I saw Fanon, the police officer, the famous Crocodile Tear police officer from January 6th. He was there trying to fight with people, this, that, and the other. So a lot to cover, and maybe we'll cover some of it after the show. But man, then of course this morning I thought, you know what? I'll stream and I'll talk about some of this stuff because I knew doing this debate tonight, I have no idea what the topic is, no idea what the opponent is, none. So we could very well be talking about January 6th. I don't know, but if not, there's a lot of stuff that's coming in the news that I probably won't get a chance to talk about until at least tomorrow. So I was like, well, come on and do a special stream in the morning here. And old friend of the show, John Burk, texted me. He was like, hey, man, you free? You want to do a stream together? So I jumped on and did a stream with him. And John, look, I'll be honest. I wish John's a talkative person like me. When you get two dudes that never shut up like me and John together, sometimes the conversation could go all over the place. I don't mind that. I actually enjoy it. But I don't agree with everything that John's saying, and nor does he agree with everything I'm saying. But I do find him to be an interesting person, and I do enjoy talking to him. So I hope that people enjoyed that interaction. That should be up my YouTube stream right now from this morning, if you want to watch that. So we'll talk about that a little. And, he wanted to start it off. We started talking about Progressive Victory PAC and how they paid. See, John and me used to do like the Twitch debate scene with all these panels. And he was like, look, it's amazing how many of these people on these panels we used to do ended up getting paid by Progressive Victory PAC. I was like, yeah. So that's where the conversation started. And then we went all over the place about his dislike of Trump and Democrats and sort of the future vision for the country and J.D. Vance. So it was like scattershot, but I enjoyed it. Yeah, Lavin agrees. So now the purpose wasn't really for me to push back on John, though I will when I think it's necessary, but we were just catching up. There's a lot of specific things he dislikes about Trump that actually I disagree heavily with him. Yeah, so that's what went on. So if you're just joining, the no prep debate got pushed back a half an hour. So we'll be starting then. I'm going to explain, give me like 5 minutes here, and then I'll start to explain what to expect from this format and the debate tonight. A little bit on last night's TikTok siege. First, apologies for technical issues. Me and Andrew are going to try to work those out. All kinds of little dumb things, like I was using TikTok Studio on my computer to stream through as a co-host. Turns out you can't do a TikTok co-host and have callers. At least we couldn't figure it out. So then I had to emergency backup use my phone. The lapel mic was screwing up on my phone for some reason. Then I had to call in through Discord, which was feeding back with a 1 second delay everything I said into my own earpiece, which made it a little crazy. And then the other thing is, and like my mod, Are We Not Men? Great dude. He's messaging me, by the way, sorry I didn't respond back much, but he's echoing my feelings, which is like, hey man, it can't just be Rob sits here quiet for 3 hours while people call in with beefs about Andrew. Now I understand that the format's going to be, people are going to call in and talk about things, and me and Andrew are going to take turns dealing with them. And if it's all like religious stuff, I'm going to have very little to add. And even worse, last night, it was a lot of people with like personal beefs with Andrew. I don't like your tone in how you talk to people, on the whatever podcast. I don't have much to add to that. Similarly, if someone called in and said, I want to talk, Rob, I saw you debate with Destiny, and I didn't like the way you said XYZ, Andrew's going to have very little to say. And so you're going to have shows like that. I totally get it, right? And Andrew's the much bigger streamer, no doubt. He is the draw. He is the reason that people are calling in. So there are going to be people that call in that just are like, I don't like your style. I don't like your tone. And that's to be expected. But what we're going to try to do is enforce sort of topics and try to get people to stay on task with the topics so that if it's me on there, which it's going to be me most of the time, but also there's going to be other guests. Like, for example, if you have Jay Dyer on, Jay Dyer's going to talk religion. So the prompt's going to be people that want to call in and have religious disagreements. It's not going to do Jay Dyer any good to sit there and, someone calls in and wants to talk about their personal beef with Rob and the panel verse or some shit like that. Jay's going to be like, why am I here? So we're going to get to the bottom of that. We're going to continue to make sure that format is something that we work out both technical things and that we work out sort of stylistically how we're approaching going forward. So, the people that were, if you followed, there were a bunch of people calling in saying, Andrew, I'm a big fan. These were trolls. These weren't, maybe one or two of them could have been people that really were fans, but these are people that are just stalling the show. That's what they're doing. And so that's why Andrew's like saying him handsome, because if it was someone like, if like, for example, if I didn't know Andrew personally and I was calling in and be like, hey, I just want to say I'm a big fan. And Andrew's like, yeah, but it's just supposed to be for people that disagree. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll back out. I'm not going to be like, yeah, and you're handsome and you're great. It's people that were trolls, and there's not so much you could do about that. So, yeah, that's basically what's going on with that. The idea is, though, we're going to try to do that show 3 times a week. And as you can see, it's a long show. I mean, there's going to be times it goes 5, 6, 7 hours. So, it's going to take up a big portion of my time. We're going to get it written in stone. The idea is just do that at different times during the day. So hypothetically, it'll look something like this. On Mondays, we'll do it at 10 a.m. Eastern time start. On Wednesdays, we started at 4 p.m. Eastern. Probably not because of the extravaganza, but you get the idea. And then on Fridays, we start at 10 p.m. Eastern. So we're staggering the times. But that's the idea. So just to let you know, that is part of that project. One other thing, I've been talking to some of the folks at Word War. I'm not sure what my connection will be going forward with that project. Obviously, I wish them well. I think that the idea behind that project is fantastic. But I'm in a lot of projects right now. In fact, something comes up like today where there's an awful lot of newsworthy stories that, because I was with John Burk and I had other guests and I'm doing this debate tonight, you sort of lose that news cycle. The Renee Good shooting, I was gone the entire time through that. I didn't get to cover any of that in real time. And so it's difficult. It's difficult to find the time, to stream my shows that I like by myself and to work with a bunch of other projects. So between that and personal life, there's a lot of work that went in behind the scenes at WordWar, a ton of it. And I'm honored that they chose me to be their primary person to set up the debate formats and be the liaison with the debaters and all that stuff. But it was a lot of work. And I don't know that I have time for that level of commitment. So it's, when things like that occur, I mean, it oftentimes it becomes sacrifices. And all of you have done this in your life, right? Maybe someone wants you to work on a project as simple as, hey, can you help me go build a garage? And yeah, you might do it for your best friend, but if it's not that, then sometimes the consideration becomes, well, if I have to miss work for a week to do this, I need to make sure I'm getting compensated for that. And these sorts of things occur. You have to weigh in how much time you have, how much free time, how much family time, how much work time. And so that's sort of the situation that's in. It does appear that at least one thing I will be working on WordWar with, and none of this is written in stone, but I don't think they would mind me saying this. They're going to start to do online debates as well, and I think that they want me to moderate some of those online debates. So I just wanted to gauge you all's interest, if you'd be interested in me in moderating online debates. And these will probably be a format of about 1 hour debates within some audience questioning, and I would be the moderator. I would just run that show. That would require less time because it would just be the time necessary to come on and moderate. So I just wanted to gauge your reaction and see what y'all thought of that. I don't mind moderating at all. I think I'm good at it. So I would ban the lefties if I was one. Well, being a mod in chat's different than being the mod of a debate. You understand that, but yeah. So just wanted to let you know that's a potentiality. Nothing written in stone, but I was having some background conversations, and so yeah. And one other thing. Well, wait, I'll hold off on that. So yeah, that's sort of it. Now, let's talk about the debates tonight. Zris, I want to give a shout out to this shithead, Lefty. I'm just kidding. He's our shithead, Lefty. But he did mention last night. Now, I don't think Zris, and there were some other people, are big fans of Andrew Wilson. Now, that's going to happen. There's going to be fans of Andrew that aren't fans of me, and fans of me that aren't fans of Andrew. And Zris correctly points out, and this has to do with last night's show on The Siege, hey, I tune into robnoerr's show to hear robnoerr. Even if I disagree with them, that's why I'm listening. And so if it becomes me just re-streaming Andrew's stream and me not talking, yeah, I see the problem. I really do. So, Zris, I just want to let you know, and other people that gave me that feedback, that is something that both Andrew and I are conscious of, and we're trying to tailor it so that that's less likely to occur. So, I just wanted to let you know, I do appreciate that feedback. So, there you go. Last thing, then we're going to talk about this debate tonight, and we're going to get... Oh, no, I totally got it with respect. I did. And it's very fair, and I do want people, especially, I asked before that show began, please give me constructive criticism, because it's a new show that we're building, and we both want that show to be excellent. We want it to be excellent for us and our worldview, first and foremost. But as a secondary effect, we know that show has to be entertaining for people on the left, so they'll be encouraged to call in. It does no good if the left's like, well, we don't feel that we get a fair shake, or this isn't fun to us. So I'm willing to take criticism all over the place on that. So last thing I'll say, and then we're going to get into what to expect from tonight. I did a 3-hour stream this morning and got to like 13% of my super chat goal. Tisk. Now, what would my ops say about that? The people that say, oh, Rob, you're just begging for money and blah, 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 and you're not that popular. They would eat me alive if they knew that. And so, to show them, I'm going to beg for money tonight. That's what I'm going to do. Now, I just want to point out that your super chats are appreciated. And so for tonight, obviously, I think that one thing that I could do, that I might argue with these lefties, I might hate their worldview, or righties, whatever that I disagree, whatever the case may be. To me, the number one thing you could do is treat everyone as a competent opponent when you're debating them. and give them the dignity of paying attention to what they're saying. Now, look, there are times, I know people are going to say, what about that time you stormed off of Trippy's panel? Yeah, okay. There's individual things that happen that I'm like, all right, fuck this. But in general, you don't see me a lot of time muting my opponents and talking to my audience. You don't see me like not paying attention, be like, huh, what were we talking about? I'm listening. And as such, I'm not really reading the chat. Now, sometimes things pop up I see in the corner of my eye, but most of the time I'm not. So don't get offended if you feel, well, I sent a super chat in and Rob didn't read it until 2 hours or 3 hours after the stream. I do apologize for that, but I'm not like some of these other people that are relying on my chat to give me talking points, and things like that. So tonight and all other times, if I have a guest or if I'm doing a debate, just keep in mind, I'm not trying to be rude. Sometimes I do miss a super chat here or there, but I legitimately tried to get to all of them after the show. It's just, when you're debating, I think it's good form to treat your opponents as serious and listen to them and give them your attention. Even if it's First Amender, yes. So, there we go. All right. Tonight's no prep debate, or as Speakeazy calls it, nor prep debate. Pretty clever. This is an idea I had with a great guy named Jake Varr. So I came up with this idea and talked to Jake, and we did this one time. And the idea behind tonight's debate, and this is going to be an every other week event, as long as we can continue to find opponents. The idea stems from two things, and both are equally important. The first, and this is going to sound arrogant, but it's just the truth, I think I'm a pretty good debater. And sometimes it feels like there aren't a lot of good options for people to debate. For example, the call-in show that I did, I absolutely love people calling in and agreeing with me, but what I really want is people that disagree. That's what I like the best. And I think anyone who watches the show can see, you can tell I'm having the most fun when I'm debating people. And that's the truth. So I thought one of the things I could do is, what if I gave more advantages to my opponents? Maybe that would make them more likely to want to debate me. So that's part of the impetus of this, that I want to encourage people to come debate me, and I want to set it up where I legitimately have a good chance of losing. Right? I don't want someone to be like, well, I disagree with Rob, but he's an experienced debater, so he'd probably beat me in the argument if we're on equal footing. So I wanted to give some odds, and I thought this was a clever way of doing that. I had some other ideas that maybe I'll get around to doing someday, but that's the first idea. And the second idea, and it's equally important, is that I'm lazy. And the things I hate the most about moderating debates or debating and all that stuff is the stuff in the background. It's the finding opponents, agreeing on the topic. It's, all that sort of stuff. In addition to that, it doesn't matter what sort of debate I'm taking and with who. It could be someone that I've debated dozens of times and crushed. I can't help it but want to prepare for the debate. So even if I can't prepare, even if it's like, well, the debate's later tonight and I have stuff to do all day, in the back of my head, I'm thinking about the debate all day. What am I going to say? And I'm so busy. And when I'm not busy, I don't want to be busy. So I hate that stuff. This solves all of those issues. So I'm working with Speakeazy. And what Speakeazy is going to do is he takes care of all the booking. So the way this works, just so people aren't confused, and this is the honest to goodness truth, I have no communication whatsoever with Speakeazy about who my opponent is or what the topic is. Speakeazy knows me well enough to know generally or guess what my opinions will be on an issue. He is then reaching out to people that will have topics that they want to talk about that they probably have the opposite take as me. Though it's not confirmed, there's always a chance that we'll set up for the debate and I'll be like, actually, I agree with you. Don't worry, I'll find a way to argue even if that's the case. So the idea is Speaky reaches out to an opponent, says, hey, what are you doing two Thursdays from now? You want to debate robnoerr? Do you have a topic that you would like to debate him on that you think he would disagree? He gets the topic, he gets the opponent, they get to pick the wording of the topic, they then get to prepare for the debate. And I have no clue. I don't know who it is. It might be someone that I've debated many times. It might be someone I know. It might be someone I've never heard of. I don't know what the topic will be. That's it. That's the impetus. I haven't given any more instructions other than that. That's it. So it's all Speakeazy. He's taking care of all the backstage stuff, which is good for lazy old me. So that's sort of the idea. And I hope that it shows off my skill as a debater in a way that's geared towards sort of my strong suits. So that's the idea. I'll read the format and then I'll get to super chats here. So Speakeazy came up with the format. It's a 2-hour show. The first 10 minutes is the opening reveal. It's the defining ritual of the show and it shouldn't be rushed. So this will be when we reveal who the opponent is. There's going to be a brief intro and rule explanation, a reveal of the topic and opponent, my reaction to who that'll be. Then the debate will begin immediately following. Opening statements will be 10 minutes apiece. I hope he has it Rob 10 minutes, opponent 10 minutes. I hope that it flips. I hope that my opponent speaks first. I think that's fair, right? If I don't even know the topic, hopefully I don't give the first opening statement. I could, but I hope that's not the case because them picking the topic, usually if you're the affirmative, you speak first. So 10-minute opening statement for them, and then 10 minutes for me. I will do my best to argue a meaningful disagreement, even if it's something that I tend to agree. Open debate will then be 75 minutes. There's allowed to be minor interruptions. There's not going to be any scripted moderation. Intervention by the mods for like time checks. Hey, we got 15 minutes left, things like that. Rules violations or technical issues. Closing statements, 7 minutes apiece or 8 minutes apiece. Then there will be audience Q&A for up to 30 minutes. Priority order will be super chats, channel members, general chat. Obviously, I'm flexible with time, so if we have to stay on. Now, that doesn't mean that I can stick around answering super chat questions for 4 hours, but. And then, unfortunately, maybe the audience won't like this, but I have my reasons. I'm not really interested in sticking around for an open panel afterwards. I think the open panel stuff's oftentimes more of a headache than it's worth. And quite frankly, it sucks you into stuff that sometimes you didn't want to get into, like drama and other such things. So, but that's the format. And I don't know anyone else that's doing anything like this. So I hope you guys appreciate this. And it's definitely a chance for some people that dislike me on the left to be able to debate me and have an advantage, that they'll be able to prepare for that. So I hope that it comes through, that it's something different that I'm trying. I hope it's interesting. And once more, I'll ask you all after the show. I'll stick around after the show to my channel, make sure I read all the super chats, sort of review the debate to some degree, and ask you all's opinions on it. So I ask you to please send in super chats, particularly if this ends up being content you like. I mentioned this on John Burk's show earlier today, but the truth is, if I'm honest, we are all audience captured as streamers to some extent. Now, audience capture people take to the worst extent, which is people just say whatever they want their audience to think. That's not me. I argue with my audience all the time. Ain't that right, level 4 lobster? But I am audience captured to a degree in that I want to do stuff that my audience likes. Right? If I come on here and I just talk about sports for 2 hours and everyone's like, I'm not going to do that because it's clear my audience doesn't enjoy that. And so one of the ways that I get feedback is, and like the other thing is, it's not just that, this is my livelihood. I could tell how good content is based on how many people are watching, how enthusiastic the people seem to be in the chat, and how much money I'm getting through super chats and donations. So if you enjoy the content, I would heavily appreciate some donations tonight. You don't have to donate now. Let's see how it goes. Maybe it'll be a bust. Maybe you guys will be like, this sucks. Okay. But yeah. Super chats then. Joseph Romano, $5, gives his annual blessings. Thank you, my friend. Naughty Germ, $5. Thank you. The great How Long Nate gives 10, says hit the thumbs up, share the stream, or you're a psycho stalker, paid by Mossad. Uh-oh. Another $10. Says 150 people haven't hit the like. Ninjas, don't be a prick. Give the stream some love. Thank you. John GQ, $10, says, so you're going off prep tonight. Yeah, there'll be no preparation for me. Now, to be fair, if it happens to be a topic that I was looking at, I might have some amount of preparation just because I'm a weirdo that looks into stuff every day. But yeah, I don't have any specific prep. I don't know what the topic is or who the opponent is. How long, Nate? $10 says, going to bed. Got to drive in 5 hours. No mercy, Rob. Not once to pay. Thank you so much, Nate. Perry, $5 says, hello, Rob. Please take my money. I'll be around, so I expect you to absolutely obliterate the opposition. I hope to not let you down. I plan on trying my best to obliterate. John Smith, $5 says, hey, Rob, heads up. I'm going to destroy you in our debate tonight. Uh-oh. Topic, which is better, circumcised or uncircumcised? Good luck and good nor. Thank you. Look, I trust that you probably know more about seeing different male anatomy than me. So you would have the advantage in that debate. How long, Nate? $20 says, don't disappoint the goal while I sleep. I'll rewatch in the morning. Don't be a cousin lover. Donate. Hit. Thumbs up. Or your downs, brother. John, thanks so much, Nate. John, $5 says, tip your Robs, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Straight Ribbon says, hi there, buddy, for $2. Thank you. And Nate for another 10 says, still 200 lemon offers. Like the stream. Thank you. Appreciate it, Nate. Absolutely incredible. Our good friend AJC, $5 says, congrats on hitting the goal last night. Thank you. Yeah, it was nice. I saw this, Greg. Yeah, I will try my best to tune into that. God bless Scott Adams. Big influence of mine. The other thing is, I'm getting a cold. It's no big deal. But if I'm coughing a little, that's what's going on. So, but we should be ready to go soon. And I'm sure I'll say this during the show, but I just want to say thank you so much to Speakeazy. Really appreciate him doing all this work for the show. So if you like this, obviously you'll be able to watch the show over on his channel. But please, at least give him a follow. I think that would be, the best debates are one where the moderator is basically invisible because the conversation's going good and the debaters don't really need someone to intervene that much. So maybe you barely hear from Speakeazy tonight. But that means he did a great job. And remember, he already did a ton of work behind the scenes. And the first episode of this was supposed to be last Thursday. And I was literally on an airplane when this was supposed to occur. So, see if all he says that I look tired. Maybe. I am a little tired, if I'm honest. I was up late. Okay, we pushed it back a little more. Some technical issues in the background. Don't worry about it, though. It's still occurring. So it might be an extra 15 to 20 minutes before we get started here on top of this. Yes, boo. Don't blame me. I'm here. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. Yeah, I was up late last night and then up early this morning. The weather here's been crazy. We're supposed to get 15 inches of snow here this weekend. And the problem we were having this week was just how cold it was. So a lot of the schools were delaying, canceling. And so, yeah. Look at this. Jesus, thank you so much, sir. You'd like to apply for Word War online debates. If you go over to Word War's website, I'll show you this right now. So the website is just wordwardebate.com. And I'll put that in the chat. And you see this section up here, it says enter the arena. If you click that, you'll be able to fill this out. And you could put what you want to be, a debater, an analyst, a researcher, a promoter, a fan. So that's a good way to get involved. Now, I'll be honest, I'm going to have very little to do with booking going forward with Word War because I don't have the time and I'm not really that enthusiastic to be a booker. You know? Uh, Sorry, just reading some news there. A couple more super chats. One. Perry says, "Oh yeah, $5. Thanks. I've been catching flack from my neighbors for criticizing Cruz for leaving right before the winter storm. Any thoughts, Rob?" I mean, look, this is the second time this has happened with Ted Cruz. Realistically, do I expect people to put their life on hold that are like people that travel a lot because of the storm, even if they're a congressperson? No. But optically, given the first time and what happened, he should probably not be leaving this time right before a storm. It's not the end of the world, but Gogo Fly says, please do not debate a side you don't believe in. I do not intend to. Uh, Obviously, we have to make a debate work, but I don't want to play devil's advocate. I want to actually be able to argue stuff that I believe. So if we end up with a topic that I agree with the person, then I'll do my best to try to find an area of disagreement within the topic. Usually it's not hard. Even things that seemingly you agree with people on, there are ways to debate, things that you seriously disagree on. So maybe it becomes a very hyper nuanced discussion in that world, but yeah. Uh, am I debating and when? The debate should start in the next 15 to 20 minutes. I have no idea who I'm debating or what the topic is. They know. My opponent knows they're debating me and they know what the topic is, but I will not know. Premonition, $5 is really looking forward to the debate tonight. Happy they arrested the church invaders. Yeah, there's still more work to do. They should arrest more of them, but sure, it's a good start. TVT, thanks so much, man. $5 says, hey, Rob, is the video available where you were ganged up on first by Sarah versus these morons? Need something for the award show. Yes, it's on Dusty's channel, believe it or not. Well, actually, my video is up as well, but the better video is on Dusty's channel, where he's showing them to go troll me. Let me see if I can find that real quick. So it's this video. And if you go through it, you can see when they where he tells them all to come troll me and all that good stuff. So, but I don't really care. It's fine by me. Why can't he leave? It's not that he can't leave. I'm not saying Ted Cruz can't leave. I'm just saying at some point you know that this is an attack, even as unreasonable as it is. I was taking the best nap earlier today. I'll be honest, if I knew this was going to start like an hour late, I would probably nap for another hour. Yeah. Craig, Scott Adams, great man. My wife bought me 2 of his books that I plan on reading here soon. But man, he was such a big influence on me. He will be missed. What a great man. I hope that when it's my time to come, I meet as much of a man as he did. So, John Locke was wrong. $5 says, would love to see you and Cool Vic do a live watch along to Royal Rumble. Yeah. I don't even know anything about this current crop of wrestlers, if I'm honest. Baxter Boy, thanks so much for the $5. Appreciate it. So any predictions on what the topic will be tonight or who I'll be debating? I hope whoever I'm debating didn't tell a bunch of people about it that would spill the beans. That would take away their advantage. But You think it'll be Sarah Tomato? Maybe. I mean, if it becomes a personal drama debate, I mean, I'll engage in it. I don't give a shit. But I'm hoping it's actually substantive, about politics or culture or philosophy or something. I would prefer it be about politics. I'm not necessarily it's my wife. I'll be debating my wife on very clear. All right, there's Speakeazy's wife. Yeah, she says very clear not to tell anyone. Excellent. Yeah, because it'd be a shame if someone was in here like, I talked to so and so and it's them debating you tonight. It's like, oh. The topic is Sarah, I did nothing wrong and Andrew needs to give me money. But my wife's excited to watch this as well, Leach, and she hope it's not Brian Shapiro. I mean, I hope it's a challenging debate. Brian Shapiro, what do I do? Just sit there and leave him ramble on about how he's a great guy for 20 minutes? That's an easy win for me. Brian's such a bad debater, you don't even have to say anything. You just have to let him talk. And the audience is like, not only is this guy just wrong, he's insufferable. Oh, there we go. FDNY says, super excited for this snowstorm. Not. A little Wayne's World. Yeah, I know, man. This weekend's going to be brutal. Justin Martins. Look at that. A little Ernest Avatar liking that. $2 says, what are you debating tonight? I do not know. The whole point is I do not know the topic. I do not know my opponent. So it has been set up so my opponent picked the topic and they've been prepping for this debate, but I have no idea what it is. So Last spot, $5 says, my bet is it is a debate on who makes the best bacon cheeseburger. Clearly Culver's wins that. I've never ate at a Culver's. So I don't know. I'll tell you my prediction. I don't know who I'm going to debate, but my guess, it will be someone that is not super left-leaning. So just from what I know of like the people that have been on Verbal Combat, I think it'll be someone that wants to debate something more from like a philosophical or cultural position on the right wing that disagrees with me on something. Maybe it is Andrew Wilson. That would be phenomenal. I would love that. Vortome, $5 says, the debate should be on how the left screwed up a good opportunity to capitalize by gaining votes by supporting the Somali Iran investigation. Right. Straight ripping, $2 says, I mostly prefer cornflakes. There you go. But we'll see. Me versus Rachel Wilson. That might go poorly for me if it's like on feminism stuff. The problem with like me and Andrew or Rachel is we agree on so much. It's not that we don't disagree on anything. But I also know one thing that's true is like me and Andrew used to debate each other a lot, and we've cut back on it. We still do, but we cut back on it because, we're in it to win it culturally and politically for ourselves. So we're going at it I don't want to use that term. We're going at it full bore, against these lefties. Reading some news here. Nothing too big. Bill 6000, $15 says, watching you school Shapiro never gets old, mate. I enjoy it. I absolutely enjoy it. So we'll be starting here soon. Apologies that we're a little late, just working out stuff. By the way, I can't be mad at either Speakeazy or my opponent for being a little late and having life interfere. After all, I'm 7 days late because this debate was supposed to occur last Thursday. And because I was traveling, I was unable to do it. So, but I'm going to try my approach to this is to basically, I know this is going to sound stupid, but it's basically just to not think too much about it and go with the flow. Preparation is very important at debate, particularly at the high levels of debate. It really is. And depending on the topic, it could be a make or a break. For example, if you're doing a legal topic, preparation, very important. You're going to have like some, case citations, etc. But one of the mistakes some people make is they prep so much. Let me give you an example. If you watch the World War debate with Pearl versus Anna, Pearl comes in with like 17 pages of pre-written stuff. The problem is you've prepped so much and you're sticking to that prep that it becomes a speech and not a debate. So you have to know when to think on your feet and to take the debate in a direction that's best for your argument. I always said that like a lot of the debaters I debated in college, in that style of debate, so many of them were so technically better than me, just so much better at research and better at the technical skills. They could talk faster than me. They were more fluid. They were more succinct. But for me, it was like, I was good at like all these things that are almost like the art of debate. Like I was good at looking at a judge and reading what they were thinking about the arguments. I was good at knowing how to lose 90% of the arguments, but win the debate. I was good at knowing, like, playing the meta game, like almost like poker. You could be good at poker in the sense that it's like, you know the exact percentage chance of your hand winning at any given time. You know the exact percent that you're supposed to bet to optimize. And then you could be good because it's like you're good at reading people and you're good at sort of just having a gut feeling. I always thought I was more like the latter, if I'm honest. Not that I didn't prep. I did. I busted my ass just to keep up with those people. But seeing as how that was my strong suit, this style of debate fits me, where I'm going to be able to poke and prod and sort of find in the moment the best way going forward for the debate. And my philosophy on debate, I know not everyone agrees with this, and this has to do with the style of debate that I was taught to do in college, policy debate. I try to approach debate from an offense mindset. So there are offensive and defensive arguments you could make in a debate. A defensive argument is a reason why your opponent's offense isn't as strong as they're showing, and your offense is reasons to prefer your side. So take something simple. Should we vote for Trump or should we vote for Kamala? January 6th isn't an offensive reason to vote for Trump. Very few people are going to say, I'm going to vote for Trump because of January 6th. So the more we're on that topic, that's offense for my opponent. I could play defense. It wasn't that big of a deal. It was blown out of proportion. I think that there was a setup by Pelosi, etc. But you have to know how to get things to offense for you. And you have to be able to win your argument through the path of least resistance. So when you watch me, pay attention that in my head in real time, that's what I'm thinking, right? Like, I'm not being disingenuous. I'm not saying anything that's a lie or anything like that. But I'm trying to ask myself, whatever the question in the prompt is or the statement in the prompt, I develop what my side is, and then instantly what I try to do is think, what are the top reasons that I believe that I'm right on this? And usually it's like 2 or 3. And then I start at the end of the debate. In the closing arguments, what are the arguments that I want to be pushing for? These 2 or 3 arguments, these are the key arguments. And then I work backwards. I say, okay, how do I get there? What are some of the things my opponent's going to say? Once I realize what those things are, how do I navigate through what they're doing to try to get to these positions that I want at the end? What does my opening statement need to be to lay the groundwork to get to those statements at the end? Right? That's sort of the path that I'm trying to take. And so it doesn't always work that way. Oftentimes things get messy, and sometimes the meta debate is more interesting than the debate. Holy cow, we got 2 raids. Who do we got? Cool Vic. And who's the other raid? Could someone let me know the other raid? They're saying there's 2 raid. Is it Jake Rattlesnake? Goodness gracious, the great Jake Rattlesnake. Amazing. What 2 Chads? 2 guys that I'll never be as masculine as. Jake Rattlesnake and Cool Vic. Of course, they've sacrificed intelligence for testosterone, but hey, a fair trade. No, thank you so much, Jake. Thank you so much, Cool Vic. I appreciate you both. I think Jake would be excellent in this format of debate. Jake, to me, is probably one of the most improved debaters I've ever seen. There he is. Yes, I didn't do that, Jake. Jake's come a long way, man. He's like, the last couple debates I reviewed of Jake, he was crushing it, man. So, but yeah, that's generally the theory I go to. So if you're just tuning in, we'll be starting here shortly. The very first with Speakeazy no prep debate. The idea is that I will be debating someone who I don't know who the person I'm debating is, and I do not know what the topic is. Speakeazy, the moderator, has reached out to potential opponents. He has a general idea of what my, beliefs are, and he's allowed people to agree to debate me and to pick the topic and then to prep for it for weeks. And I won't know the person I'm debating or the topic. They will have known and been able to prep for weeks. So that's the game. Hopefully it comes across as very entertaining for y'all. Now, I did do one of these debates one time before with Jake Var moderating, and it did not go so well for the person I was debating. He got stumped around pretty good. It's funny because he actually, in his opening statement, sort of had me on the ropes in sort of a cheap way, but fair enough, because he started to talk about one specific case. He's like, I don't like what Trump's DOJ did in this one case that I'd never heard of. So that's like, man, if something like that occurs and that's the debate, now I have to ask the opponent and look up in real time what this case was and try to glean. The problem was the opponent immediately was like, well, forget about that. And then went to things that I knew about. And I was like, well, fair enough. So, now you guys would be absolute chads if you got to me to my super chat goal before we even begin. I think we could get to not 1, not 2, but 300% of the goal tonight. I think it's possible. Intel Wild, $5 says the best burger I ever had was Santa Barbara at a place called Finch and Fork. It was like $30, but damn, it was good. Like a gourmet burger. I don't know what the best burger I ever had is. I love some of the burgers my wife and my mom have made. Damn good. I love venison burger. So like I used to love growing up when my mom would make venison burgers. Thought it was great.
Caribou burger.
I've never had it.
Oh, caribou burger. Alaska special, Rob.
Yeah. Then we got Greenland. Thanks for being a member. Appreciate it. FDNY, another 5. Thank you. The Red Shinobi says, just burning this here millstone. Carry on. You got it. HAC, $5 says, like and subscribe. Raiders, be appreciated. Thank you. And Chop Chop gifts 10 memberships. Thanks so much. So we'll be getting started here shortly. Just a couple hiccups with getting the people ready to go here. It was supposed to start at 8 p.m. Actually, it was supposed to be last Thursday, but I was on an airplane. Plan is to do these debates every other week, is the plan. Real Rain, $2 says, when in Houston, go to Tornado Burger. Okay. And Wing Tassar, thanks for being a member. Check out the Blue and Gray Bar in Gettysburg. I love Gettysburg, one of my favorite places to go. But I don't think I've ever been to a bar there. But I recommend, if you're ever in the States, if you're ever in Pennsylvania, you should go to Gettysburg and get like a guided tour. It is phenomenal. In fact, you could just look up what it takes to be a tour guide in Gettysburg. It is insane. There are like college professors that specialize in U.S. history that can't pass the test necessary to be a tour guide. It's crazy. My wife becomes a member, says 9 months. Whoa! Well, thank you. We've been married for 11 years, but 9 months a member, that might even be harder. That's girlish. Thanks so much. $2 as Jake sent me. Thank you, Jake. Oh, Jake, what a great guy. It's too bad Jake couldn't stick around last night for the TikTok siege. It was good stuff. Our good friend Jantix, $100 over on Cash App, says, let's effing go. Thank you. Jantix, thank you so much. Incredibly generous. And a reminder, you can also donate through PayPal at Robert Noor, buy me a coffee, /RobNoerr, or Cash App at $Rob Noor. Oh, shit. Wrong one. Bandit $2 says, if I go to the blue and gray bar, I'll wear gray. They would welcome it. There's plenty of people wearing gray in Gettysburg. David Swad, $5 says, hailing from Alberta, first stream of COD of yours. Thank you for all you and the Crucible crew do. My eyes have been opened by you all. God bless. Thanks so much. Wonderful dog in your pick there as well. I myself am a dog man. We'll be getting started soon. Now, I don't know anyone that's doing things like this. The idea of doing debates where you give your opponent every advantage. They get to pick the topic, they get to prep, and you just walk in with no prep and don't know the topic or the opponent. So I hope that you guys appreciate the format. Even if I get my ass kicked, I hope that you guys are like, that's something different.
I've actually seen this once, Rob. It's called the presidential election debate.
Oh, it's also I've done it once before. Yeah,
they did that without prep.
Right. Yeah, that's true. So, Premonition $2 says they're getting ready. Speakeazy is up with your logo. Thanks. Am I gonna get this? Marcellery? I'm so bad at names. I'm sorry, but thank you so much. Says great job on TikTok last night. Thank you. And look at this, Chad, the great Wade Boggs. Persistent tormentor of me with whip songs, but always incredibly generous with the donations and always appreciated. 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. I did debate you're right, on Speakeazy's channel one time. I debated a woman who claimed that she was God, and I beat her in the debate. I think she may have been misinformed.
That's Maryland.
Yeah.
I debate her every day, Rob.
Yeah, so.
Every day.
Yeah. So, Wicked Wally, member for 8 months, says, Rob had every advantage against me. First verbal combat. Holy shit. Here we go. I did lose the debate on Freddy Krueger versus Michael Myers. Or was it Jason? I can't remember. Whatever. Joel for $20 says, good evening, Rob. Do you know if it's possible to enter the debate sphere without showing your face? I can imagine if it is, your sources better be surgically precise. Yeah, there are people that stream without showing their camera. I'm fine with that. People want to debate me if they don't show their face. I'm fine with it. I think it's funny when people want to make it personal, right? And they'll be like, oh, you fat fuck. And I'm like, fair enough. I don't mind the people making the, insults about my looks, but I feel like it's good form to show yourself then. But other than that, I don't give a shit. If it's going to be a personal debate, like trolling, like Andrew runs into these debates all the time where people want to fuck you, you're a hypocrite, you're a grifter, you're a bad Christian. That's a little different because if it's going to be personal, then show your face. But just like a straight philosophical philosophy debate, sure, there's plenty of people I debated that just use an avatar. One guy that's, I think, still quite heavily involved in the politics Discord server is a guy by the name of Doobie. He's got a VR, a little lizard guy. That's his avatar. He's all over the debate scene. So it certainly happens. Rev
Russ, Teriyak.
Yeah.
They all use avatars. Yeah. Anybody on Speakeazy. So.
Yeah. So that's definitely. Yep. And Speakeazy, by the way, and I'll link Speakeazy's show here. It says we're going to be starting in 7 minutes. But here's the actual video for tonight. And you should go over and you should give him a like. You really should. Because Sitch from Sitch and Adam. Yep, he's been in the politics game for a long time. He doesn't show his face. Speakeazy put together a lot of work, like lining up opponents, working out all the stuff behind the scenes. So even if it's a debate where there's almost no moderation because me and my opponent don't really need it, that's good. I prefer debates where you hear very little from the moderator, but don't be mistaken that he's done a tremendous amount of work behind the scenes. So please Send some love his way. And he's doing these debates all the time, man. On Fridays, he does a series called Verbal Combat, and it's literally just like, there's a bunch of quirky rules to make it fun, right? Like people could donate money for certain things. But basically, it's just, there'll be topics of the day. There'll be like a theme, like maybe the theme's religion, and there'll be like 8 different debate prompts that they'll go through, and it's just a panel of people, and they bring up people all the time without a cam that you could just get involved.
And your current verbal combat champion, represented by Normal America, robnoerr.
That's true. Current champ right there. I've never won it. Avarice has won. That's true. Jantix against $10. Incredibly generous, Jantix. Thank you. Says Rolodex Rub. Woo! Hell yeah! Can't wait. Joel for $20 says, Rob, you know for a fact that even if you were fit, buff, Chad looking dude, the personal text would still fly. I don't know. Do people insult Jake? He's a himbo. Do people? Of course. Look, this is the mark of a good guy, right? This is, if you're watching your woman, I don't know. I don't think it's the same for women, but as guys, like, I'll just tell you a story to illustrate this. I'm a fat, out of shape guy. I have another friend who's a shorter guy. He's out of shape as well. And an old high school buddy of ours some years ago was back in town. So we went up to his, where he grew up, his house where he grew up. It was still in my hometown. And they have a pool and all of this stuff. And my buddy, his family's having a picnic, and he brought his coworkers. He moved to Europe and worked for like Hollister or some shit like that. And he had these 2 guys with him that were basically like the fucking models that model these clothes and ads and shit. Just these 2 fucking ripped guys, you know, like dudes that are at the gym every day. So we're all swimming, and they decide we're going to play like pool volleyball. And me and my out of shape friend ripped on these guys the entire night to the point where they had no idea what to do. And we're just like, oh, look at this guy. Oh, yeah, I work out. I take care of my body. I'm a cool guy. Fuck you, you loser. And we're just ripping on them. And they're like European. They're like, what is this? Why is this fat guy picking on me for being in shape? Because that's what guys do, damn it. That's what we do. Yeah, thanks, girlish. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Oh, old Joe, thanks so much. $5 says, Rob, could you describe the debate term Mott and Bailey? Yeah, you know, I'm really bad at terms like this, but I think that a Mott and Bailey is where you insert something to sort of switch it out, right? So you insert something to sort of switch the intent. I'm not so sure, though. I'll be honest. This is something that's hilarious. Like, I've done like the debate courses over on Andrew's channel. Every single person that takes that debate course could tell you like terms like that better than me, or what specific fallacies are. I don't know. I just kind of have a feel for it. I can tell when someone's being disingenuous or using some sort of tactic to obfuscate from the truth. Brittany Azar, member for 4 months, thank you, says, what's a flower's favorite drink? Root beer? Ah! My son, I don't know how this came about. I think his grandma at one point ordered a diet root beer. And so my son calls sodas diet beers. So if I get like a diet Pepsi, he'll be like, oh, Dad, you got a diet beer? I'm like, sure, it's a diet beer. Lavin, $10 says, Andrew Wilson is hideous bridge troll, and we're not supposed to say how handsome and dashing he is. There you go. Now you got it. Now you got it. There you go. Average debate enjoyer knows. Mott and Bailey, using a general norm take when attacked for your extreme position. It's like a castle. You do attacks in front of the Mott, and when you retreat to the Bailey. Yeah. Well said. Yeah, my wife knows about the diet beers. Now look, we're going to start. We're 25% away from the goal. We could do it. We could call ourselves Chads. We could get there before the debate even begins. It's possible. Average debate enjoyer, also a good guy. A root beer minus the root. I don't know. I'm not so much a beer man. I don't drink much alcohol anymore, if I'm honest. Now, I believe average debate enjoyer knew that. He is a debate enjoyer, so. Heading to the old brew pub now. If I am drinking it socially, it's with friends. Did I miss one that girlish? I'm so sorry. There we go. Missed it. $5 says, if you want to laugh and like cats, my pic shows my cat. He sits like a bloody book. Look at that, man. He looks like Al Bundy. That's great. Good
Yeah, I was
stuff.
looking for it. Sorry, Rob.
No problem. There you go. Zrist gets it. You make an extreme hard to defend claim, the Bailey. Then when pushed back, you retreat to an easier to defend position, the motte. Listen, I'm about to click the link to Speakeazy's channel. Now's the last chance to get those super chats in. Last thing I'll say, and then I'm going to leave Speakeazy run the show. I explained this earlier. I try to do my best, no matter if it's a disgusting lefty, whoever it is. I do try to show my respect by actually paying attention to what my opponent's talking about. And that means that most times I'm not reading the chat. So I'm certainly not going to read your super chats in real time. After the show, I promise I'll read all super chats, right? But if you're like trying to be like, Rob, you're missing an easy argument, I'm probably not going to say it. It's just the way it is. I'm not like some of these other debaters that need to rely on their chat. I'm trying to do it, based on what I know. So, all right, here we go. Check. What's up, man? I'm going to share the screen. You cool if you're on stream, my stream? You don't mind? Okay. All right. How's it going, man?
Not bad.
Man, I got to say, I owe you an apology. I'm so sorry for last week. I was willing,
worries.
if I would have just been at Andrews or in a hotel, I would have did the debate. I was literally on an airplane. I was like, oh shit, I can't do this now. So
Right.
it's only like the third time I've ever flown in my life. So I was like flying back from Dallas, and it was all right, but
How you like flying?
I'll be honest. I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but Andrew flew me first class, handed you food and shit. It was all right. The trip out there, my plane was a little fancier, so the first class was a little more fancy. On the way back, there was an old man next to me that forgot to put down his food service, so they had a grain bowl for him, which is like the shittiest vegan stuff ever. And he was bummed out, so I was like, hey, give him my chicken. I'll take the grain bowl. So I had a shitty grain bowl, but other than that, it was fine. So
Okay. I absolutely hate flying.
I don't like traveling in general, if I'm honest with you. Like for me, it's like I like where I live. I like staying here. So but
yeah, I like that part too. I like, but for me, I can't stand the idea of being in absolutely no control. Like you have no control in that situation. You're in this little metal tube, and if anything goes wrong, you just gotta pray.
It's funny. I was sitting on the way back. I'm sitting next to this old guy. He was funny as shit. I think he was an old Jewish guy. And like, we were trying to figure out in first class, how to get the tray out of like the armrest. And everyone else has it out. And so like me and this guy, without saying a word to each other, you can tell we're both fidgeting. And finally he's like, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm like, me neither. Maybe we just pull harder. So like me and this old man are just yanking on this thing. And then finally, like the stewardess comes over and she's like, you hit this button and then you pull. And she pulled it up for us. And I
the little tray.
She walks
right?
up,
Yeah.
she walks away, and I look at the guy and I'm like, let's both agree to never talk of this. He's like, you got it. It's pretty good. So
That's it.
But no, it was all right. I don't know. Less flying good for me. I also have like the nearest airport to me is 2 hours away. So like anywhere that I'm going that's within a 5-hour drive, I just prefer to drive because otherwise I have to drive 2 hours to the airport. Then when you land, you have to get a car, rental or something to drive wherever you're going. Then you have to drive 2 hours back. So it's like I might as well drive. So very rarely.
Just going through the airport's annoying, right? Just all of that, take your shoes off, all this stupid. Yeah, it's nonsense.
Problem with volume, people say? Me or Speakeazy, is one of us too loud? I thought we sound all right, but
I might be maybe got my gain up too much.
I don't know. I am snitching, yeah. But yes, that old man, I don't know his name, but he was a joy. Yeah, they say we're good. He was an absolute joy to fly next to, so. And then the first airplane I was in, it was like the first class, you were in like a little space bubble. It was like everything, the way it was set up, it's like your seat completely surrounds you, and so you're basically by yourself in this comfy seat, so. But yeah, it's a weird feeling, man. Like I was telling that old guy, I was like, here's the thing. Like, oftentimes I think of something like this. Let's say I was faced with a large predator, like a polar bear or a tiger. I'm like, well, at least I'm on land. Whereas like a shark, it's like, well, fuck, I'm not a water creature. There's nothing I'm going to do here. And that's how I feel about flying. It's like, there's no amount of competency if shit goes wrong. It's not, like, look, I have a 0% chance of surviving a tiger attack anyways, but in my head, I could convince myself.
Right.
Like an airplane crashing, it's like, well, I'm doomed. There's nothing I could do.
There's nothing you can do. Yeah. That's the same with me with the ocean. I hate it. I used to like take these trips with my aunt when I was younger. It's called banana boating. So they're on like a power boat and you're in this like tube boat thing. And you just, when they take turns, you just fly off the boat. And we're doing this in the ocean. And I would be so scared every time we flew out that boat that some shark was going to come up. Like, I hate the ocean. I can't.
Yep. Yep.
Cruises, I'll never do one. No chance.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree. What's the point? You're just like staying in a hotel. Like, if you're gonna go travel. Don't just stay in a mobile hotel.
100%. All right. So what's gonna happen is I'll start it up. It's gonna like play the disclaimer, the little trailer video that I had made there. And then I'll introduce like the format and the show, and then we'll bring up the mystery debater. They're going to introduce themselves and the prompt and their stance, and then we're going to get right into the opening. So
real quick, I know we didn't discuss this, and I should have. The format that you set up, will they be giving the first opening statement?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Perfect.
Yeah, they're gonna go first, so then like your opening will be like a rebuttal type.
Sure,
of thing.
I wouldn't care. I would try, but if it's their topic, presumably they'll get to defend it first, and then
right, exactly. Yeah, it just made more sense that way. Yeah. All right, perfect. Let me just message them. Let's make sure they're ready.
I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, perfect. Yep. Shout out to all the neurons over there. Hope you're all ready for a good show tonight. We got a good one coming. I know Avarice is listening back there. What up, Avarice? Here, Avarice, I know you like my mug. Look at my mug, Avarice. It's a nice big money mug. Big money mug. So one of my chat said, "You're not live on your own channel." I know that. Not supposed to be.
All right.
All right. I'm about to start it up on my side here, so it's gonna play the disclaimer and the intro, all that.
Sounds good.
Get into it. You ready?
Yep, you're running it.
All right, let's go.
The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a website like YouTube. fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
No prep, no warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Redactions drop, the room goes live. Nowhere prep. Nowhere prep. Nowhere prep. Two minds enter, one stance breaks. Nowhere prep. Nowhere prep. Nowhere prep. No topic, no opponent name. Just pressure, just fire, just debate. Nowhere prep. Nowhere prep. No warm up, no safety net. You showed up, now defend it. This is no prep debate. This is no prep debate. No prep.
All right. Welcome to Nowhere Prep Debates. For anyone new here, this is a no prep debate show. Robnoerr is walking in here completely blind. He does not know the topic. He does not know the opponent. And the other debater, on the other hand, is fully prepared. They know the topic. They've had time to think their arguments through, and they're coming in completely ready. Once the redactions drop here live, there's going to be no pause, no prep time. The debate is going to start immediately. Here's how it's going to work. We're going to start with opening statements. The mystery debater will go first with a 10-minute opening. After that, Rob will give his 10-minute opening / rebuttal. No notes, no preparation. And once the openings are done, we're going to move straight into open floor. We're actually not going to have a clock on this portion. We're going to aim for at least an hour, but we'll let it run as long as the debaters want to keep going. When both sides are ready to wrap it up, we'll move into closing statements. Each debater will get 5 minutes to summarize their position and land their final points. And if time and energy allows with everybody, we'll open up for Q&A. Obviously, super chats will take priority, so we'll get to as many as we can. That's it. No tricks, no safety nets, no prep for Rob. And let's drop the redactions, okay, and get right into it, all right?
Who's that debater?
What's the crack? It's your boy Teriyak. Okay, right. First of all, let's do a little bit of grift or marking on stuff. You can find me at Teriyak. A lot of people complain about my name because it's difficult to spell. Okay, y'all a bunch of racists. Okay, so think of like a tar pit. Okay, and think of a yak. Okay, then you have a yak. You know what I'm saying? So that's the name on YouTube, Twitch, Kick is the live stream. It's live stream Monday to Saturday. Usually kind of like a late night or early morning, depending on what way you look at it. 2 days I do like a film review. So we like to review videos, all this kind of stuff. 2 days of just a bit of gaming, chilling with the chat. Then I get 2 days of Wheel of Madness, which actually starts after the show as well. Today we are looking at the prompt, Russia should take over the EU. Oh shit, do I go straight into it?
No, I was just going to say, yeah, we're going to let you get right into your opening statement. Thank you for joining us tonight, Teriyak. And whenever you're ready to get into your statement, I don't have the timer up here, but I do have a timer over here, so I'll let you know if you go past your time. And you can open, and I'll start the time with your voice.
So, Comrade Robinsky, right? Imagine if we were to do a bold realignment of the world order. Russia, as the rightful heir to the Byzantine mantle and Third Rome, steps forward to reclaim Europa under its Orthodox Christian banner. Drawn from divine autocracy from the Tsars, and remember, Tsars comes from Caesar, descendants of Caesar's imperial bloodline through the ancient ties of Kievan Rus, and Moscow's self-proclaimed succession. We propose a grand restoration. Russia, with its unyielding faith in Christendom against the secular decay of the West, could forge a new Holy Roman Empire from the ashes of the EU's bureaucratic babble. This isn't mere conquest. It's a sacred revival uniting the continent under the double-headed eagle, echoing the Caesars of old. We seek the Russian rule to purify and strengthen Europe against internal rot. And this is where, like I said, I want to directly quote Putin in one of his speeches, where he's directly commentating on Europe. He says, look at what they're doing to their own people. It's all about destruction of the family, of cultural and national identity, perversion and abuse of children, down to pedophilia, and proclaimed as the norm of their lives. Priests are forced to bless same-sex marriages. Adults have the right to live as they want. We've always been like that in Russia and always will be like that. No one intrudes in the private life, and we're not going to do that. But what I want to say to them is this. Look at the Holy Scripture, the sacred books of all world religions. It says everything there, including that the family is a union of a man and a woman. But even these sacred texts are now being revised. It is reported that the Anglican Church, for example, plans to consider the idea of gender-neutral God. What can we say here? And then Putin says, "Прости меня, Господи, они не знают, что делают," which means, forgive me, Lord, they don't know what they're doing. So when you tie up the culture that's being projected from the likes of Russia at the moment, 67% of the Russian people are Orthodox Christian. And if you were to ask the average American, would you rather have Andrew Wilson or Nyla Ray, they would say Andrew Wilson. So in terms of the culture that Russia brings is that conservative, that Christian conservative culture that I know plenty of people in chat want. You know what I mean? So in terms of like what the dynamic of what is the EU, the best way I can describe what the EU is at the moment is, imagine if Hillary Clinton had beaten Donald Trump and she had 8 years in office, and basically we would have been in a complete shit show at this stage. But that's basically what the EU is. It's literally impossible to even try to play politics, because anybody who's not on party lines is branded as alt-right, neo-Yahtzee, all this kind of shit. But then, like, the question that needs to be asked to the European, and a lot of Americans don't think about it in terms of this line, but like, what is a European going to fight for if it is the EU versus Russia? Because the EU wants to obviously kill kids before they even leave the womb, but sterilize them and mutilate them with the whole trans thing. This is what Putin was talking about with the child abuse. Killing off the elderly and the wisdom. They're killing off the elderly and all this kind of shit. That's no problem either. You have and the whole thing is like, well, Teriyak, why would you not want your own country to rule? Because even under the EU at the moment, as an Irish person, it's either going to be Brussels or it's going to be Moscow. And at least with Moscow, you're bringing order, you're bringing stability. You know what I mean? And an actual culture to unite under. And like I said, with that, I'll rest my case for the moment.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement, Teriyak. And Rob, whenever you are ready to respond to that opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. All right, sounds good. Nice to debate an Irishman. I'll beat him worse than a potato famine here. It should be great. Interesting, speaking of potatoes, to see him defending sort of beets and borscht here with the Russians taking over the EU. So fundamental misunderstanding and mistake with the prompt, the idea that Russia should take over the EU. I think there are valid criticisms to be made of the EU, which my opponent makes here, which is that there is a lot of stuff. I can go further than him, in fact, not just like the LGBTQ stuff that we also see in much of the Western world, including the United States as well, but also things that are antithetical to the actual being of the United States, such as the EU's attack on the First Amendment, their sort of ability to take away from populist concerns, in that so many of the people in these countries now rely on unelected officials in Brussels to make their decisions for them. However, the problem is Teriyak's version of solving this problem won't solve anything, because he says that Russia should take over the European Union, where the correct decision would be to leave the European Union itself dissolve. Replacing it with one leader to another leader that the people don't get a vote on would be irrelevant. It would lead to the exact same set of problems with a different tyrannical leader. This may be a leader that's more in line with Christian values, though perhaps not, as we'll get into throughout the debate. Just because there are a lot of Russians that are Orthodox doesn't mean that if the government of Russia would engage in an aggressive war and take out the leadership of Europe, declare themselves leaders of these European states, that this would mean that the people would magically become Orthodox. Nor does it mean that you would be able to sort of switch the leadership or the people to mean that Putin would govern more as a religious figure or an Orthodox figure. So I don't see how this would magically be able to solve LGBT problems and the other issues he's talking about. And so the first argument I would say as to why he's wrong that you should consider is it would be better to allow the EU nation states to dissolve, as the status quo is showing that there are significant fractures in. We can see that populist right-wing leaders are rising in many of these EU states as we speak, and the people of the European Union are becoming more and more agitated that Brussels is having all of these terrible decisions, including being upset about things like the refugee crisis, which sends so many people that are antithetical to the cultures of the people in these European countries to the countries themselves. However, if this were to change because Teriyak would have his way and Russia would launch a war of aggression, this would mean that these people would see Russia as invaders and be less likely to allow their right-wing sort of Christian roots, or at least ideas inspired by Christianity, to come forth organically. Think of it this way. Could we bring democracy to Afghanistan? How did that project work out? Or how about Libya? The truth is, when foreign countries invade in a rapid pace in order to radically change culture, that cultural change oftentimes doesn't occur. There is no way that he'll be able to prove that all of the sudden the peoples of Europe, if, as he wants to have happen, were to be taken over militaristically by Russia, would all of a sudden be like, yeah, never mind, we're going to listen to everything that Putin tells us. So this would be an abject disaster and would stymie the fact that, and this is the second point that I want to bring out, the status quo is going to places to attempt to solve this problem. We see people like the rise of populist parties in Italy. There's some in Spain. We see it in places like Poland. We see these places that are actually having right-wingers spring up. The key is to maintain sort of the status quo position of a MAGA movement here in the West and stopping interfering through things like NGOs into these countries to prop up these globalist politicians that run things. So we should actually go with the exact opposite approach, and instead of encouraging the European Union to be invaded by Russia and saying that they would be better off, we should actually say that we're going to promote from within right-wing populist parties that are rising and that will be able to correctly identify the unique cultural situations in each of these countries. Now, Teriyak's going to use the fact that he knows that so many people in my audience and Speakeazy's audience are going to be sympathetic to an Orthodox cause. However, the question that I want to ask to Teriyak is, one, are you able to prove that Russia winning would lead to people embracing the exact type of orthodoxy you want? And secondly, are there concerns outside of orthodoxy that we should push for? Of course, I want people to be Christian and follow the path of Christ, and if it was up to me, everyone in the world would do so. And yet still, we should look at things through the perspective of the people of our own countries. I'm an American citizen. I don't think Teriyak is. I think you're Irish. I don't know. You sound like you're Irish. So why would I want Russia to overtake Europe and then be in a better position to challenge the United States for global hegemony? That wouldn't be good for me. That wouldn't be good for my family. That wouldn't be good for the rest of the people in the United States. Think of the resource advantage that Russia would have. Think of the geographic advantage that Russia would have. And this would create a bipolar world that would make conflict more inevitable. In effect, this would bring back the days of the Cold War. This would position Russia in a position within a few scant years, maybe a decade or two, would be able to challenge the United States as the world superpower, and it would shift alliances so rapidly that it would make a world of war so much more commonplace that our differences when it comes to religion may not be the most important thing in our mind as our children are being drafted to fight the next great war with a nuclear superpower that now controls huge swaths of the global landmass. So even if you're going to buy the appeals that Teriyak will try to say, that's like, but listen, aren't you guys based? Aren't you Orthodox? It's not going to be this Orthodox stream that he's talking about. In fact, what you're likely to see is it'll be a war of war. It'll be people pushing back that are turning to right-wing ideas now, and they're going to push back because they will then defend the globalist out of desperation to stop the invasion of Russia. And it's going to be a terrible situation where the United States is no longer going to be the unique world superpower and would make war more likely. In addition, though I'll admit that I know very little of this, I'll be able to sort of point to some of the things I quickly looked at. Who is the leader of the Orthodox Church right now? Well, it is true that Orthodox Church doesn't have someone like the Pope, right? But they do have what they call first among leaders. And I apologize, I'm not trying to butcher or blaspheme the faith. However, you've seen people that are credible within the Orthodox Church, such as Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew I, who has denounced the invasion of Ukraine and said Kirill's stance damages Orthodoxy's prestige. Yes, that's true. There are people within the Orthodox Church itself that say that Russia just invading Ukraine and then claiming that it's sort of a holy mission bastardizes the idea of Orthodoxy in the first place. I wonder what they would think if all of a sudden they went beyond the borders of Ukraine and started to then go to all of Europe as we see it. So there would be a division within the Orthodox Church, and many of them that would say, actually, Teriyak, you're pushing for something that's heretical to the idea of orthodoxy in the first place. Now, I'll admit this isn't my cup of tea, and it's not the strongest argument that I'll go through here, but when you're suggesting that countries, through military conquest, take over huge portions of the world, and then claiming it's for some sort of religious ideal, perhaps you should check yourself. We should not so flippantly suggest that great powers go to war with each other, given the consequences that we're likely to see. The last thing that I'll say about this is, I'm all right entertaining this as a hypothetical, but we understand the practicality of this is nonsensical. He might as well say aliens should invade and take over the EU, and we would have a discussion on that. There is no scenario right now that there would be any sort of acceptance or ability for the Russian military to completely take over the European Union. It would not happen. In fact, what would be likely to happen would be Europe would turn to the United States and give them any sort of deal that they wanted in order to push back against Russia to ensure that this doesn't happen. The Trump administration would certainly not allow Russia to take over all of these assets in Europe. In fact, we can see Trump right now is pushing to get Greenland. And if there was any country that was going to push to get more territory, it would certainly be that of the United States, not Russia. This would lead to conflicts that would occur, and it would lead to Russia understanding that they don't have the military might to do this. In fact, whatever you think of the Russia-Ukraine war, the truth is, even the people that are most favorable to Russia would have to admit, things did not go as swimmingly as Russia intended. Russia didn't just quickly come in and take out Ukraine in a couple of short weeks. It's a conflict that's ongoing, and it's more difficult than most people expected. And although I do think that people in the West are underselling Russia's advances and how well they're doing, completely taking over Europe and then, importantly, continuing to be able to occupy and have leadership is a completely different ballgame. There is no way that in a practical sense they would be able to take over the insurgents that would rise up in these countries. They would spread themselves so thin, have so many enemies around the world, find themselves with almost no allies that it would be impossible. So even if Teriyak got his dream here and Russia would magically be able to take over the EU in this hypothetical, they would not be able to control it. And all it would do would be balkanize the idea of globalism and projects like NATO, which I think are hugely damaging both in the West and in specifically the United States. I don't particularly like the alliance of NATO. I don't particularly like all of the crazy things that the EU is doing. But better to leave their countries organically shift away from the EU and have right-wing populism than encourage the importance of those missions by having Russia invade and then promptly lose control of the areas, as Teriyak suggested.
You guys didn't hear that sound, did you?
No, I just saw the timer.
My thing just did an alarm for the timer in my ear, and I'm like, holy shit. I hope that's not playing on stream. All right, everyone, thank you for those opening statements from both of you. Just quick reminder, everyone in the chat, make sure you guys sub up to both people here tonight, all right? Because they're going to give you some great entertainment tonight. What we're going to do here is we are going to move into the open floor. Like I said, I'm not going to have a clock here for this. We're aiming for an hour, and if the debaters both want to go a little longer, I figured that's a good way to do it. and then when they're ready, we'll move into opening or closing. Sorry, and if both are up for it, we'll do Q&A as well from the super chats. So with that being said, whoever wants to start up the open floor, you can jump right in, and I'm gonna let you guys handle it. I'll only be here if it gets too crazy. I'll rein it back in. Go ahead.
Yeah, so again, Rob, thank you so much. Like, it played beautifully into exactly what I was going to say. I don't really need to justify the whole, like, the fact that Russia would actually then rival America, and that's not a good thing. So, like, basically the whole America first or America only argument, that has to go out the window, because you can't let Russia, remember, like we're like the damsel in distress. This is what I'm saying. Because, like I said, it's a necessity that America would have to intervene. But and like I said, the prompt is should, not will. So in terms of even if I got this hypothetical and stuff, I can even say in terms of like geopolitical events, that's the reason why Trump's going after Canada and Greenland. Why he went after Venezuela, because Putin was using Venezuela to get around the sanctions. And then when you look at what's going on in Iran right now, basically you have because what country's north of Canada and Russia, Canada and Greenland? It's Russia. What country is north of Iran? Russia. What country is east of Ukraine? Russia. So when you look at the surroundings of the geopolitical moves, especially recently, these have all been moves to try and contain Russia.
Well, I
because
agree.
The one thing America can't let happen is for Russia to take over the EU. But I would argue it is a lot easier, quicker, and simpler, because, like I said, in terms of the average European who actually wants to hold conservative traditional value, inaction.
What? So
and then sorry, I need to address. Go ahead.
Okay, so two things. One, I don't buy your framing here. Of course, you're right. We're arguing in the hypothetical, should Russia do this? But we have to maintain sort of the realm of sort of rationality of what would happen as a consequence of that. For example, the prompt doesn't say Russia should take over the EU and then be immune from attacks for the next 50 years. We would look and say, okay, if this occurs and Russia would invade in a short period of time and take over the EU, what would that look like? And it certainly would lead to a great power conflict between Russia and the United States, which I think would be poor. It would also mean that Russia would have zero chance, as a practical matter, of maintaining control over those regions, and there would be uprisings within the region. This would also strengthen the need for alliances like NATO and strengthen the actual importance of the EU coming together collectively in the first place, which I think would be detrimental to the individual countries in the EU by basically making the EU stronger. Sure, Russia takes over today, given your hypothetical, and within weeks they show that they cannot hold control, and all of a sudden you've now just given a mandate for alliances like NATO to continue in perpetuity. If you really are, if your argument's going to be something to this effect, well, I think Russia should invade and take over the EU, which would prompt the United States to fight back, which would then cause the United States to take over the EU. Then let's cut out the middleman and say that a better prompt would be the United States should take over the EU. Why have the middle ground of Russia doing this hypothetical invasion in the first place?
Because plenty of Americans are like, America first. We're done doing this whole babysitting everybody else kind of shit. And like I said, in terms of the conflict, the solution that America will come to is, fuck it, we just go back to each individual country, and America would prefer that as well in terms of the deals they'd be able to make, because then they can negotiate separately with each individual country rather than collectively with the European Union. But to address this whole thing of like, better to let the EU dissolve, the way Macron and all these goofy motherfuckers in Brussels are acting, because I'll ask you this, Rob. Trump wants the war in Ukraine to end. Putin wants the war in Ukraine to end. It's only the European Union that's keeping this war going. And the reason why I bring up Orthodox Christians is to bring up to highlight the fact that it's like, there is fuck all cultural difference. It might be a bit of a cultural difference between me and a Russian. I know I spoke a bit of Russian and all that kind of shit, but in terms of Ukrainian, they're basically brothers. And because of these EU bureaucrats, they have lost the fucking plot. The fact that we're talking about giving children testosterone when we won't let bodybuilders take it is fucked in the head. And now, like I said, this whole Ukrainian conflict, they're literally throwing innocent lives into a meat grinder. And this is why Russia said, forgive them, Lord. They don't know what they're doing.
I can concede all of this, and your prompt's still a bad idea. So again, let's play this out. Europeans are facilitating this war ongoing, and basically Russia wants to pull back. Okay, let's concede that argument. You completely flipped the script by showing the Europeans that their fears were constantly justified, because Russia not only continues the war in Ukraine, but then invades the entirety of Europe. And so thereby justifying the mission. Now, Russia wouldn't be able to hold this. And also in your hypothetical, for whatever reason, it's so hard to imagine this because the United States would have to stand back and allow this to occur. They would have to watch this occur over a period of months, we'll say in a best case scenario, and say, we're not going to intervene or help whatsoever. The net result of this would be that Europe would, one, is a best case scenario, would be ruled by Russia, which as a practical matter would not have the resources to be able to do it. But let's say they did, they would be ruled by Russia, and it still wouldn't solve many of the problems of a loss of individual sovereignty of the individual members. You yourself as an Irishman, would you be happy to not have any say in how your country was governed and have it be all decided in Moscow? I don't think you would. You're trading one leader for another.
Better Moscow than Brussels.
Perhaps you think that, but all you're going to do is make something like Brussels more inevitable. Meanwhile, what we'll see is then it challenges the one voice in the wilderness we have, which is sort of populist that we see in the United States, that at best case scenario look like the most feckless, weak country in the world as they stood back and watched Europe be overran by a country in Russia that's already stretched their military thin in Ukraine. I mean, it would be nonsensical.
The presupposition here is that Russia is the evil one, right? But if Russia was the evil one, why do we have 99 red balloons?
Russia would be the evil one in your scenario, and that they're attacking in an almost unprovoked way and totally controlling the entirety of Europe.
The song 99 Red Balloons is talking about an event where Russia got the false flag and they had perfect
miscount. The idea is miscount.
As the CIA. Exactly. So when we're talking about like Russia being the quote unquote evil one, there's plenty of shit that America has done that's quote unquote evil as well.
May be true. So, it's irrelevant to my argument.
One sec, Rob. To address your point, is like, oh, you might as well say America should take over. If America was to try and take over now, the Europeans would see the Americans as a tyrant trying to take over. Whereas if Russia takes over the EU, then you have your whole script play out where Russia evil, bad, and all this kind of shit, and then America comes in as the savior.
No, it's so your argument would be that eventually the United States would control the EU.
It would be better.
That's your argument? Your scenario. No, I need to.
No. My argument is that America shatters it into a million fucking pieces, and nothing like that ever resembles again.
Why? Why would the European Union accept that? They've just been given the best example ever that their great ally, the United States, stood back and allowed Russia to invade them and totally wipe them out. This would lead to a stronger international order in Europe, as they would say, never again. We're going to form military alliances and a European Union stronger than ever before to make sure that we can't be overtaken by a hostile power as another great world power sits back and allows it to occur. There is zero chance that this scenario wouldn't end up in the people of Europe, even so many of those that are populist and against Brussels, clamoring for a Brussels-like situation because they would say we are too weak to exist on our own. These world superpowers could invade us anytime they want, so it's time for us to collectivize. That's exactly what would happen.
Yeah, but when you look at characters, one second. When you look at characters like Tommy Robinson in the UK. Like, his crime was he was speaking truth, and he was locked up by the government. Like, when you want to talk about tyrannical governments that need to be dealt with, like, that's what I keep saying to Putin. He's talking about the elites. The elites are the problem in Europe. It's the likes of Macron, the likes of Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson is the one that cancelled. There was a deal on the table. In Ukraine, Zelensky was willing to sign it, and Boris Johnson came over and made sure the deal did not happen.
I don't
in terms of like who's the real who needs to be destroyed, the EU needs to be destroyed.
This is irrelevant.
The whole infrastructure.
This is irrelevant. You saying that you think the EU is bad. I concede it. I don't like the EU for a litany of reasons. I went even further than that's not justifying that Russia should invade and take over the European Union. At best, we should say dissolve. We want to push ultimately for the dissolution of the European Union. Hopefully, to give more sovereignty to these people in these individual countries. And our hope, I think, would both be to have more right-wing governments come about that would end woke shit like the testosterone, all the shit you're talking about, right? That would be what we would ideally want, correct?
In an ideal world, that where we could all get along, sing kumbaya, 100%.
But your project here, your hypothetical topic here, makes that less likely to occur. Because what happens is you've just provided the incentive for people to give up their sovereignty for safety. And right now, the only game in town and the game that would win would be, you have no way that if this happened at a rapid pace and then the United States came in and saved face and kicked Russia back out, which you're admitting would happen, that they wouldn't just go to the same globalist leaders that they already have. It's not going to magically be replaced with different people in Brussels and Europe. They're going to say, see, this is why NATO was so important. This is why we need these left-wing globalist projects. We need to come together as a globe to stop countries like Russia. And all the high ground that people like you and even people like me would have to talk about the evils of the European Union would be quickly dispensed. It turns out Russia was the villain that they said all the time. Everything that the European Union has said about these international conflicts and the need for NATO and the European Union will be 100% vindicated. And many populists that have been against it, and we can see, as we'll get to in a moment, that there are right-wing populists rising in Europe, they're going to be crushed. They're going to say, see, your non-interventionist policies and your nation-first policies are exactly the type of attitude that led to Russia being able to take over the European Union. That means that the best course of action right now would be the status quo. You're going to actually make Brussels stronger through this. And that's not even getting into the risk of global nuclear war, which is a very likely risk, which outweighs any possible benefit that you're talking about here. Because if we have one of the world's greatest nuclear superpowers taking over all of Europe, that is World War III. And that has the next world war, would you acknowledge this? If there is a complete total hot war between the United States and Russia, it's likely to go nuclear.
100%. But what also is also likely to go nuclear is in 40 years' time when Britain becomes majority Muslim. And you have Islamists that have control over nukes anyway.
So your argument,
like I said, in terms of, yes, we need to get this shit done now rather than, and like I said, at least half of the European population would not fight this war.
Okay.
Because they would align themselves culturally more so with Russia rather than the actual like European Union.
I don't think that's the case. I think that, as you'd see in Afghanistan, these are the same sort of arguments. People said, if we came in, many of the Afghan people that are furious that the Taliban would take our side. The problem is nations tend to rally around the flag when outside invaders come. For example, it's the perspective of the United States. Let's say that Kamala Harris would have won. I despise Kamala Harris. And let's say she starts to institute a bunch of woke bullshit. Okay, I would be against that. But would I advocate, well, I hope China invades us militaristically and takes over the country? Of course not. As soon as China invaded, you'd see a bunch of rednecks like me that exercise our Second Amendment rights that are furious that a Kamala Harris regime would say, we're picking up our Second Amendment rights to fight back against these fucking invaders. That's what we would do.
Yeah.
And so I don't think it would be as simple. But more to the point, and I think this is important, you've already conceded that any hot war between the United States and Russia is going to go nuclear. And so now the only question I have for you is, are you willing to
potentially?
Are you willing to concede that if Russia immediately at this point, based on your prompt, took over the European Union, that it would in fact lead to a hot war with the United States?
Well, that depends on America because Russia's got 99 red balloons.
I don't understand the reference. I know what you're talking about with the idea of
Yes.
miscount. Do you think there's even a chance? Do you think
when
there's even
every
a
single
chance that
signal
Trump
was
wouldn't go to war?
indicating that Russia was being attacked, Russia did not launch the nuke.
But
So when
you're
it comes to launching the nukes, Russia has the maturity. Russia has the history in terms of your country. It's America who's the new kid in town. So in terms of like this whole nuclear war, it will be you who would be launching the nukes, not
Okay.
Russia.
Do you think that would happen?
There's always a potentiality.
What percent would you put it that? If Russia completely takes over Europe, launches a war of
That's
aggression,
the impossible question.
It's
That's
not
an impossible
impossible.
question.
This
Rob.
is what people
What
do.
percentage would you put in
Right, give me you don't have
Russia
to,
launching nuclears?
Let me rephrase. Give me a general idea of how likely you think it would be that there would be a nuclear exchange given the scenario that you've outlined. I would put it at over 50%.
One sec. Depending on what the information would be in terms of on the inside, because like I said, Trump wants to end the war in Ukraine. So does Putin, but it's the EU that doesn't. So there's only one problem. And like in terms of like just saying, listen, my back was turned. I was dealing with stuff down in South America and all this kind of shit happened. Do you know what I mean? Because when you look at like the governments that are in place across the European Union are basically just puppet governments for the EU.
You said
Like
that there
in
was
terms of the presidential,
Listen.
one second, in terms of the presidential election, there were candidates that they have to get nominated. and the TDs just did not nominate them, even though they still had a nomination left.
I asked you, I said, if there's a hot war between the United States and Russia, would there be a nuclear exchange? You're like, oh, 100%. Right? Now I said, do you think there would be that's
I
fine.
said it's a possibility.
If you want to backtrack,
100%
that's
possibility.
fine.
This is a risky strategy.
100% possibility. Okay. I guess everything's 100% possibility. Nonetheless, like the point
if I did say 100% that would happen, then that was a.
Let me rephrase.
I would like to
let me go somewhere else with this, right? Like the problem is you're saying things that many reasonable people would agree with, and I agree with a lot of this. You're talking about how much you dislike Brussels and the European Union. Okay, cool. You're talking about how they're facilitating the continuation of the war in Ukraine. I assume you think the war in Ukraine is a disaster for both the Ukrainian people and the Russian people. Fair?
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. Look, I'm America first all the way, but I don't want to see people die needlessly in war. And I've advocated against funding for the United States perspective of the Ukrainian war and thought we should sue for peace a long time ago. So I think we're probably on the same page there. The problem is you give away all of that moral high ground because what you can't do is keep what you perceive as Russia as having a moral high ground in the status quo and then have the hypothetical, therefore Russia should invade all of Europe, but they still get to keep the moral high ground. They do not. They do not. This idea you have of like, 99 red balloons, Russia would never miscalc, and it would be the United States that launched nukes. You are literally, there is zero chance that this wouldn't result in World War III. And I think that if you were an honest broker, you would have to admit that World War III, even without nuclear war, is devastating. We're talking about millions upon millions of people dying. We're talking about the Ukraine-Russia conflict times 100. And there's a solid chance, a non-insignificant chance of global nuclear annihilation. What you have to admit that those are real possibilities.
So if you're telling me that, like, let's say Putin could get like the right timing and everything, all this kind of stuff aligned, and they could basically do they could fly in a helicopter and capture Keir Starmer and then bring him to Moscow. You're saying that would be World War III.
Repeat. I'm sorry, you cut out just a little for me. If they captured Keir Starmer and took him to Moscow, that would lead to World War III.
Took him to Moscow, would that be World War III?
Yes. If they no, presumably. Let me.
So how can Israel to do that in Venezuela?
Let me get some clarification. When you say Russia should take over the EU, you don't just mean that they kidnap some leaders like the United States did to Maduro and say now we're in charge. There would have to be a presence because the people of the European Union are not going to take this. They're not going to sit back and just leave Russia. It's not like it's that your scenario would play out like this. Russia just says, by the way, we're in charge of the European Union now. And the leaders of the European Union go, shucks, I guess you're right. It's going to require military intervention. It's going to require conquest. It's going to require boots on the ground from Russia's military, literally taking over the militaries of the European Union countries. Correct? That's the only way that your hypothetical is possible.
Well, in terms of like a show of dominance, like everybody, when they seen that footage of Venezuela, were like, fuck that. And America base said, well, I guess Marco Rubio just owns the place now. He's just running the place, and we need to start focusing on Canada and Greenland now. You know what I mean? But like the amount of shit that you're saying, that would never happen. It's an argument from incongruity. You're saying it's impossible to imagine, ergo it can't happen.
No, what we're saying is
it's a should.
That's not what we're saying, right? You would acknowledge this. It's okay to talk about hypotheticals, like this should happen. We agree with that. Yeah. Oftentimes we talk about things that should happen that as a practical matter would be nigh on impossible, correct?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay, so what we should do is, when referencing whether or not should something happen, is we accept the world that would most likely be necessary for that should to occur. For example, when I did policy debate in college, we asked these should questions all the time. That was every debate. So should the United States, for example, give all the land back to the Native Americans? Now, what do you think the chances are that the United States would ever do that?
Slim to none.
Right. So, but still, we could argue the hypothetical. So the best way to proceed would say, okay, what is the likely scenario that would have to occur for this hypothetical to occur? That's all I'm doing here. It's not an argument from incongruence. What I'm saying is, for your prompt to come through, there would have to be predictable things that happened. Your prompt doesn't say, the people of the all the leaders of Brussels should tomorrow bow down and say, Putin, we voluntarily hand all of our land over to you. That's not the prompt. The prompt is Russia should take over. The only way that that would be possible would be through military conquest. That war alone, the European-Russian war, would be devastating. It would be Ukraine times 10, right? And you saying, no, it would just be a show of force. No, the United States taking out Maduro in a raid is completely different than an already strained Russian military that's struggling just with Ukraine, taking over multiple nuclear superpowers through conquest. That scenario is going to lead to millions dead. And that's before we lead to a scenario. The most likely outcome of that is the United States gets involved and we find ourselves in World War III. Your scenario, the best case scenario that I could come up with for your prompt would at a minimum be hundreds of millions of people dead. I think that's despicable.
Again, like that's your kind of like ideal scenario. But like I said, at least half the European population are that conservative like base in terms of like Christianity, all this kind of thing. I mean, traditional values, like trying to actually conserve like their actual nation. Whereas the other half is they hate themselves. They hate the West. They hate what their country stands for. They ain't going to fight no war either. So in terms of where are you going to find the manpower to fight back against Russia? This is one of the questions that you're not addressing in this hypothetical, where it's like Europe would basically have to stand down. And it's basically up to America to intervene. And as Trump has already been acting with the whole Greenland thing, he's like, I don't give a fuck if we pull out of NATO. You don't have a basically any protection. Like the European Union don't have a proper standing army.
All right. Let's do this. First, I'll get to your hypothetical here in a second that half the people would welcome Russia. But let's start with this. Even if we would accept that, which I do not accept, as I'll get to in a moment, it would still lead to the United States going to war with Russia. Would you agree with that?
Define, like I said, like define in terms of war.
Like actual troops shooting each other. Actual war. The United States would invade the now Russia that is Europe. They would say, no, we refuse to allow this to happen. You agree that would happen?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, how many people do you anticipate? Do you think that Russia would roll over like you're claiming Europe would roll over?
No, I was just clarifying because in terms of like the nuclear discussions earlier on, it's saying like we're actually are talking about like an actual long scale thing. I would accept that war on the basis that the EU would be destroyed and America would come out the victor and as the hero to the European people.
So your best case scenario is a scenario that leads to Russia taking over Europe and Europe just rolling over, and then the United States and now Russia that owns literally the entirety of Europe basically and the current Russia, that they would go to war. That's your best case scenario. A hot war between two nuclear armed superpowers.
Well, as you said, like Russia wouldn't be able to hold it anyway. That's you already made that concession in terms of debate. So in terms of the hypothetical, like they wouldn't just automatically own Eurasia. It would be that actual fight for the struggle. But as you've seen the moves being played by Trump anyway, he's basically surrounding Russia.
But again,
when you look at Canada, and one sec, when you look at Canada and Greenland, and when you look at Iran, and you look at the fact that this has already been kickstarted by Ukraine, this is basically the United States surrounding Russia anyway. So in terms of this conflict, this hot war, it is coming anyway.
Okay, do you think why would Russia take over the EU in your hypothetical?
Because of the policies in play. When you look at like Orthodox Christianity, it's like the most conservative form of Christianity.
Now, do you think that Russia?
So when you look at the policies, when you look at the policies that would be put in place, it would be a anti-trans, anti-pride parade.
Got it. So your argument is Russia would invade Europe in this scenario because they're basically tired of left-wing woke policies, cultural policies. Okay, so they would think it's very important to maintain that control, correct?
Yeah, sure.
And you would also know, Russia's not stupid. They know in this scenario that they're going to lose some amount of military, right? When they invade Europe. Even in a best case,
I'm not saying that Russia is going to be benevolent and like it's going to be low tax. I'm not saying that shit. It's going to be brutal.
But forget benevolency. They're going to be practical. They're not going to enter into a situation where they know that they're going to immediately lose. Correct?
Oh yeah.
So they're going to have a plan to defend the territory they've just conquered. Correct? Because they would know the scenario that we're outlining that the United States wouldn't put up with this. Correct? So what's their defense going to be? How would they be able to defend this newly conquered territory where they're going to be stretched so thin? They have to have some sort of plan. They're not just doing it for funsies. So what do you think their plan would be to defend that territory?
Same plan that America has for Canada, Greenland, Venezuela, South America.
Okay.
The same moves that America's making, you're saying like Russia's not allowed to make. And it's saying it's just going to go to nuclear war.
Again, you're discussing like a morality. I'm not discussing morality. I'm discussing
we're giving real life events. What I'm dealing with, Rob, is this whole thing. If this is an impossibility, this will never happen. This would be World War III. This is all like bullshit, essentially.
It's
because,
not
like,
bullshit.
like America, America is essentially doing the same thing with Canada, Greenland, and,
No,
and
they're
South
not.
America.
The United States has not invaded Canada with
Who-
their military,
who's running
deposed their
Venezuela?
leaders, and declared that it's.
Who's running Venezuela?
Let me give you a reality check. Removing Maduro, right, and then being there while someone favorable to the United States be put into power is different than invading 13 nuclear-armed powers and maintaining control of half of the world through your military. Removing Maduro in an hour raid is completely different than the scenario. And then you lump in places like Canada and a bunch of. I'm sorry, I missed the news report where the United States used their military to invade Canada, declared war on Canada, deposed their leaders, then occupied troops there to take over the country of Canada. Can you show me when that occurred? I missed that.
The reason why I bring that up is that, like, this whole thing of how would Putin take the European Union? It could be the same way Trump is currently taking
It's not
Canada,
possible.
Greenland, South America.
It's not possible that it would play. So your argument is it could literally just be that Putin's like, we'll just send special ops to kidnap Keir Starmer, and now all of a sudden the United Kingdom has fallen. We don't have to put troops there or anything. That simple. Russia's going to be able to take over Europe in the matter of hours by just kidnapping key figures.
Yeah, it could be, or it could look like Venezuela, or it could look like Iran, where you collapse the economy and you pull the rug out.
The point I'm going to get to with this, I mean, it's just nonsensical. It's nonsensical.
What is Trump doing right now?
Again, Trump.
With Greenland.
It's Trump. Do you think Trump would enjoy?
The critique goes both ways,
It
Rob.
does not go both ways, right? The problem is you're talking about things that are nowhere near analogous. Trying to purchase Greenland and throwing around your economic might to allies is differently than taking over like 16 countries, many of which have nuclear weapons, and completely taking them over and owning it and having them be part of your country. It is a completely different scenario. The point I want to make is this, since you're like stretching against this, is the most likely.
I'm not stretching at all.
The most likely scenario would be if Russia is able to accomplish this, they wouldn't do so knowing immediately they would have to retreat. And if they don't have the military capabilities in order to defend in a conventional war against the United States, and if they felt this mission was so necessary to fight wokeness that they decided to invade, they would defend themselves with nuclear weapons. That's what they would do. They're not just going to run home with their tail between their legs.
Mm-hmm. So, like, what I'm trying to point out to you, Rob, is that like fundamentally, when you look at like states like Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, do you think they're going to side with the Russians? Do you think they're going to side with this bullshit EU policies?
I think that it's not as clear cut as you would say. I think there are certainly
Romania,
many people,
Bulgaria, Hungary.
Yes,
Hungary's literally like out in the open pro thing. When you look at like, all these right wing leaders, they're saying we want to get along with Russia. We want to have like half a federation with Russia. That's what they're saying.
Your argument is Orban right now would say, "I hope Putin deposes me and takes over my country." That's preferable than me being the leader of my country but being part of the EU right now. That's your argument?
Oh my God. Like it's a fundamental misunderstanding in terms of the way the EU is run right now.
No, it's not a misunderstanding. Orban is the leader of Hungary, right? Right winger, correct?
Yeah.
He's very critical of EU policies. Your argument is that he would welcome the invading Russian military to depose him. Then why doesn't he do it?
Because he's an ally. What I'm saying is all these countries, Russia recognized that all these countries are allies to Russia. They are like former like Soviet Union states.
There is
so like, why would you attack your own people?
I know that Orban wouldn't welcome the military invasion of Russia to Hungary. You want to know how I know that? Because if that was true, Orban would have submitted and declared an allegiance to Russia and became part of Russia, but he chose not to.
Already an ally.
An ally is different than taking over. A country invading and taking over, which is your prompt.
Yes, I'm not saying taking over Hungary. I'm saying the European Union, that establishment. He needs to take over that establishment.
But that would mean that that Orban would be under the rule of Vladimir Putin.
The whole European Union.
Yes, including
this whole
Orban
bureaucratic
and Hungary.
Bullshit that they have to answer to Putin. Yes.
Yes, they're not going to accept that. You know how I know
So one sec. States like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, like Slovakia, all these states that like have Russian at least as a second language. You're telling me that no, like they'd be completely against this.
Yes.
Okay. Same way that like when one sec, Rob, one sec. I just want you to remind you like the same way the Democrats are saying, oh, like all the Venezuelans are against Trump taking Maduro, and then you see the footage and they're all cheering it on.
Different scenario whatsoever. What you're talking about is countries that are first world or second world countries completely bowing down to a foreign country's military leadership telling them what their laws need to be. You identify problems with Brussels and people like Orban that speak up against some of the problems with Brussels. At the same time, you say, let's replace that with someone who would have even more authority to be able to make decisions in these countries. They wouldn't accept it. Again, my alternative would be better to dissolve the EU. Your alternative is you talk about problems of national sovereignty and how these individual countries don't like being under the thumb of Brussels, and then say, so let's replace the leaders in Brussels with Vladimir Putin. No, they wouldn't accept it. Just like the United States, in the hypothetical I gave, which you can't answer for, may despise leadership of someone like Kamala Harris if she'd have been president, but there's no way that these people would have welcomed China coming in militaristically and then taking over.
Okay.
And then making decisions in our. Do you believe
Rob,
that?
do
Can you
coups
answer that
happen?
question and then we can move? Will you acknowledge?
Do coups happen? Do
Which-
civil wars happen?
Yes.
Yeah. So there can be internal conflict in the country, and
Sure.
just because there's an outside invading force doesn't mean that there's not people on the inside who want to rebel against the system anyway.
Okay, sure. Would you say that's true in the United States?
Not necessarily in terms of the United States, but even Irish history, like the likes of the French and the Germans and stuff, provided arms and stuff for the Irish when they were rebelling against the English.
The point
So,
I'm
like,
trying
this
to
whole
make
thing
is
of like
you
accepting
take
help.
you take a scenario that's true,
Mhm.
but it's not analogous to what we're talking
No,
about. Yes,
what
as a
you're
matter of
saying, Rob,
course-
is that there's no way this can happen, that like the country will always band together. When I'm listing off countries that were
No.
former Soviet Union countries, and you're saying there's no way they'll accept Russian rule when they literally give all their points to Russia in the fucking Eurovision.
No,
Like, there's that much love for Russia.
You are making a point. Yes, it is true that in any given country, or as a general rule of thumb, there are civil wars that exist. Imagine this. I would say, will you acknowledge that a nuclear weapon's been deployed? And you're like, of course I'd acknowledge that.
Yeah.
Then you concede that this would be the end of the world. You would say, wait a minute.
No,
what does
well,
this
I'm
one
dismissing
imminent
your
Let me
claim,
finish.
Rob.
Let me finish.
Mm-hmm.
What does this one imminent truth that, well, there have been civil wars and there have
Mm-hmm.
been coups. We're talking right now about the fact that saying that if you took a military invasion of Europe, of the European Union, that yes, almost all of the countries would dramatically oppose that.
No.
Do you think the United Kingdom, the people of the United Kingdom, would welcome being invaded by Russia and Putin being their new leader, which they have no democratic efforts to change their own policies? Do you think they would?
Not the UK, but Estonia, Latvia.
Okay, but you're not
Lithuania,
saying.
Romania,
I
Bulgaria.
notice your prompt
They would
wasn't.
welcome it.
I notice your prompt wasn't Estonia, Latvia. It was the entirety of the EU.
It was the entirety EU, yes.
Right. Okay, so let's go through the countries one by one, and you tell me. Let's get a list of the European countries. You tell me how many countries would welcome the military invasion by Russia. Let's see. I'll just bring
And
up a list.
like I was saying, Rob, it doesn't necessarily have to
Okay.
be a military invasion. One
Here
sec,
we go.
I want to deal with one sec, Rob. I want to deal with two claims that you made, right? This whole thing of like that, there's no way this can happen. The reason why I brought up civil war and internal conflict in a country is this whole like idea that you have that like these countries all of a sudden just become nationalists all of a sudden. And like I said, when you're bringing up the UK, that's one thing. UK, France, and maybe Germany, because depending on what way you view Germany, like in terms of the like it's basically France and the UK that's causing all this conflict. Because when you look at the vast majority of the EU countries, they would actually be more in favor with Russia's policies than the current EU policies.
It
So,
would not
like I
matter.
said, the
First
same
off-
way, the same way Trump is doing the same thing in Canada and Greenland, where it doesn't have to be
not-
military. This is with your second claim. This whole thing is it has to be military. It does not necessarily have to be, because like I said, when you list off these countries, these are all former Soviet states.
Again, this is nonsensical. We agree that if we're going to take a impossible to occur hypothetical, like your prompt, that we should envision that it would happen in the most likely scenario. And the way that it would happen would have to be military conquest. It is a pipe dream and laughable that you're like, Russia's just going to declare, we rule the EU now, and all these European countries go, okay, I guess. That's not happening. It's not going to happen. Let's go through the list of the
I
countries.
will,
real
I
quick.
will give you
Let's
props,
go-
Rob. I just want to give you props, like real quick. Like that is nice that you keep going back to it's impossible, all this kind of stuff. But go ahead, go with your
It's
question.
not that I'm saying it's impossible. I'm saying, like, okay, I'll say this. I'll counter proposal. My counter proposal is everyone never sin again. Which one's preferable? That Russia should take over the EU or all sin is eliminated in the world? Which one's preferable?
Wait, actually, philosophically speaking, I'd say Russia taking over the EU.
I disagree. I think that all sin should be eliminated and we should all become Eastern Orthodox.
How without sin, how can you have virtue?
Doesn't matter.
If there's no choice, then it's not
Are you
actual
Christian?
virtue.
Are you Christian?
No.
Oh, you're not. You're advocating for the Eastern Orthodox takeover of the European Union. You're not even Christian.
Mm-hmm. Because
My
I know
faith
the
would be
audience.
such that
It's
my
not. This
virtue
is not just
doesn't-
me and you, Rob. There's chat sitting out there as well.
My virtue doesn't need to be challenged. I'm not saying that sin wouldn't be possible. I'm saying that we all decide to be Christ-like and stop sinning. The potentiality for sin would still exist. We just choose to face back against it. Now, how would that not be preferable?
Yeah,
no more murder,
I
no
can
more
grant that.
abortion.
Let's go down
no
the path.
more...
I can grant that. I can grant that.
So
yeah,
that
go
would be
ahead.
more preferable, correct?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay, then I win the debate
How'd you win the debate?
because my prompt's more apt than yours. It leads to a better situation.
No, like that's fair enough. What I'm combating is you're saying it's impossible.
No, what I'm
And I'm
saying
saying
is
it's quite likely.
no. What I'm saying
When you
is
add things
that
up,
if
the
we
only
take-
people that are against Russia are France and the UK,
If
and they're
we-
backed up by Canada and Australia.
If we take your prompt, we must look at were these hypotheticals that aren't likely to occur. What would the scenario be necessary to make those scenarios to occur? It is not in the realm of possibility, nor did you say this in your prompt, that Russia will simply declare, we now rule the EU, and the people of the EU go, okay. Instead, it would require military intervention, right? And you're like, yeah, but there's some countries that would welcome a change of leadership and would give
No.
up their national sovereignty and say, we accept that now Putin is our ruler. I don't believe that for any country. So what we're going to do is go through the countries in the European Union and you
There you
tell
go.
me what country you think is going to voluntarily acquiesce to Putin saying, I now rule your country.
Yeah, so Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Bulgaria.
We'll go one by one through them. We could be fast about it. Austria?
Yeah.
You think Austria?
No, not
would-
Austria.
Okay, Austria.
Estonia.
Austria wouldn't Belgium?
Oh no, sorry. In terms of Austria would be a tough one because Austria and Hungary, they're close related in terms of culture. Would be a close one.
Okay, so you want to put Austria in?
Yeah.
The government of Austria, if Putin
Mhm.
says, "I now rule your country," says yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just by
No,
the
no,
way,
one sec.
just so you're listening in the audience, do you hear this bullshit? Do you hear this?
No,
But
no.
okay,
What
let's put it in the
yeah,
tally.
bro. Yeah, like we can do the one by one, but like what I'm saying is that I can list off like plenty of EU countries that would side with Russia.
They
That's-
wouldn't.
that's
Then
number
why
one.
aren't they? Then why aren't they? Why aren't they leaving the EU and saying we side with Russia? Why aren't
Because
they?
that takes time. What I'm trying to point out is that the EU itself. One sec, Rob. This is what you need to deal with. Why the fuck would an Estonian sign up to the European army when all they're really fighting for there is France and the UK? Why would they give their life against the Russian?
Why
who
would they
they're
give their
more
life? Why would they give their
they're
life
more
for the
culturally-
Russians against America?
One sec. They're more culturally related to Russia than they would be with the UK.
Okay, so then they would
You know what
sign
I
up
mean?
to fight
So-
a war against America, who would fight Russia, as you've already said, once this occurs.
Mhm.
So the Estonians would voluntarily sign up to
No,
fight on the
what
behalf
I'm
of
trying to-
Russia against Americans.
What I'm trying to get to is this would be a gradual process.
How would
Like,
it be?
Russia could start swallowing up countries like Estonia, Latvia, all this kind of shit. And
It's
like I
not
said,
going-
Rob,
It
yeah, like
would,
you're saying that like this won't work, like Russia won't be able to
You
contain
are-
control. And it's like I
you-
said, in terms
you
of like
are-
my dynamic,
you are completely delusional. These countries will not voluntarily. I don't know why you don't just admit the truth. Yeah, it's going to require Russia invading. You're trying to have this absurd hypothetical like the people of these countries will rise up in revolt because they're all Russia-loving people and they're just going to take
No.
over their governments and say, "Here, Putin, now you rule us." It's not happening.
no. What I'm saying is that when this comes to be, Rob, because what you're ignoring is my point earlier where I'm saying the only reason why the Ukrainian war is continuing is because of France and the UK.
Okay, let's
Because
accept
of
that.
those
I
two
accept that.
countries.
Okay, now how do we get to therefore Russia invades and
Yeah.
every country says we voluntarily give up to Russia? Go
So,
ahead,
yeah.
explain that link.
Yeah, so because you're the one who's saying this is impossible because there's no way the likes of Estonians, Latvians, Lithuanians and stuff are going to ask themselves, what are we giving our lives up for this war? Why would I go fight this war
So
when
instead
my
they
values
voluntarily-
align? One sec, Rob. When my values align more so with the Russians than this amalgamation apparently of the European Union, when it's realistically just like France and the UK that have the say.
Okay,
Like
why
Brussels
haven't they?
being the
Why haven't they
highest
left
spot.
the EU and sided with Russia?
Because anytime there's an anti-EU candidate, it's like the same thing with the US aid.
So your
How
argument is
they destabilize other nations
but
and they make sure like this
how does
happened
this
in
work?
Ireland.
I want you to tell me. Russia does something.
Yeah.
They're going to take over the
Okay.
EU. They do something, and they're like, we now take over Estonia.
Yeah.
What happened? They don't send troops. They don't send any conflict. They do nothing like that. They just say, we're going to take over Estonia, and the Estonia people say, yes, we like that. We like that. Now we're part of Russia, and our leaders, time to get out. We're actually pro-Russia.
So so like all these NGOs that like prop up candidates, all pro-European candidates. That's
Okay.
what happens across Europe.
I want you to explain. Yes, there are pro-EU candidates that NGOs put up. What does that have to do? I want you to give me the scenario. Let's limit it to
Like
Estonia.
you're saying, like you're basically saying we can vote ourselves out of this, and I'm pointing to the tyranny in the UK, the tyranny in France, the tyranny across all of the European Union, and you're saying no, like I'd rather we vote ourselves out of this. I'm saying no,
That is not
it's a
what
lot
I'm
easier
saying.
and straightforward if there's a conflict.
That's not what I'm saying. You're not following what I'm saying. What I'm saying right now for this point is this is going to be a conflict. It's going to be a conflict between Russia and European states. It's going to be a war, and it's going to be a conflict between Russia and the United States. Millions will die. Your argument's like, no, I think that Europe will completely roll over. Without military conquest, Russia will just declare, we run the EU, and that'll be how it happens. The EU will roll over. And you're like, and the reason I know this is because coups have existed, and civil wars have existed, and the people of Estonia would welcome Russian rulers. And so I'm like, okay, explain how this plays out. And you're like, well, there are NGOs that push globalist candidates. Okay, agree with that. Well,
No.
it's because, let me finish.
No.
Well, it's because of France that the war in Ukraine is continuing. Okay, what does that have anything to do with your claim that the people of Estonia would welcome Russia ruling over them? Show me the proof.
That was a complete straw man on position. The reason why I'm bringing up this whole like the NGOs propping up pro EU candidates, it means that like this whole thing of like just get out of the EU, like that's an almost near impossible thing to do when you have all these NGOs funneling all these pro EU candidates. So it's like in terms of like actual representation, like me as an Irish person, like,
Okay,
and
so
I
there's
know
enough
for a fact
international-
that there are
who
plenty of
funds-
Europeans
who
that are saying
funds the NGO?
if Brussels is going to rule us anyway,
Who
we'd
funds-
rather
who-
have someone who's more
Who
conservative
funds the
than some
NGOs?
than the
Who funds the NGOs?
private interests.
Oh, who? Who are the private interests?
Do you want me to start rattling off?
Yes,
How is this
I
relevant to
would
my
say-
point?
I would say
How is this
that-
relevant to my point, Rob?
I think because it's going to be powerful interests. In fact, you're wrong that the majority of these NGOs aren't just private interests. The majority of the money coming from them is from government sources, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what governments are funding these NGOs?
I like our own governments, like the like,
And yet they're just
how
going
is this
to
relevant?
they're going to sit back and say, "Oh, never mind. Russia declared that they win, so we've already spent billions in NGOs to make sure that these governments are on our side, but we're just going to let Russia roll in with no consequences whatsoever." That's your argument.
Yeah. So what's going to happen is that the conflict in Ukraine, like the dam is going to break, like that things, and then France and UK are going to like make up some bullshit reason of saying this is a noble war, we need to fight this war. And what I'm saying to you, Rob, is when it comes to the European Union, especially like the Europeans in general, like why would we fight this war?
It is not.
One sec. As a conservative European, why would you fight for EU when it's basically just Macron and Starmer that are leading the charge?
I'm not fighting for the EU in the same sense that if China invaded, and your question was, why would you fight for Kamala Harris? I wouldn't be fighting for Kamala Harris. I would be fighting for my homeland being invaded and taken over by a hostile foreign power. Just like so many people in Afghanistan weren't fighting for the Taliban, they were fighting against what they saw as an invasion from a hostile foreign power. Just like so many people that fought for Libya weren't fighting for Gaddafi, they were fighting against the invasion of what they saw as a hostile foreign power. That's the issue. Would you acknowledge, I want to go back to that scenario that you conveniently left out.
No, because your paint is like this.
Right.
You know that this is going to happen. You don't know this is going to
I
happen
know
because
that
look at
it's-
that Iran. One sec, when Israel bombed Iran, the Iranians cheered that on. So this whole thing of like, like all these people like love the tyranny of the EU is bullshit, Rob.
I don't know what to say other than that you're in a complete lack of reality. You're claiming, you keep like hedging to things that aren't remotely what I'm saying. I'm not saying that these people love the EU. I'm saying they would hate more being invaded by a hostile foreign power.
No.
They're not going to just say, oh, okay, we don't like Brussels, so come on in, Russia, you rule us now. That's not how it works.
Okay. Let me paint this picture. It's either the Islamists or it's Russia. Which are you
I
picking,
mean,
Rob?
my goodness.
Which are you picking? I picked your bullshit thing. You picked my shit.
Your question has no basis in the topic
Answer.
at hand.
Answer it. Islamists or Russia?
Your hypothetical of what group I think would be better to be ruled under isn't answering the practical implications of how this scenario would
I'm
play
asking
out.
you as a conservative, Rob. Which would you pick?
I would pick the Islamists, given that your scenario for Russia is nuclear annihilation in
Oh
World War III.
my
I would rather
God.
live and have London have
It's nuclear annihilation either way.
No,
it's nuclear.
not. No, it's not.
So
Your
if the
black
Islamists,
pill- the
one sec,
black
if
pill
the no,
accelerationist
one sec,
bullshit is nonsense.
one sec, Rob. So if the Islamists take over the UK, which already have nukes, you're telling me that's not nuclear war already?
Yes, I'm telling you that
Come
that's
the
not.
fuck! Oh my God!
I don't buy this accelerationist bullshit. I don't buy the black pill. Trust us, we're all dead in nuclear annihilation
I'm
in
not
50
black
years
pilling.
anyways, so let's just have a great World War III right now. No, I don't buy that. I think that when you are suggesting the intentional start of World War III, that's a fucking bad idea. And saying, trust me, bro,
Okay.
Islamists will take over London and
Okay.
launch nuclear weapons anyway, so
Okay.
we have to do it now. It's the same
what
neocon
I'm-
bullshit we've
yeah.
heard for years.
What I'm saying is the demographics does show that that's a fact that the UK will become a Muslim majority.
I don't
And when
give
you look
a
at the
shit.
one sec,
Then the
when
United
you look at the
States can
Muslims
invade and
in
take over, not
America, they
Russia.
are Islamists. And like I said, you're saying that all this stuff would quote unquote cause World War III. I would argue we're already in World War III because when you look at the geographical moves that America's currently making, it's none different than what I'm suggesting
Should
Russia does.
would you admit that the United States is going to fall to the same thing as London if status quo continues?
Sorry, what?
Would you admit
United
that the
States will
United
fall to
States will
London.
be in the same position as the United Kingdom maybe 30, 40 years down the road if trends continue with the invasion of Islamists?
No, it would take a lot longer than.
Okay,
than,
but
than
inevitably
America,
it's
because
gonna happen
One
without
sec,
a
a key distinction between America and Europe is that mainland Europe, 50%, on average, 50% of people are atheist. Where that's
Okay.
not the case in America.
So then you ignore the demographic shift in America. Need I bring
No,
up
what I'm saying- no,
need
what
I
I'm
bring
saying
up
is-
the
no,
collapse
what-
of
what I'm saying-
Christianity?
One sec. What I'm saying is it's a lot sooner and a lot worse in the likes of UK.
Sure,
in the likes of
sooner,
France.
worse, but we're talking inevitabilities. Inevitably, will the United States go this path?
If that comes to be, yeah. If things are to
Okay.
continue at current rates, yes.
So then Russia should invade the United States as well.
It's coming to that. Like I said, why is Trump talking about Canada and Greenland?
Don't demur. Don't deflect. Yes or no?
I'm not deflecting.
Given that you're saying that it is inevitable, the Islamists will rule the United States. You also think that Russia should invade the United States then, correct?
No, because the UK is going to happen first.
Okay, so they should invade the UK, take over the United
Yes.
Kingdom, and then invade the United States.
Mm-hmm. No, because like I said, you conceded America would be forced into action, and like I said, America would win that war and come out the victor. So it actually works
You
in
just
America's
said
benefit.
it
Because
doesn't
one
matter.
sec, Rob, one sec, because again, I'm making the case to the American audience. You guys, all you'd have to do would be stand down, let shit get bad, and then come in as the heroes.
What's that have
Just
to
like
do
in
with
World War
how
II,
would
baby.
that change the demographic shifts in the United States?
What
In
you
fact,
mean?
what's likely to happen under your scenario is we'd see a lot of refugees.
Oh, yeah, I can answer that. I can actually answer that.
Yeah.
We have a current birth rate crisis in all these Western countries, but also in Eastern countries as well. But there's one state that actually is like sticks out because it's basically a Western country, but it has 2.1 replacement rate. Do you know what state that is?
Like
That's Israel.
Okay.
Why does Israel have a 2.1? Because they don't have this feminist problem where like people have been basically.
So then Israel should take over
one
the
sec,
United States.
People have been basically kind of they've been lured into a false sense of security with the peace laws kind of shit. They take shit for granted.
So Jews should
start
take over
looking at
Israel.
one sec. They start seeing oppression in stuff that's not even oppression. They start saying that motherhood is oppression. You know, in Israel, the bitches can't start talking about like bullshit saying that
I
that's
mean, my
oppression
goodness.
because they look across the street and they see a woman in a burqa and then they understand exactly what oppression is. So the reason why Israel doesn't have a birth rate crisis is because they're constantly in war because they're constantly being attacked.
Okay, so just to see where we're going from this, yes, the United States
And the
is
birth
going
rate
to
things
yes,
across
the
Western
United
countries was the same
we
thing.
need
Rob.
to trigger. We
Let
need
him
World War II
answer.
birth rates went up.
Hold up, Teriyak. Let him answer.
So we need to start World War III because if we don't, we're all doomed anyways because of demographic shifts in Europe. Those demographic shifts in the United States are also inevitable, but for some reason we shouldn't cheer for Russia to invade the United States as well to prevent this because Israel has high birth rates. Did I get that right?
No, that was complete straw man.
No,
Yeah,
that's
complete
exactly what you
bastardization.
said. And so the idea, if it's true that the Jewish people have higher birth rates, would you cheer for Israel invading and taking over the United States? Should we all become Jewish?
No, the reason, again, this is a straw man. Let me explain. Don't interrupt. Okay, I gave you time. Okay, the reason why this is a straw man is I'm pointing out the birth rates of Israel to show that like a war is not necessarily a bad thing, and we should always run away from war and all this kind of shit. There are righteous wars.
Okay, so
wolves.
your argument is the reason the birth rates are high in
Crusades.
Israel is because of constant war.
Yes.
And therefore, the United States needs to be in perpetual war to increase our birth rates.
Life is constant.
So you are
necessary.
advocating as a positive World War III and constant war because that
No,
increases birth rates.
No. I'm not arguing that we should start World War III. What I'm saying is that World War III has already begun.
Okay, so then why aren't birth rates increasing in Europe if they're already in war?
Because we often it technically it has started, but it's not kind of like widespread.
So
at the moment.
you acknowledge
but when you look at
the birth rate
when you look
crisis.
at America,
Real quick. The idea of World War, just to be clear, the idea of World War is the world at war, and you say that means that birth rates will go up. So just to be clear, you're no longer worried about a birth rate crisis because seeing as how the world is already at war, that's about to shoot up. Correct?
No, what I'm saying is that when you look at the current geopolitical moves, because like I said, I don't know if you're intentionally misunderstanding or what, but in terms of when you look at the moves that America is making alone, like that's like basic grounds for World War III.
I don't know what you're talking about. Grounds for World War III isn't what you suggested. You suggested we quite literally are already in World War III.
Yeah.
Okay. But then the birth rate problem solved. You say war means birth rates up.
What are you talking about? No.
You just said
this
shit
takes time.
Okay,
If,
so
one sec, Rob, because I know you're straw man right now. If I pass a policy, is there going to be an automatic change the next day?
No.
Are we going to see the results? Exactly. It's going to take time for the results.
How long have we been
So like this whole thing of like, oh, we're in World War III. Like, oh, the birth rate should be start going up right now. That's bullshit, Robin. You know it.
How long have we been in World War III?
Difficult to say. Because it depends on, quote unquote, who started it.
Okay, well, I want you to tell me in your estimation. Most people, in fact, you're the only person that I've heard.
Yeah, let's do this. Like, I would mark that like basically Charlie Kirk was Franz Ferdinand.
Okay,
that's basically what kicked all this shit
Charlie
off.
Kirk was the start of World War III. How many years do you estimate does this mean then the entire world's birth rates will increase because they're now all at war?
Well, like in terms of the official declaration, all this kind of shit, like that's another thing as well. But in terms of the quote unquote unofficial marker, like I'd place it at that event. That's when it's like there's no talking to these people that it's basically we're fucked.
So then your argument is you define World War as different stages.
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm talking World War, I'm talking about kinetic conflict
and
amongst
again,
world
like I said, the
superpowers.
only reason why I brought up the birth rates was because to show that like war can actually be a good thing. This whole thing of like saying that war will necessarily increase the birth rate straight away or whatever straw man Rob's trying to create. I know I've never said that. I've just said pointing to that war can actually be a positive.
You made a complete absurd non sequitur. I correctly pointing out that the way the demographics are going is the United States, just like Europe, if trends continue, will be overran by Islamists and be beyond hope. Your only defense to that is, but it will take longer. Nonetheless, though, given the inevitability, you would support the invasion of US by Russia. You're like, no, because things could change. I said, why? You say, because Israel has high birth rates. And you make the claim without any proof whatsoever. The reason Israel has high birth rates, it's not because they are wealthy, they're subsidized by the Western world, that there's religious and cultural practices that encourage them to have children. Nope, it's all because of war. And therefore, war is a good thing because that will lead to birth rates increasing. So all of a sudden, the Islamists that are outbreeding in the United States and the mass importation of refugees and Islamists will all of a sudden, white Christians are going to be like, you know what, I need to have 7 kids now because we're in World War III. I don't see the connection. Also, I think that what you're likely to see is a mass refugee flux from European countries into the United States as we see this kinetic war, thereby exacerbating the demographic change in places like the United States.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so again, like the reason why I brought up the birth rates was to stop this whole thing of like, oh my God, war is always a terrible thing, because war can actually be a good thing, the whole phoenix rising from the ashes. Like I said, in terms of this whole thing of like this being, again, trying to point to you saying this is impossible, this is never would happen, because you don't really have a counter to this, because like I said, as an American, this actually plays into your benefit. But like I said, in terms of the impossibility, I can list plenty of European Union states that are more than Russian friendly.
It doesn't matter
Hungary
if
is the main one.
that being friendly or sympathetic to Russia is different than acquiescing to their invasion and rule over your country. And again, I want you to answer this hypothetical that you've turned to the whole time. Would you agree that roughly 50% of this country would be despising a Kamala Harris presidency?
Yeah, sure.
So do you think they would then welcome Xi Jinping invading the United States?
No, but that's because Kamala would technically be more conservative.
Okay, so then Putin invading the United States.
If it was like Hillary Clinton followed by Kamala Harris, things might just get bad enough, Rob, that you'd actually be like, yeah, I'll consider.
I think that's nonsensical. I think that
one sec. Are you telling me the audience would say, well, do we want more Orthodox Christians or do we want more Kamala Harris?
That's not what the audience would say. The audience would say, we don't want a military invading our country and telling us what we have to do.
Or Gavin Newsom. Yeah, or Gavin
they
Newsom
don't like
rules.
Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, do you want Gavin Newsom rules or do you want Orthodox Christianity?
Can you show me
those are your two options.
What percentage, now we saw a Joe Biden presidency, what percentage of conservative Americans supported the invasion of Russia into the United States? Can you give me any polling on this?
Bro, it's a hypothetical. What do you mean polling?
What do you mean hypothetical?
What the fuck? Do you see how bad you're straw manning, Rob? You know you're fucking losing this. Because like I said, you will be straw manning this bad. Where's the polling on hypothetical?
You're saying that this is something that would be commonplace. That millions of Americans would
say, what I'm saying
God,
is
Putin
if it came down to, if it came down to, you have like Gavin Newsom, California, like statewide in terms of America, and you cannot vote your way out of it. They would be begging for Russia to come in.
Okay.
Conservatives would be.
Okay.
Yes, they would be. If they're sterilizing kids on the streets and doing the pride parades, they would be begging.
Did those things happen already in this country? Did we see sterilization of children?
No, but if it's countrywide.
Okay, did we see that countrywide?
So like the whole BLM and all this kind of shit, like all this, like every statewide.
Did we see sterilization of children across this country?
Not across the country, no.
Okay, so if there's one state that you're not sterilizing children, then it's okay. They wouldn't support the invasion of Putin.
No, sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, with that. Yeah, like I agree with
then seeing that we've already had that, then I'm not asking an absurd thing to say, surely, since we had conservatives live under the thumb of a president they thought was terrible and tyrannical in Joe Biden, they hated the fucking lockdowns, they hated the open border, they hated the LGBT shit, they hated the transing of children, they hated all that. Surely you have some polling somewhere that says conservatives were clamoring, please invade us, Putin.
No, what I'm talking about is a hypothetical that if you had 2 years of Hillary Clinton followed up by 2 years of Kamala Harris, and
we had 8 years of
what I'm talking about, I'm talking about 16 years from Hillary Clinton. Trump never got in office. MAGA never became a thing. Americans would be begging Russia to come in with Orthodox Christianity, with conservatism.
Yeah,
conservatives wouldn't be like, fuck this, we're going to civil war. And like I said,
civil war is different than being invaded by Russia.
No.
Yes.
No. Okay, so the CIA, one sec, when the CIA destabilized nations, what did they cause? When the CIA destabilized nations, what did they cause?
Color revolutions?
Yes, they caused a civil war. Yes.
Okay.
Foreign influences cause civil wars, and then Russia props up. Are you telling me that Russia wouldn't prop up the conservatives? Same way that Russia's propping up Tommy Robinson?
Your prompt isn't Russia should involve in a color revolution to get right-wingers to run the EU. Your prompt is Russia.
What are you talking about?
Let me finish.
Oh my God.
Your prompt is
you're straw manning.
Let me finish. I'm not straw manning. Your prompt is
yes,
Russia should take over. Now when I point, look, if we did that in the United States, even people that hated the current administration would be infuriated to not leave Russia take over. Your response is what would happen would be Russia would promote a civil war of conservatives winning. That's different than your prompt. The conservatives would not accept Russia invading and taking over the United States.
Rob, this was your hypothetical where it's like if Russia would invade America. We're talking about the EU. And EU is vastly different than America. Namely, the whole Eastern Bloc are pro-Russian. So what I'm talking about is the manpower. One sec, Rob. The manpower is not there to beat Russia. But the likes of Macron and Starmer are saying we're going to go all in.
I mean, I hope that.
So one sec, Rob. What is going to be the outcome from that situation?
I hope people are following this debate and how my opponent's incapable of following a linear train of thought. He just obfuscates and goes back to an irrelevant point. My point is, when showing that these countries saying that there are people that will be really pissed about leadership in certain countries, and so therefore they might rise up in a civil war to take them out, is different than saying they would welcome foreign invaders. So we go to the United States as an example, and it's clear that he knows he loses that point. So he says, well, what Russia would do would be send in money for a color revolution to have a civil war in the United States, which is different than what his prompt's saying. So he knows that the analogy of the United States to European Union doesn't go his way, so he changes it. When we go back, he is fundamentally incorrect that the countries of Estonia, etc., would roll over. But let's, for the sake, a hypothetical sake, say that they would. Okay? What about the most powerful countries in the European Union? Would the United Kingdom roll over?
No. We're not going there, Rob.
Of course
what I'm addressing is what I'm addressing is the prompt is Russia should take over the EU.
Correct.
What I'm telling you is the current situation is that all the Eastern blocs are all like looking at each other, going, "Why the fuck are we doing doing all this shit?" We're basically France and the UK, and Macron's doing the whole performative shit where he's giving like the military walk and all this kind of shit, and so is Starmer saying that they're going all in. And like I said, I brought you back to one of my original points. That the only group that is continuing that war in the Ukraine is the EU. So I'm asking you, when it comes to the point where Starmer and Macron push all in on Russia and they're expecting men to sign up for the army, I'm telling you, what is a European going to be fighting for, especially in the Eastern Bloc?
They will be fighting because they don't want a hostile foreign power to invade their country. And so they will go from a scenario where they say Russia is not that bad, we don't like what Brussels is doing, to saying, holy fuck, Russia was that bad, and they just invaded us militaristically, and we as a people are going to fight back. But for the sake of argument, let's concede. Just for the sake of argument, and say that the following countries would totally acquiesce and not send one man to fight the invading Russia army. Austria, Croatia, Cyprus, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia. Let's say that all those countries say, yeah, wait, fuck it. Our people say we'd never fight Russia. We'll never fight for Brussels. We will just allow them to come over and invade. My question to you is, what would the following countries do? Belgium, Czech Republic, Denmark, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Ireland, Italy, the Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Sweden, Spain. They just rolling over too? They're welcoming the Russian invaders? Now,
I'm telling you.
Real quick,
one sec, Rob.
No, wait.
You asked me a question.
Let me
What the fuck?
Let me start the line of questioning. Will you acknowledge that those countries as a collective group have far more economic and military power than the aforementioned countries? A yes or no will suffice. Will you acknowledge that?
Yeah.
Okay, so what would those countries do? Would they roll over?
Yes, can I explain it?
Sure.
Okay. So, like, when you look at the fact that you've just eliminated literally like half of Europe, then you go to, again, the same question. Where are they going to find the people? Because, like I said, there's now less countries for the Europe. One sec. They have less troops for the country to a pool of population now. Because, like, basically half the European population's gone. You know what I mean? There's basically, you've less people to pull from the pool from. And when you look at the polling in England, again, I don't have a source, but what is a conservative English person going to be fighting for in that situation when their values align with Russia far more than they do with their current government? And then even the left-wingers themselves hate themselves and their country and the West so much, they've even said, I'm not going to fight for this. So where are they going to get the manpower to stop Russia from just taking over at that point?
Where is Russia getting the manpower? So just to do a little... European Union's population is roughly 4 times higher than that of Russia. Russia, whose manpower is already thin and being depleted in just the war in Ukraine. Your argument is that Russia will march through these countries. Half of the countries will just roll over and accept it. The countries I just listed, you seem to imply there that the conservatives in those countries would just roll over and accept it, which is even more laughable than the original proposition. Nonetheless, we would still see, even if we take out 3/4 of the population of the European Union, that still leaves them on par with the total population of Russia, which already is depleted. Not to mention you need more men to invade and occupy than just to defend. So you tell me how Russia's going to have the manpower to be able to invade.
They have like 1.3 million troops.
Okay. European Union would be able to muster that many?
The European Union could muster that many. I just
Yes.
gave you the outcome where like even both sides agree on is they don't want to fight for the country. But their leaders are going all in against Russia.
I just want to be clear. You're telling me that the United Kingdom, they would be like, oh shit, Russia's invading, and all the soldiers would be like, nah, we don't feel like fighting. Go ahead, Russia, you rule us now.
Rob, I'm asking you, what soldiers? The whole thing, what has Trump been saying? That the Europeans don't pay for protection. They just use the
I don't know what to
the
say.
American
Are
military.
you
We don't do any budget.
I just
We don't
wanna
spend
be
any of
clear.
our budget
What
on military, bro.
What soldiers is Russia invading with? Where's the logistics? How are they doing this?
They have 1.3 million active troops.
Active troops right now.
That they can
right
pull
now.
from.
How many
And
are
like I said,
deployed in the
if it-
European Union? Or how many are deployed in Ukraine?
I don't know. I don't have the
Why
figures
haven't they
offhand.
just wiped out Ukraine?
Because it's the same reason why like Hitler just didn't start like bombing all the surrounding countries.
Why? Tell me.
Because he's seen them as like his white quote unquote Aryan brothers.
So Russia views Ukraine as their brothers, so they're not
Brother,
totally
yeah.
invading and taking over. Instead, they're just in perpetual conflict with them.
What?
Your argument seems to be that Russia views Ukrainians as their brothers, so therefore they won't win the war. They're not just taking over the government of Kyiv.
That they're not going like bombing the shit out and just going like
They don't
hell
have
for leather
to. They
kind
have
of
all
thing.
these troops. They could just overwhelm. They don't have to just drop nukes. They just overwhelm with their mass amount of troops. Why don't they?
Like what I'm talking about here is like
I'd like an answer to the question.
Yeah, like in terms of like the territory, when it's going to come down to, like I said, Macron and Starmer going all in against Russia.
Not an answer to the question. Why hasn't Russia just taken
Okay.
over Ukraine with their clearly mass amount of troops?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Mhm.
Could it be that it's not that simple, that even with that many troops, Ukraine's providing some sort of defense and it's hard to conquer and take over and then control these regions? Do you think that's a possibility?
Yeah,
Even if
because
you
it's being propped up-
outnumber?
One sec. Because it's being propped up by America.
Okay. Do you think America would prop up Europe in your scenario?
No, it'd be better for Americans to do nothing.
So just to be clear, America will prop up Russia from taking over Ukraine, but the same American people that are doing that would not prop up Europeans being invaded by Russia.
No, they're currently propping up Ukraine. But
Okay,
at the
why
moment,
wouldn't they prop up the European
Okay,
Union?
I'll explain. Okay. The reason why they're going to pull it, and Trump is going to pull his support for Ukraine, is because the likes of Macron and the likes of Starmer is continuing this war.
So you're telling me that Starmer and Macron have the resources to continue this war?
No.
Okay, so then, your argument is that,
They have the leverage over Zelensky.
okay, so it's only because the United States is funding Ukraine.
Yeah, America is propping this up.
Okay,
And
so
basically,
if America...
the reason why Trump is telling NATO to go fuck itself and all this kind of shit is because he wants to basically pull the thing from Ukraine and then basically show the Europeans that they can't even defend themselves against Russia. That's what I'm saying. Russia should take over.
Has Trump...
So this whole impossibility, Rob,
Oh
will
my
you
God.
admit that this
Oh
is
my
not
God.
impossibility? All it takes is Trump to pull
No, I'm not admitting
support
that.
from
I'm not
Ukraine.
admitting that. Let's go further down this rabbit hole. Has Trump supported Ukraine?
Would that
Let's
not
go
cause,
down that. Let's go. Has Trump supported Ukraine?
in the past, sure.
Why?
Because he thought that he could get a deal done.
What do you mean a deal? Define.
Like to end the war.
Why would it end the war if he stopped supporting Ukraine?
Yes.
So if the goal's just to end the war, why did he support Ukraine? Status quo would solve
He's
the
about
problem.
like I said, he is like I said, Trump is about the moves that he's making. He's going to pull that from Ukraine to show the
Why-
Europeans that they can't even defend themselves.
Your argument seems to be
Which is
this.
going to cause France and England to go all in against
I mean,
Russia,
your ramblings,
and that's going to cause a
ramblings,
divide against.
While
this is
interesting,
not
are
ramblings.
not responsive to what I'm saying. The question is, your scenario seems to be this: all Trump's interested is the war ending. He don't give a shit. He ain't taking a side. Okay, let's say that's true. And then you're like, if Trump stopped sending the money, the war would be over. Russia would just win immediately. Okay, then
No,
why
okay,
did Trump
explain?
ever send money in the first place?
Yeah, because it genuinely thought he could get this shit sorted. But
Okay,
like
but
I said, to
it
explain
would be sorted if he doesn't-
explain, to explain what's going on in this dynamic. both Trump and Putin want to end the war.
Then why
Both
is
of them
Trump
want
funding Ukraine?
There's a third party, the EU, that does not want the war to
Why
end.
is Trump funding Ukraine?
I don't know.
But-
Like what is he funding?
It's a pretty big whoopsie because your argument is, I have no idea. You're like, Trump wouldn't fund Europe if Russia invaded Europe, but he is funding Ukraine. I just don't know why.
No, what I'm saying is what Trump could do, and what I think he's planning to do, is just to pull the funding from
Okay, that might
the support from Europe.
And that might be
Because
true.
they're acting the bollocks.
That might be true. But the argument, let me steelman the position because you're incapable of doing it. Here's what's going on. Trump doesn't want Russia to just be a mighty, aggressive, and rival superpower that's overtaking shit. He sympathizes with the people of Ukraine and the European perspective that, like, look, we don't want a mighty Russian military just invading wherever they see. Simultaneously, he wants a peaceful resolution. So what he's trying to do is have a compromise. He says, look, I don't particularly like what Russia did, or for that matter, what Zelensky's doing. We're going to keep funding Zelensky to hopefully have a better negotiating position. Go to Russia and say, look, here's the deal. We want an end to the war. That's why he's doing things like we want mineral rights in Ukraine, et cetera, et cetera. But there's part of Trump and the Americans, including people like myself that are anti-interventionists, that are like, yeah, we don't want Russia just rampaging through all of Europe. And it's clear that that's the belief of the United States government, including Trump, because that's why they would consider funding Ukraine in the first place. So if Russia goes even further after Ukraine and immediately decides, and by the way, now we're invading every European country, you're damn right that the United States would get involved and start sending them. If the United States involvement in Ukraine, one singular country, was enough to bring Russia to a stalemate, what the fuck do you think would happen if we fund the entire European war machine?
Again, good luck passing that and like the support and the divide that would cause in America. But back to my original point. If Trump was to pull support for Ukraine, Russia would dominate Ukraine. Would you agree with that?
Irrelevant point.
How is it a relevant point? Because you're saying this is an impossibility of
I'm
Russia
not
taking
saying
over.
it's an impossibility. You're like, if the United States...
because Rob, we got here, we got, no, one sec, Rob, we got here because of your thing of like, why hasn't Russia done it so far? I'm saying because America's propping up Europe. So this whole thing of like, oh, imagine if we propped up more countries, like it's still the same thing of propping up the EU.
Your argument, I'm making a claim that your scenario will lead to brutal war. Your argument is it will not. And the amount of assumptions that you were putting...
No, I'm not saying it won't. That's a straw man again. I never said it wouldn't lead to a war. I said it's a war, it's a necessary war.
You said half the countries immediately wouldn't fight at all. They would roll over.
This is why I brought up the birth rates. I was trying to make a case that war is not necessarily a bad thing.
Let's go step by step. You said that countries like Estonia, Latvia, etc., would muster no military defense whatsoever because the people of those countries would welcome Russia. That's your argument.
Yeah, if NATO got dissolved and all this kind of shit, and like America pulls out of Europe, then these countries would be forced. They would be forced to accept Russian rule.
Why don't you do this? Just say, yes, that's what I'm saying, and let me explain. Instead of just going on a soliloquy, we're trying to get exactly what you're saying. Is it your claim that half these countries like Estonia, Latvia, etc., if invaded by Russia, would say, we're not going to muster any military might whatsoever because so many of the people in the country would say, we actually welcome Russia? Is that your argument?
Yep.
Okay.
Can I give an example?
Sure. I don't
France
care.
in World War II.
Okay.
France in World War II.
Okay.
Switzerland in World War II.
Okay, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, so there's been plenty of European examples that I can give where Europeans have stood down, Rob. So this whole thing of it's an impossibility. These Estonians hate Russia or these Romanians hate Russia is bollocks. It's a complete Americanization of what you think Europe is.
Again, you make claims that I've never said.
I gave evidence. I gave historical evidence of France standing down to Germany in World War II. And Germany is much smaller. Germany lost the war to Russia in World War II. And France stood down to Germany. So you're telling me that these motherfuckers won't stand down to Russia? The fuck are you talking about, Rob?
I don't know what to say. It's just absolute stupidity. It's absolute stupidity. But let's accept it. Okay?
How is it stupidity? You're saying it's an impossibility for a European country to stand down, and I gave you a historical example in the last World War where France stood down to Germany.
I'm telling you.
How is that babble?
I'm telling you that the people.
Explain how that is babble.
Okay, then explain how in Afghanistan they fought back against the United States. Explain it. You acknowledge that happened? Explain how in Libya they fought back against the United States because they're Muslim. How they fought back. Explain.
Yeah, because they're Muslim.
Then it's inevitability, right? It's inevitability.
No, I'm giving you the fact that they these countries stood because they had the religion intact.
It's not just the religion.
When
right?
you
Like,
look at
listen,
this is
I
why I
don't
brought
know
up
what to
one
say.
sec. This is why I brought up Europeans being 50% atheist, and I gave the example of France standing down because we're talking about Europe, not Middle East.
Bogged down in this. I'm not going to get bogged down. It's absurd to think that it's
It
absurd.
destroyed your point. You said it's an impossibility, Rob. You're the one who made the claim that it's an impossibility for the Europeans to stand down. I gave you an historical example in the last 100 years.
I said that.
That's been your whole argument.
It's not. I said that it
Yes, it
defies
is.
belief. There is a possibility. There's also a possibility as soon as Russia invade, God smites them. I guess a possibility. I'm saying that for all practical
I'm giving you historical evidence.
For God existing? What's the matter?
No,
Are you
historical evidence
saying
of
that
France
it's impossible?
standing down to Germany.
Are you saying it's
of a
impossible?
European country
Are you
standing
saying
down
it's
to a foreign
Are you
power?
saying it's impossible for aliens to invade and prevent Russia from invading? That's an impossibility.
Can you address my point?
Are you saying that's an impossibility?
Can you address my point?
The point that I'm trying to make is you're saying something that is beyond the likelihood of ever occurring. But let's say I'm not going to get
It
bogged down
did
in
already occur, Rob. It already occurred. What are you talking about?
Again, I don't know what to say other than that I hope the people listening aren't as fucking potato-brained as this Irish fucking moron I'm debating. No, when your strategy relies on half of Europe
going with
will
the
roll
insults,
over.
Rob.
Half
You
of
know
Europe,
I got you.
Half of
You
Europe,
know I got you.
half-
We're France.
What are you talking about?
You would have got away with it too, Rob, if it wasn't for those meddling French.
I will just
Because you asked, you're giving a Middle East example, and I said in terms of Islam, that's what they united under. When you look at European countries, France stood down to Germany. This destroys your whole point of saying this is highly unlikely to happen when you've already witnessed it happen in the past 70 years.
Okay, I'm going to try to get through my point without you filibustering with your inane babbling. Here we go. France's situation is different when you had a world power like Germany and France was overmatched immediately, as opposed to when you would have the entire Union and NATO that's involved with countries like Estonia, Latvia, that would have the back of these countries. It is absurd that your plan that would predictably lead to World War III, saying, no, I don't think so, because I just imagine that half of Europe would just immediately roll over to a country in Russia that is struggling mightily to deal with one country in the Ukraine, that all these countries would say, you know what, we just choose to roll over. Nonetheless, because you want to get bogged down in this point, I'll concede it. I'll concede as I did earlier and say, for the sake of argument, fine. That still leaves all these other European countries that have bigger militaries, that have nuclear weapons, that aren't going to just roll over. So what happens with them? Now your argument is, well, I still think they would roll over. I think the conservatives in places like the United Kingdom and France and Spain would say, we welcome our Russian rulers. That's your argument?
You asked me, you said this is impossible with the European Union, that like Russia should not take over
It's
the
not
European
answering
Union.
the question.
And like I said, the dynamic that we're saying is that this is now conflict between the EU and Russia. And like I said,
not answering the question.
One sec, I'm getting there because like I said, I gave you like 2 minutes, Rob, to go on a rant. Give me some time to unpack. What we've now acknowledged is that the vast majority of the European Union would either side with Russia or, like France in World War II, would stand down.
No, we haven't acknowledged that. You just said it could happen.
Yeah, in terms of like these nuclear weapons and all this kind of stuff happening, like in terms of the like that would just be the European Union then trying to nuke Russia. And then, okay, at that stage, like the European Union, like you're basically saying it's like, okay, you either let them be tyrants and dictators and all this kind of shit and let this oppression happen and all this kind of stuff, continue with it and all this kind of thing, or you actually stand and fight. Because either way, like we said, 50 years time, England, the Islamists are going to have the nukes anyway.
So, okay, so notice he didn't answer the question whatsoever, and instead we were talking about Motte and Bailey's before I came on here. See what he did there cleverly. He says, because it is hypothetically a possibility that half of Europe will just stand down, now we have proven that Europe will just stand down. That's what he said. Because France in World War II didn't put up much of resistance of Germany, that proves that half of Europe would immediately stand down. It proves no such thing. It proves no such thing, right? Secondly, he has no scenario for the rest. We already said, even if 3/4 of the European Union stands down, still the population, please be quiet, still the population of the remaining EU that wouldn't stand down equals that of Russia, which already has a depleted military because of the Ukrainian conflict, and furthermore, would require more soldiers to take over and conquer as an invading army that much landmass. They don't have the people or the manpower to do it. There will clearly be fighting back from Europe. And clearly, if the European countries started losing, they would use the weapons available to them, i.e. nuclear weapons. The truth is, Teriyak's just It's just another form of an accelerationist. The truth is, he knows, if he would be honest with you, that this is going to lead to a brutal war. That's just Europe, not to mention the conflict that would result with the United States. And this world war, which would inevitably happen, would likely to not only kill millions on its own, but lead to a nuclear exchange. And his argument's just, trust me, nuclear war is inevitable in 40 years because Muslims in London.
Yeah, so which do you think is going to provoke Russia again? If because like we shouldn't aggress on countries that have nuclear weapons, this whole play that like Donald Trump's doing with the South America, Canada, and Greenland, which technically is a European Union country, but you're saying that you're going to take it anyway. That would like because what countries north of Canada and Greenland? Russia. So that this would be again you kind of invading Russian space, getting into the Arctic Circle and all this kind of stuff. Like because it's very difficult to draw borders in the sea. So it's like this whole thing of like Rob kind of acting as though again like America's not doing nothing and like Putin's is like all of a sudden going to capture areas that are pretty much ethnically Russian or they're close culturally anyway.
United Kingdom,
like I said, we have
United Kingdom ethnically Russian.
Would
they be taken over under your prompt?
Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, Slovakia.
Okay,
like how many? Like I'm talking about the Eastern Bloc. I'm talking about the Eastern Bloc. So again, and like I said, in terms of the whole dynamic, you're saying in order to prevent this war, which would be quote unquote terrible to happen, that's coming anyway. You're saying just bow down to Macron and Starmer.
Okay, notice that the prompt, he picked the prompt. He picked it. And notice the prompt doesn't say Russia should take over the Eastern Bloc countries. And yet he conveniently always switches that. Well, Estonia would welcome it. And, no. Russia also militaristically takes over the United Kingdom and Spain and Germany and France. And when I point that out, he goes, no, Lithuania, Estonia. That's no big deal. And then he'll say, well, what about the United States trying to buy Greenland? What about the United States pressuring...
Let me finish. Like, no, they're talking about the East and that are more ethnically.
What about the United States trying to buy Greenland? What about the United States pressuring Canada? That's basically the same thing as Russia invading the whole of Europe. Same thing, tomato. I don't know what to say. Other
You're invading a whole continent.
Show me where
it's the same thing.
Okay, show me.
You're invading the whole America continent.
Show me.
Continent.
Show me. United States military has invaded Canada?
The North. Okay, so why is Trump talking about making it the 51st state? And what about Greenland? So is this not happening?
Yes, I'm telling you that it is not happening, that the United States military has not invaded Canada. I am saying, show me the proof.
No, I'm saying there's not talks of that going.
Show me the proof that the United States has invaded Canada. Show me the proof.
I've never said that they invaded.
Oh, okay.
Again,
so then it's not the scenario you're saying where Russia should invade all of these European countries.
No, what I'm saying is Trump is talking like that anyway. He's talking about the same thing of like, oh, we'll just make Canada the 51st state. And then like I could say the same thing to you. Do you think that like majority Canadians will just roll over and bow down to things? Like, well, yeah, pretty much.
Show me Trump ever saying we're sending in the military to depose the Canadian leadership and take over the country. Show me that.
Again, the straw man.
It's not a straw man because you're trying to use it. Here's what happens. The real straw man is you. You're using a false analogy. What you're doing is saying Russia invading all of Europe is analogous to Trump saying Canada should be the 51st state. And I'm like, no, they're not analogous. A military attacking and conquering a country is different than a leader saying, hey, we think that Canada should come to the United States and be part of us. That's different than Trump invading with the military. That's what you're suggesting.
One sec, Rob. Was Trump not asked, would you rule out the military as part of this Greenland plan? And he said no, he would not rule out the military. So he's already basically threatened military takeover of Greenland. So like I said, in terms of your whole thing, if this would cause World War III, Trump is already talking like that anyways. You know what I mean? So to call me crazy is to call Trump crazy.
Trump, as any world leader, would not rule out any sort of tactics because that lowers your bargaining chip. Saying these sorts of things is different than the active invasion of the former Soviet Union in the case of Russia invading and conquering all of Europe.
Mm-hmm.
It is completely.
And what did Germany invade France?
I want to distill this down to the base scenario. Your argument for all of this is Trump talking about acquiring Greenland's the same as Putin invading and conquering all of Europe. That's it. That's what he wants you to believe. If you're listening, I don't know how to make it any more clear that this is a nonsensical fucking position.
I do have to give credit. You do brilliant straw mans, Rob. I do have to give you props there, right? But in terms of like the dynamic, I'm saying, what I'm trying to paint the picture. Do you see what he's trying to shut me up? He's like he's just like.
Go ahead,
Keir
say your
Starmer,
point,
okay?
and then I'll get to.
Yeah, okay.
You make a name point. So go ahead.
What Rob's trying to paint the picture is that like all of Europe is like like MAGA basically or some shit like that. Do you know what I mean? But simultaneously, like there's all these policy issues and all this trans in the kids, like all this like trans research on stuff was all done in Europe. You know what I mean? So in terms of like the dynamic that's at what the European Union represents versus the actual what the people want are two distinctly different things. And when you look at like capturing landmass, like Russia could easily take half of Europe's landmass just based on like historical ties and just the way that the European Union, the direction that they're trying to go in versus a more conservative approach. Because even when you look at Poland is based as fuck. It's like one of the only remaining European countries that is still based. But like what Rob's trying to like make out is that this is impossible. But realistically, all it comes down to is France and UK. Those are the only two countries that we're talking about here that like are vehemently against Russia in terms of the direction.
Okay,
that they think
nonetheless,
go.
so he goes back to the old talking point that he's just convinced that half of Europe will willfully submit to a Russian invasion. I disagree.
What happened to France?
Let me finish. We talked about that for like an hour. Now, notice how he gets away from the point he just said. He says that me talking about Trump and Greenland and whatever is a straw man. Why did you bring up Trump and Greenland? Why even bring it up?
Yeah. Because you're saying, because of your point of, oh, this is going to be war and this is terrible, this is World War III, this is going to cause World War III. And I'm like, your own boy, you're guilty of that criticism yourself based on your own president's actions.
So me saying that
said.
Putin actually invading and conquering all of Europe would lead to World War III, you bring up Trump and Greenland as an analogy,
No,
correct?
I'm not saying invading and conquering all of Europe.
You bring up Trump and Greenland as an analogy, correct?
Yes.
Okay, then when I say, my opponent's trying to say Putin and Russia taking over all of Europe is the same as the United States trying to acquire Greenland, when you say, Rob, that's a straw man, it's not a straw man. It is literally your argument. You are proving.
No,
the
what
reason,
I'm saying
let
is,
me finish.
the reason why it's a straw man is you were saying when did
let me
America,
finish,
because you straw, no, I won't let you finish, because you're the one.
Hold up. Let Rob finish. Go ahead.
The reason is because he knows how absurd that sounds. Of course, these two scenarios are not remotely close.
I got you, Rob.
And so when I pointed out, he says this is a straw man, not realizing that all this is doing is proving that his own analogy is bullshit.
No, the straw man was you were saying, claiming that I was making claims of Trump is sending the military to invade Canada. That's what the straw man is, based around the whole Trump and Greenland and Canada situation. That's what the straw man was.
No, that wasn't the straw. You don't understand what a straw man is. Me saying in order for this analogy to apply, you would have to say that the United States is sending the military.
Well, I'm talking about your original claim.
Let me finish.
What you claimed I said was that Trump was invading Canada. I never said that Trump was invading Canada. That's the straw man.
Show me where I said you said Trump invaded Canada. Show me where I said
what you mean?
Show me where I said that.
Show me where you said.
Yes.
We're going to go back in the stream in the middle of the debate.
I want you to show me where I said Teriyak said Trump has invaded Canada. Show me that.
That's what you were trying to make. You were saying, show me the evidence of Trump sending troops into Canada. Did you say that or not?
Yes, and let me explain. So what I
exactly, that's a straw man of my position.
That's not a straw man. That's
yes,
not
it
saying,
is.
That's not saying
yes,
you
it
said
is.
that. That's saying that you made an analogy, and in order for this analogy to apply of Putin invading Europe, you would have to have the United States invading Canada. So show me the evidence that you did. Let me finish.
No,
show me the evidence.
It's a straw man because my point is not that my point is that it's not going to be a direct invasion for the majority of the European countries.
Define what a straw man is.
Misrepresenting an argument to be weaker than it actually is, and attack that weak argument rather than the actual point being made. My actual point being made, Rob, is that for the majority of the EU countries, it wouldn't have to come to conflict. And you're trying to straw man my position to say that it's the equivalent of Trump sending thing. When I'm giving you example, the reason why I'm using the example of Canada and Greenland is the way that Trump is handling that situation without necessarily having to put troops on the ground. You're not granting me the same permission when I'm listing out countries that were former Soviet, US, SSR blocks.
I mean, again, you can see the game here he's playing. He engages in the fantasy that half of Europe would roll over for a Russian invasion. One, we've already gone through this ad nauseum. He keeps going back to that because he thinks he has some point here. It's just absurd, right? Secondly, he brings up things like, well, it's basically analogous or the same situation of Putin invading all of Europe and conquering it and having control over it as Trump suggesting that he wants to control Greenland, or as Trump suggesting Canada be the 51st state. I say those aren't analogous. That's absurd that we would say those are the same things. And he's like, no, that proves it. And I said, then show me Trump invading Canada. Show me that. And he's like, that's a straw man. It's not a straw man, because what I'm suggesting is for those two things to be the same, to say, I don't think it'll lead to World War III because Trump suggesting he wants to buy Greenland didn't lead to World War III. Therefore, I don't think Russia invading and conquering Europe would, is stupid. That is not a straw man. Again, he's relying on he's relying on an attempted stupidity of the audience and saying things like this. This is what he's doing. He's like, wasn't Brussels bad? Yeah. And don't you hate woke? Yeah. And don't you like Orthodox Christianity? Yeah. Well, therefore, Russia should invade and take over the European Union. And when you're like, but in order for that to happen, it would lead to World War III. He's like, oh, but Trump talked about Greenland. So... And I think all the countries would roll over.
Trump didn't talk about Greenland. When Trump was directly asked, are you ruling out the military in terms of the Greenland plans? He said no. So when you're saying, like, I even addressed your straw man question of show me the evidence where Trump is sending troops, I'm saying that Trump is not ruling out troops of Greenland, at least. Do you know what I mean? And like I said, in terms of like my dynamic, what Rob's trying to say is like, it's impossible. Could you imagine like a European country surrendering or giving up land to the Russians? You mean like France in World War II? You mean like Germany did after World War II? You mean like all these former Soviet USSR blocks are all of a sudden American friendly? They like the Big Mac. They don't like Russia no more? Come on, Rob.
Again, he keeps going back. The real straw man is Trump, or is him. Show me saying that it was impossible. Never did, right? What I'm saying is, it's one thing to say that it is in the realm of possibility that a particular country would acquiesce and submit to Russian rule, right? It is a different thing entirely to say that half of Europe would do so. It's beyond the pale. And even if we accept it, as we've gone through, the rest of it wouldn't. And even if we accept the next beyond the pale argument, that half of the people in countries like the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Spain, etc. would roll over, that still leaves a population that is roughly equal to that of Russia. And they would fight back in Russia.
No, because you're ignoring those countries' population fighting for Russia.
What's that?
You're ignoring those populations fighting for Russia. That would actually swing the tide over in Russia.
So wait, your argument is not only would Estonia, Lithuania, and half of Europe roll over for Russia, they then actively would go to war with France and Germany and the United Kingdom?
The people who would want to keep the European Union, yes.
So I just want to be clear. Your argument is, right now, if Russia invaded, say, Poland, the Estonia, Lithuania, etc., these countries, half of the European Union would engage in helping Russia attack Poland.
It doesn't need to be an invasion.
You keep going back to that. We already...
How many... No, you're the one who's like, you have to put troops on ground. There is no other way than putting troops on ground. There is diplomacy, comrade. Babinski.
Okay, explain the diplomatic solution where the United Kingdom, Spain, France, Germany, Portugal, Poland, etc. says, we now accept that Russia is our leader. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if enough of the European countries get together and say, we are not going to send troops to fight this bullshit war that basically you and Macron and Starmer want to fight, we're not going to send troops. Basically, they do not have the manpower to even fight back against Russia. So then Russia just takes over. So Russia should take over. It's like
I know. What does that have anything to do? Them saying we don't want to send...
It's the progression of the steps.
So then what would happen is Russia says, we're about to invade. And France, Germany, and country, they say, nah, we just don't want to fight back. Their people say no. And so they just say, okay, don't send your army. You just now control us. That's what you're saying would happen.
What army are you talking about?
The Russian army.
What army does the Europe... No, what I'm talking about the European Union, like the quote-unquote European Union army. What army are they fighting back against?
You're saying it wouldn't take an army.
For the majority of the countries to say we're not going to sign up, and like when you relegate down to France and UK, they're going to put up an army to beat Russia and all the former Baltic states, saying, you know what, we actually had it better under the USSR, and actually Russia is a
27 European Union countries have an estimated military of 1.6 million troops. That's more than the 1.3 Russia would have. Russia not only has to invade, which requires more troops, then hold the territory, and they're already outnumbered by the current European Union.
Where's that source?
You show me.
Break that down in terms of like, is that including NATO or any American or any external
European Union military strength, ranking military powers of the European Union. The GFP list makes over 60 factors in our house formula to determine a given nation's power index and score. So it's just the countries in the European Union that it's looking at, right?
And it's
according
active troops.
Yes, according to them, they have 1.3 to 1.6 million active troops. That wouldn't even be the entire story, because it wouldn't just be active troops. As you know, as we see in the Ukraine, what happens is you conscript and have people volunteering when their country's being invaded. So that's actually going to be more than that. And if we look at the total population of the European Union, it's around 4 times to that of Russia. Now, but you're like, well, might not require military invasion. I'm like, okay, let's do that.
So
Let me finish.
what specific? One sec. What specific? Because there's no such thing as an EU army.
I'm going to finish my point, right? So then you're like, well, may not require an invasion. And I'm like, okay, what's that look like? And you're like, well, what happens is Russia's like, we're about to invade. And then a bunch of people in France and Germany and the rest of these European countries say, you know what? We're not going to listen to Keir Starmer and Macron tell us to fight back. We choose to not fight back. So now Russia doesn't have to use their military. They just own Europe. We just, the people of Europe, accept, we don't feel like fighting. You control us now. That's your scenario.
Yeah, so again, Rob, like I said, there is no unified EU army. Rob just made that shit up.
I didn't say there was a show me where I said
the
that.
European Union
Show
does
me where I
not
said
have a
that.
single. Okay, yeah. So if you're, that's what it seems like. I'm just clarifying for the
like
audience.
What I'm suggesting
that's
is
bullshit.
what I'm
There's
actually
no,
suggesting.
there's no. I'm just clarifying.
The countries within the European Union have militaries.
Yes. Okay. So then, in terms of take away all the countries except for France and UK, how many active military troops do those two have? That would be a fair representation in terms of the argument that I'm making. No, because you're trying to hit the 1.6 and act as though Europe has a bigger army than Russia. But like I said, it was so important for us to go through the Eastern states on
stuff. Why not Spain? Why not Poland?
Because it's those two countries that are continuing the war in Ukraine.
I can't believe I have to say this again. Supporting war in Ukraine and say Germany not, which isn't true.
No,
let me finish. And
Boris Johnson went over and stopped the deal.
You let me know when I can talk.
Go ahead.
Supporting Boris Johnson stopping Ukraine and therefore saying because it's Boris Johnson's fault, because it's Macron's fault. If Russia invaded Europe, then Germany wouldn't fight back. Then Poland wouldn't fight back. And you know how I know that? Because Germany didn't send their version of Boris Johnson to stop a peace deal in Ukraine. Therefore, it's proven that the German military would say, we step down, we're not fighting, we now are controlled by Russia. This is one of the dumbest points I've ever seen anyone I've ever debated make. It is so dumb. It is beyond the pale that someone above like a second grade education would be able to have this.
In World War II.
I can't
or
believe
all these European countries that stood down to Germany in World War II and Italy and Spain, both being fascist regimes that sided with Germany. Rob's saying it's like this is impossible for these European countries to stand down. And when you look at the former Soviet bloc, all of a sudden propping up Russia. Rob's saying it's impossible. Could you imagine France standing down?
So I just want to be clear.
Germany
You're saying that it's a better,
or you saying that the Germans? Could you imagine the Germans standing down like they did to the Russians in World War II?
I just want to be clear. Your argument.
How many more examples you want?
Let's just be clear. Let's not beat around the bush. Your argument is that the following countries more than likely would completely stand down without any sort of military pushback if Russia invaded. You ready? Here we go. Denmark, Finland, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Netherlands, Poland,
Ireland will probably remain neutral.
Spain, Sweden, all of those countries would say, we're not France, so we all
Switzerland
stand
will
down.
go neutral, Ireland will go neutral. It would basically be down to England and France.
Germany,
all the Baltic states would actually join back with Russia.
Going neutral.
I'm trying to answer the question, Rob.
What does going neutral
all the Baltic
mean?
states would formally go to Russia, and then you'd have plenty of countries like Switzerland in the middle and all this kind of shit that would be neutral. So, like in terms of ground that they could make, there's plenty of ground that the Russian army could make.
German
like I said, your argument comes down to France and UK.
Does the German army stay neutral?
It's difficult because Germany's last election was literally split down the middle of the country.
Does the German
Half
army
went
stay neutral?
AFD and the other went left wing.
Does the German army stay neutral?
Probably not.
Does the Polish army stay neutral?
They could. They
would. And define what that would mean. They allow Russia to invade and take over Poland.
No, it'd be a similar situation like Switzerland, Ireland, all stuff. These would be neutral countries.
Define neutral.
The same way Ireland was neutral in World War II.
Okay, but then was Ireland neutral in that Hitler had control over them?
No.
But that's what you're
saying.
That's what you're suggesting.
No, that's a straw man again.
Okay, would Germany be
They
under
would
the
be
rule?
neutral, and then
In your
one sec, they would be
scenario-
neutral. Let me explain, Rob. Let me explain. They would be neutral, and then it would come down to UK and France, and Russia would hockey them.
Okay, so your argument is Russia starts to invade, and they say, here's the deal, Germany. We're going to take over the EU, and we now have control over the policies of your country. We control the EU, which controls you. And so we now in Russia get final say over every policy in the European Union, including in your country. And Germany says, yeah, we're indifferent to that. Maybe that's fine.
Yeah,
we're going
half-
to sit
half
back.
of Germany
Come
would be
on
like,
through,
yes,
Russian military. Come
Bring
on through
back
on your way.
conservatism, yes.
That's what they would do.
Yeah, half of Germany.
I
will
mean,
vote for
that's,
AfD.
I don't know what to
And
say.
AfD are
I
friendly
don't
to
know
Russia,
how
yeah.
much further we could go with this debate in one of the most nonsensical, idiotic things I've ever heard.
How is it nonsensical?
I-
I understand European culture more than you, Rob.
You do.
It's that simple. Yes.
So I just want to be one last time.
You were saying, Rob, you do realize you made the claim that it was impossible. You can go back in the clip. You were saying it was impossible for like these European, or trying to act as if it was impossible for these European countries to stand down, when all we can do is just look back to World War II and see all these European countries stand down or turn neutral.
Standing down in the face of overwhelming, standing down in the face of
they will stand. They will go
standing
neutral.
down in
They will
the
go
face-
neutral at the time
standing
of the
down in the
conflict. Once
face-
the conflict
standing
is
down in the face-
resolved and
standing
Russia
down in the
becomes the
face- I'm just
victor,
gonna keep talking.
then
I'm
it'll
not
be the
gonna
Russian
make you
Federation.
filibuster over this. Standing down in the face of Germany in World War II from France, that then had to give Germany control over France, is different than Germany now standing down to an already depleted Russian military saying, "Yep, we completely roll over and say you now control our country." It's laughable. It's laughable,
and
and,
you're
it's
also-
not just
you're also
you
for-
have to
no, it's
say.
not.
You have to
No, it's
say
not.
of the 26 European Union
But
states.
notice
let me
that we're up to
finish.
Germany now. Yeah. Because, like I said, what you keep doing is straw manning my position, Rob. Can you please at least steel man my position?
Okay, you have to win that 24 of the 26 European Union states, quote, stay neutral. That they decide to say, our options are be invaded by Russia and leave them have total control over our country, or fighting back. We'll stay neutral in that if France alone's able to beat them, then fine. If not, then Russia rules us. That's what you're saying.
What are they fighting for, Rob?
To not be controlled by a hostile foreign power. And
What is
invading.
Brussels?
What-
A hostile foreign power
Okay.
that wants to sterilize kids, that wants to do all this crazy shit, and Russia wants traditional conservative Christian ethics, all this kind of stuff.
I mean,
So when it comes down to what are you going to fight for, you're the one that's like inventing this whole thing of, yeah, we all want to fight for the EU. Half the Europeans are saying,
again,
fuck the EU.
We take the United States. The United States was ran by leadership in Joe Biden that wanted to sterilize kids and wanted open borders and was antithetical to white people and antithetical to Christians. So if Russia invaded, would half of the United States say, yes, we're on Russia's side?
We don't need to talk about Russia
Would
in this
they?
situation, my friend. What's happening with these ICE protests?
Uh,
America is going into civil war because there are two completely different fucking directions. One wants to sterilize kids, one doesn't.
Yes, and my argument is,
And if we cannot agree with that, there is going to be conflict, Rob.
you continue
Whether you want it or not, it's coming.
I don't know what to say. Like, it is difficult arguing with someone that doesn't have a basic comprehension of sort of the logical structure of an argument. Okay, so let's
America's
go
not,
through it.
not descending into violence.
Okay. My argument is this. There were right-wingers that hated the left-wing government of the United States. And yet, if Russia invaded, there is zero chance that they would take Russia's side. And your rebuttal to this is, but aren't there people on the left and right that are fighting in the United States? Yes, you might as well have said this. But isn't chocolate ice cream tasty? Sure, I guess it is. What the fuck does that have to do with the point I made?
Okay, one sec, Rob. What do you think is going to happen if that thing in Minnesota starts happening all over the place? As in, every single time you go to church, you're getting screamed in your face, hands up, don't shoot, and all stuff. Do you think that it's not going to descend into civil war?
Let's say it does, okay?
It's going to go to conflict.
Okay.
And I'm telling you,
Okay.
Europe is like that at the moment. We're about 5 to 10 years ahead of what you would have
Okay.
been if Hillary Clinton had got elected instead of Trump.
So if it goes to war, if it goes to civil war, would either side in the United States accept Russia rule? Russia invading and taking over?
No, it would, like I said at my opening
No.
statement. it would end up-
I'm
it would-
asking you
yeah.
a specific question. Would either
Yeah.
the right or the left in this prophetic American Civil War, would either of them say, and we accept our Russian rulers? Come on in, Russian military. Would either side do that?
There would be a surprising amount, yes. I would
Who?
accept that, yes.
Which side would?
Majority right-wingers.
You
Because
think
Russian
the
culture is
right-wingers
more
in the
traditional
United
and
States
conservative.
would
Yes,
accept
in terms
the
of
conquer
recruitment.
of the United
Yes.
States by the Russian
But to get-
military. And
yeah.
no, they wouldn't. You're
To-
full of shit.
Yeah. Okay, you're the one that was saying that, like, in terms of, like, never mind.
There's
In
no
terms of
chance that's true.
1 sec, to address the key thing here is you're saying that, like, oh, like Russia, like taking all this kind of shit. I already admitted in my opening statement, or like towards the beginning of this, where it's like inevitably America would come in. You even conceded that as well, where America would have to go into conflict, despite the fact that we're all isolationists or America first or whatever. We would have to intervene because we wouldn't want Russia to get that much power. And like I said, America, it's more advantageous if Russia was to do this, because then they could be seen as the victors. They'd come in as the heroes.
So what you do is,
And
again,
EU
you
would be
deflect to a
dissolved.
totally unrelated point to what we were talking about. We were talking
No,
about
no.
the unlikelihood of countries like Germany completely submitting to the Russian military because there's strife within the country. And I say, well, the same could be true of the United States. Much like German people, some of them may dislike Brussels. Many people in the United States dislike the government they see here. And yet, despite that, neither side would be willing to accept Russian rule. The same would be true of a place like Germany, in my estimation. And you're like, yes, but isn't it true that United States would attack Russia in my hypothetical scenario? Yes, that's true, and another harm, but it has
Yes.
nothing to do with the
And
individual
then
point
America
that
would
we
be
were
like,
making.
you guys handle your shit together. And then, like I said, as an outcome for America, that means that there would be no more collective bargaining with the EU. They could actually have individual deals with each individual country. So, like I said, it's actually an advantage that this happens to America.
Now, what
That they
I
get rid
want
of
you
the
to
EU.
do is, let's talk a little meta debate here for a second. I want you to tell me why you said, when I said, okay, if we take an analogy and say Germany to Brussels as to United States to Biden rule, both ruled by radical left-wingers that half the country despises, and yet in the United States, despite that, even if things get really bad, you would not welcome Russian overlords. Your response to that is, but isn't it true, Rob, that Russia in my scenario and America would go to war? How is that responsive to the individual point that I just made?
Because when you look at the American example, you're talking about Russia coming in as a foreign force when you already have plenty of people in America that are resistant to this force anyway. Especially when you look at the way America works, all this kind of shit. When you look at the European Union, it's not a direct one-to-one example.
Now your argument is that the analogy...
One sec, Rob. Because half the American country is not like ethnically Russian or culturally close to Russian.
What percentage of Germany is
So that's why
ethnically
it's a
Russian?
false analogy
What
to bring
percentage-
Russia into the.
What
It's a
percentage
false
of
analogy
Germany
to bring
is
Russia
ethnically
into the
Russian?
example of America.
Which percent of Germany is ethnically Russian? What percent of Spain?
Okay,
What
you're
percent
talking
of
about
Italy?
you're only talking about Germany now.
Yes,
Not the EU.
the argument that I'm making is that in order for Russia to take over the entirety of the EU, they would have control over Germany. They would have control over Italy. They would have control over Poland. They would have control over Spain. They would have control over France. And you're like, well, but there are ethnic Germans in Lithuania. And so therefore they would roll over. I'm like, yes, but Germany. And you're like, well, when I say an analogy would be the United States, and you're like, yeah, I agree, this would never happen in the United States, but that's because there's not ethnic Russians there. Okay, so where are the ethnic Russians in Germany?
You're taking a Western European state. Like what I'm pointing to with the EU is that there's plenty of landmass and population that are Russian friendly. That's why it's not a direct one-to-one example or analogy. To go back to your original issue with my argument, show you that I'm not straw manning, it's you who's straw manning, is that it's not a direct one-to-one example with the analogy because there's no shared culture between America and Russia, whereas in Europe is not the same case. That's all I'm saying about that.
You
Rob.
have to, is there a European Union military?
Okay, so now we're on to Germany. Can I address?
Is there a
can I
European
answer
Union
to Germany?
military?
There's no EU army.
Okay, so then the military that we're talking about would be the army of the individual countries that make up the European Union.
Yes, so Germany, France, and
All
UK.
right,
And
so-
like
so
I
we
said,
would
Germany
talk-
is a toss-up.
Okay, so we would say like Germany, we're taking for here, right? And so we're like, would the German military stand down? Would the German people stand down? And you're
No,
like,
that would be-
you're
yeah,
like,
that would be the
well,
conflict,
it's
yeah.
different because of ethnic Russians. So my question is, how many ethnic Russians are in Germany?
No, there would be still conflict, Rob. I'm not saying that there would never be any conflict. That's just, again, another straw man of my position. But like I said, anybody who's going to fight for the EU when it comes down to Germany, France, and UK, anybody who's going to give their life to that shit, good luck to them. Good luck to them because they're fighting for.
I don't know
One sec, Rob. They're fighting for sterilizing kids, giving them testosterone, all this kind of shit. They're fighting for euthanizing the elderly. They have nothing to fight for. So good luck to them. them losing their lives, I'm not going to lose a wink of sleep. And you can play the whole moral argument, all this kind of shit. I don't give two fucks, Rob, because at the end of the day, I'm sick and tired of, because like all this conflict has been propped up by people like those elites, so they can go and fight their war and die in their war. When it comes to the actual policies that Russia has in terms of what Putin has, that like the vast majority of not only Europeans but also Americans who are conservative or on the right wing would align more so with the Russian policy than the actual European Union policy.
It doesn't matter. What we're talking about is a matter of practicality. Saying that there are individuals, first off, you're underestimating, by the way, there is a significant amount of people, even though I dislike Brussels, there's a significant amount of people that in these European countries that actually do like it, which is true. You're saying that they would all just submit, right? But it's not a matter of it's not a matter.
I did not say they would submit.
Okay,
I did not say they submit.
Waffled.
I said they would fight their war.
Okay, so
they would fight their war, and they can go on dying their war. And like I said, if Russia comes out and says we're putting in Russian values or conservatism and right wing, I'm like, fucking hallelujah, boys.
Okay, so what you're doing is you're making two separate claims. We're arguing on the practicality side and the war that would end in this and what practically the world would look like. You're saying, and again, this is what I said he'd do. This is the trick that he's trying to play. He knows that this audience isn't going to like woke shit. So he's like, don't you dislike woke shit? Yeah. Then the Russian military should take over and it'll all work out swimmingly. And trust me, these countries will stay neutral. Then when pushed on it, after arguing for like an hour, he's like, no, they would fight back. Didn't he say, by the way, he's done this?
No.
If you take the number of times that he's waffled and changed, for example, he said there's 100% chance that it would lead to a nuclear exchange. Then he said, never mind, I turned that back. He said that Russia would stay neutral and these other countries would stay neutral. Now he's admitting, yes, their military would fight back. The problem is, even if we say that there are people that don't like these woke policies, they're not going to cheer for the invasion of their country by a hostile foreign power. And as you have conceded from the get-go, what this will do is strengthen Brussels and strengthen NATO and strengthen the globalists, because this will be the best argument ever to their populace. You have to have us because hostile countries like Russia will invade. Why wouldn't they say that?
Because
what's NATO's reason for existing?
Which question do you want me to answer, Rob?
How about that one? Which NATO's reason for existing?
Because of Russian threat, because of the Cold War, all this kind of shit.
Do you like NATO?
I like America paying for the bills, but I don't think they should.
Do you like NATO?
In terms of like the benefits, yeah, sure.
What benefits of NATO do you like?
Yes, Now, Ben, I will. Can I get answer questions after this? I'll go down as much questions as you want. But okay. Yeah, sorry. Repeat the question again.
What benefits of NATO do you like?
America paying for our military.
Okay. Why do you need a military? To protect against whom? Brussels?
Foreign hostile takeover.
Okay, so you want a strong military to prevent from a foreign hostile takeover. And yet you're also cheering for a foreign hostile takeover.
Yeah.
Can you square that? How that remotely makes sense?
Yeah. Because we're already been taken over by the Islamists.
Okay, so then why do you want NATO?
Yeah, I'd rather Russia take over and like still have Europa as a chance, rather than the Islamists continuing to take over and then they basically have to nuke England off the map, and then your boy is living in Ireland, nuclear fallout, etc., etc. You don't want your boy Leprechaun to go.
Oh, okay. So then, therefore, you're against NATO because the existence of NATO makes it more likely through the transitive property of Islamists to take over.
Yeah, I want Trump to exit NATO.
But you just said you support NATO and the United States paying for it. Now you completely...
No. I said, no, can I clarify? I said I like the benefit, because like it's like saying, Rob...
But what's the benefit?
One sec. Rob, would you like me to buy you whatever your favorite meal is, ribeye steak? Would you like me to buy you a ribeye steak?
Not if I hate ribeye steak.
Okay, what do you like?
It doesn't matter. The analogy's not going to work because what you're saying is, would you like me to buy something that you hate?
No, you don't know where I'm going.
I do.
You see, this is
Rob. Sure. I'd like you to buy me a ribeye steak.
Honestly, Rob, 100%. It's been a great. To be honest, it's been a great first episode. Go
ahead. I would like for you to buy me a ribeye steak. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now, if I was to turn around and see, Rob is a cheap bastard because he's willing to let someone else pay for it. Like he wants like people to pay for his meals. Like, no, it's like I'd like it if you're going to offer to pay my meal. I'm like, yeah, sure. But it's like you're your own person. You can clearly afford your own meal and all this shit. It'd be a bit disingenuous for me to say that, correct?
Sure. What does this have
that's all I'm
anything to
saying.
do with anything we're talking about?
Because you're acting as though, like, because I like the benefits of NATO, like, as if this is a contradiction.
What is the
because I like
benefit that you
of
like
NATO,
of
but I'm
NATO?
against NATO.
This is, since you're impossible to follow this, let me say, it seems that your argument is this. You tell me if I'm wrong. I like the benefits of NATO because it protects me from Russia, so I hope that Russia invades to take over the Islamists. The benefit that you like is completely opposite to what you're claiming you want to happen.
Yeah, can I explain?
Sure.
Okay, so like that's when you're supposed to say, I wish you would, motherfucker. Yeah, but anyway, like the reason why, like obviously I like having like some sort of like great super, like the Maduro shit to Venezuela. I was like, God damn, that's great shit. I mean, I like the idea of having that in place, but when it comes to the current European Union, they are not stopping the hostile takeover of Islamists in the European Union. And
So
they're
what
not
should
stopping
happen?
these PDFs running wild and all this
What
kind
would
of
you
shit.
like to see happen?
The EU needs to be destroyed. It
Okay,
needs to
and
be like a
what
phoenix,
entity
rise
would
from
you
the
like to
ashes.
see destroy it?
Russia.
Would it be more likely for Russia destroyed if NATO doesn't exist?
Yes.
So therefore, you don't like the benefits of NATO because NATO's sole reason for
No.
existence is preventing
No.
Russian expansion.
I'll bite the bullet down and say I don't like the benefits. Like I was saying, I do like that aspect of like we have a big brother out there or whatever. But in terms of like what needs to be done, no matter what I feel about it, like liking something is kind of like an emotion thing. What I'm saying is like what needs to happen, what necessarily has to happen, is Trump says I'm not paying for your bills anymore, bitch, and then European Union is like, oh fuck, and then Russia's like, comrade, we meet again. And then Russia knocks the shit out of Europe. And like I said, the European Union gets shattered into a million pieces. Russia will be seen as the enemy. And then America comes in as the superhero with the...
So you
Nicki
see,
Minaj
does
on
everyone
stage
see how
saying,
this works?
"Oh,
He
happy
fights tooth and nail
days."
because he has no idea what he's talking about. And then when it's proven that his two positions that he's advocating just in this meta portion of the argument directly contradict each other, he says, yeah, I concede, but then goes on a minute and a half soliloquy about other shit. So what this shows is, right, that he actually should be against the United States supporting an organization like NATO because he actively wants the invasion of Russia. What I'm telling him, and the reason that I got on this when he like, it's striking. This is what it's been like debating the whole time. You have to take one step forward. You have to slog through like 15 contradictions. The point that I was trying to get, if he would have answered in a way that wasn't contradictory, was this. He would presumably say, no, I don't like organizations like NATO. I don't like organizations like the European Union. I think they are allowing this woke shit to occur that I dislike, and they're taking away the sovereignty of individual European countries. Great. If he would have just answered honestly, we could have skipped that whole 10, 15-minute section. But he didn't. So now that we got there, allow me to proceed. The organizations like NATO are more likely to become entrenched and more powerful, as is true of the European Union, if the very thing that they claim the reason for their existing proves to be true. That Russia invades. Now there will be more clamoring for NATO to become even stronger to make sure that Russia never invades again. There will be more clamoring for the European Union to make sure that these countries come together and have power to not be invaded again.
Again, like that's your opinion, and that could happen. But in terms of another thing that could happen is Trump could just say, fuck you, I've tried to stop the war in Ukraine, but Starmer and Macron are pushing for a war. So you know what? It's just like the Olympics where the trans dude won the gold medal with beating the shit out of a woman. Sometimes you say, okay, ladies, if you want this, European Union, if Starmer and Macron want this war, let them fight their war. And Trump just exits out of NATO, and then they do their own business.
I mean, it's
Like I
again,
said,
we've already...
In that case, America should win. Russia should take over the EU because the EU is bullshit, bro.
So again, what we see is he's already conceded. We went through all these points already. So when I said, well, why is Trump funding Ukraine? And he's like, to end the war. And I said, but wouldn't it be true that if he just stopped funding Ukraine, that the war would be ended? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, so then why is he funding it? And he's like, well, Stormer. And I'm like, yes, but why is Trump funding it? And he's like, I guess I don't know. And I was like, could it be likely because Trump does believe in the message that he doesn't want a global superpower like Russia taking over large swaths of Europe? Could that be? Now he defaults back. He goes right back to that same argument that he already admitted that he's clueless about. And so now his argument is this. Despite the fact that Trump has funded Ukraine, and it is true that he's been frustrated with Europe, sure, but he's still funding Ukraine, still doing it, as are many other politicians in the United States, right? That if they finally say, you know what, we're done funding Ukraine, that they would sit on their hands as Russia, one of their geopolitical adversaries, took over the entirety of Europe. That they would just sit on their hands.
Yeah, what I'm saying is all America would have to do is just pull out. And just the threat of that alone, you would start to see the pressure get to, especially the Baltic states, the Eastern blocs. They would all start conceding. And next thing you know, the only three countries you could say that would firmly stand against Russia would be UK, France, and maybe Germany. I can give you Germany as well, right? So in that amalgamation, you have like the majority of Europe that is standing against the European Union. And like I said, the reason why this should happen rather than America take the preemptive step is because you want America to come in as the heroes or the saviors.
I mean, again, I don't know how to say this is definitely going to pressure an increase for alliances like NATO. It's going to pressure the European Union saying we need to be even stronger. Again, so if we could just go through the list of all of the problems with this, I too don't like woke shit. One, there's no evidence that the woke shit will end. In fact, it's likely that it'll get worse because what will happen is Russia will inevitably either A, not be able to hold on to this territory, which means there'll be more incentive once they're pushed out to go back to more globalization to protect from another invasion in the future, or B, Russia will use nuclear weapons, ending the world to make sure that they're not taken out. This will also then lead to a conflagration of the United States becoming more likely to get involved. If somehow none of this occurs and the millions of people don't die in this, we've now just created a rival world superpower to the United States that's now going to control the entirety of Europe in addition to the lands they already control in Russia, which will mean that we will have a bipolar world, which makes great powers inevitably going to war. We see what came with this with the Cold War, except this time it would most likely go hot, seeing as how we just saw the invasion. All Teriyak has the entire debate is just saying things like, well, there's a chance that all the European countries wouldn't go to war. They would just roll over. In fact, maybe some of them would actively grab their muskets and go to war for Russia against the rest of the European states. And we don't know. Maybe Trump would just be like, yeah, we're totally uninterested in Europe now. We're just going to leave Russia take over. We no longer have an interest there. The same guy that right now is desperately trying to get Greenland to prevent Russian expansion, all of a sudden in Teriyak's hypothetical is just going to be like, oh, Russia has expanded what we were worried about. They've taken over the entirety of Europe, which we were bound to by a military alliance, NATO, to protect. We're going to shrug that alliance and just say, fuck it. Russia took over. We're not going to do anything. Hating woke doesn't mean cheering for World War III. It is a mistake. And all of you out there that might be like, I don't know, maybe there's a point. The Russian government's more based than Brussels. Right, but the transition would lead to a global war, which would probably go nuclear. Meanwhile, the status quo is having a good chance to solve this. Here's what's occurring. Italy has Meloni, who's a right-wing populist that's coming into power. Hungary has Orban. Czech Republic has Babis and the Populist Party, which is, they call him the Czech Trump. Poland has Nowacki, which is right-wing. Other countries with populist movement that are gaining: Belgium, Croatia, Finland, Netherlands, Slovakia, Sweden. Broader trends we see also in Belgium, Italy, Czech Republic, Hungary. There's polling leads in places like France with Le Pen that's doing well. The AfD party in Germany and others. Gains in places like Portugal that we see, and Austria. All of these are slowly getting pissed off about this, but we're going to throw that all out the window and say, no, let's not leave organic right-wing movements occur. Instead, let's have Russia invade and hope and pray that these right-wing movements will go, yes, we now accept our Russian overlords, and we're just going to allow them to come through without challenging them.
Okay, so like I said, to simply put it, chat, so are we close to closing statements, or
that could be my closing? I don't mind. Oh well,
no, I just want a quick time check.
Well, yeah, I was waiting till it hit 2 hours, but like in 5 minutes, we're about to be at 2 hours of open floor. So, but it's totally up to you guys. If you guys want to keep going, you guys can keep going.
We can do
I can keep going.
Or we can. That's fine too. Yeah.
Yeah, because like to address that, there's rises like in across like Europe and all this kind of thing, but like the simple question or the simple thing that like I can say to nail this point home is, if every single European was able to cast a vote and all this kind of shit, and they were, or to at least take on my opinion or to say what I'm saying now, where crazy to say, but Russia should take over the EU. If Europe was to take that point of view, the war in Ukraine would end. Whereas, if you take the opposite view, it will inevitably lead to war. Like there is no stopping this because Macron and Putin are not going to stop.
I mean, like, again, the nonsense of this position is when we're looking at a hypothetical, you can't then be, now your hypothetical's changing to like, what if all the people voluntarily voted for Russia to take over the EU? That's different. That's not how practically it'd play out. I might as well make the counter hypothetical to you. What if Putin acquiesced and allowed the European Union to take over Russia? That would end the conflict, right?
So if Putin acquiesced to,
yes, if
to
Putin,
NATO and
I
all
think
that,
that Putin tomorrow should be like, you know what? I accept Macron is now the president of Russia. That end the conflict, right?
Yep.
Okay, but you see the
Technically, yep.
stupidity of that. That's never going to happen.
Yeah, no, but what I'm trying to point out with it is that, like, in terms of the dynamic of like Russia being like, let's say, more like friendly to like the degeneracy and the rot that we see in Europe, versus half of Europe that's already kind of saying like we already kind of line up in terms of value wise, and this whole European Union thing is like they're sterilizing kids, they're euthanizing the elderly, the whole like abortion thing, all this kind of shit. Yeah, fuck it, I'll take my chances in Moscow.
Okay, so the point is this, right? On both ends of this, you lose. If we're taking it on the end of like what practically would have to happen for your prompt to occur, it's going to be World War III. It's going to be a disaster, and from the ashes of World War III will make place things like NATO and the European Union stronger, and the status quo is already going a long way to solve the problems you're talking about. Right-wing populists are gaining strength. All of that will be thrown aside for a guaranteed World War III, which is a horrible mistake, and World War III quite possibly could be the last war. I don't want my son to die fighting a war because you want Russia to invade and take over Europe. I think that's a bad deal for me. I don't like that. I don't want Russia to rival the United States as a world superpower. I think that's a bad deal, particularly when the status quo is making advancements to solve this, right? That's what the practical application. If you're saying, forget about the practical, let's just say hypothetically, just as an intellectual exercise, if the people of Brussels were replaced with Putin, would it be better for the people of Europe? Would it be better for anti-woke shit? But if you're going to do that, then I still say that your prompt's bad, because if we're going to engage in absolutely impossible hypotheticals like that, then I would just say, just dissolve the European Union. That's a better example than fucking Putin taking over.
So based on your logic, if Putin and Europe was actually to like that level of force, like like America would have to intervene, correct? If Russia and Europe was getting together. And like Putin
yes, I assume. Wait. It depends what you mean by this. Do you mean if Europe said voluntarily, we now choose to be Russian?
Yes.
Okay, let me think about this. My guess is that this probably would lead to a conflict with the United States. Yes.
Okay, so even if the EU was to agree to terms with Russia, America's just going to come in anyways, which proves my point. Why you want Russia should attack the EU first, because America's going to because even if they resolve the shit in Ukraine and the European Union starts getting really, really friendly with Russia, you're basically saying it's going to cause a world war anyway. So basically, America has us with a fucking barrel, a gun barrel in our face, basically saying, yeah, you're not allowed to be friendly with Russia. So in terms of that dynamic, Rob, one sec, in terms of that dynamic, even if that is the case as an American, that you just conceded that would happen anyway, that as an American, it's more advantageous for you for Russia to take over the EU, because then you can come in as the saviors.
What are you talking?
My point has been all along, Rob.
You make an absurd hypothetical that's not possible. Okay, let me do the counterexample. If every country in the world said we now submit, we're all states of the United States, would Russia fight back?
No.
Of course they would. They're pissed that countries are entering.
No, you just said if all states concede and said we're going to
accept Russia
into America. Oh, except Russia.
Yes.
Then yeah, of course Russia will fight back. Like, Russia will always fight back.
My point. Yeah. Russia's the evil aggressors. They have us over a barrel. You see the stupidity of that?
No. What I'm saying is like
that's what your hypothetical is.
What I'm saying is the EU as a separate entity, like being more Russian aligned than American, it's going to lead to conflict. What I'm saying is that's
not. Now you're changing the hypothetical. Now you're changing the hypothetical.
No.
Your hypothetical wasn't the EU becomes more Russian aligned. It was that they give up total control to Russia.
Oh yeah, so like, in that example, they give up control to Russia, like the same way that because the vast majority of Europe already
super
has.
Chat gets it. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Like NATO, like one sec, Russia is already Europe is already aligned with America in the counterexample. And it's the fact that it's the fact that America has been aggressing land and trying to get Ukraine to join NATO. That's why just one sec, Rob, because I'll explain, right? The fact that it was you were saying the counterexample. I said if a European Union was to naturally voluntarily come across and say we align ourselves with Russia, We
That's
want
not what
Russia
you
to be
said.
the
That was
ruler.
not your hypothetical.
No. What I'm saying is we give power to Russia. Putin
Right.
has all the power.
Yes.
If Europe was to do that, you'd say it would lead to conflict anyway. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So even if of our own free will we were to align with Russia, you'd say that would lead to conflict.
I'm
right?
saying,
in that in that situation,
holy fuck.
you would still want Russia to be the seen as the enemy, the foreign attacking force, and you as America coming in to save their souls.
I mean, I don't know what to say. This is some insane gibberish. So let's talk about all the reasons this is insane. One, he continually waffles, and again, that phrase, Mott and Bailey. On one hand, he says, his original example was, Europe gives total control to Russia, right? Then when I say, yes, that would be seen as an act of aggression, the United States would be like, holy fuck, the Cold War is back on, and it's going to lead to sort of a new Cold War at the very least. He's like, so you're merely saying that if Europe decides to become more friendly with Russia, that Trump would invade. No, that wasn't the example. The example was if Europe tomorrow comes out and says, we totally sign over all of our countries to Russia. Yes, that would be something that would lead inevitably to great superpowers. Fuck, China would probably start invading Russia at that point. When you have that sort of radical shakeup, something that, by the way, is an impossibility, that is nowhere near analogous to anything in reality, to just say, what if every country in Europe that is engaged in a military alliance against Russia, just all of a sudden says, you know what, we give up. Russia now controls our country. What if that happened? And we could glean something about practical geopolitical events based on this insane hypothetical that would never happen. This is nonsense. The point that I'm trying to make, this has nothing to do with anything I was saying. The point I'm making is, let me finish. The point I'm making is this. He has conceded that Russia, being the aggressor and invading Europe, which is his prompt, is suggesting would happen, leads to all the negative outcomes like World War III that I've isolated. He has no argument why that wouldn't be the case. It would cause a great war with Europe. It wouldn't be just that they all lay down, as he eventually conceded, yes, there would be a war. And then it would cause a great war with the United States, which means that we would have a World War III situation. The status quo is already doing efforts to possibly solve the problems he's talking about by seeing the rise of right-wing populists. He has no response to this, and so instead he just relies on, but woke shit's bad and gay, and what if Europe just voluntarily said, hey, Europe, you're in charge? Gay. That's what you're implying. What if Europe
I do like the flair.
Yes,
I do appreciate
Rob,
the flair.
You haven't thought about this. You haven't thought about this, Rob. What if Europe just says, you know what, Russia, now you control all of us? Okay, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
I'm so glad you asked, right? Because you're saying that Russia actually exerting force and doing the force doctrine and taking the European Union, that would lead to World War III. That would be chaotic, and that's why it shouldn't happen. But then that's why I gave you the option of what if Europe voluntarily gave power to Russia? Then you'd say that's World War III. So no matter what way it goes, it's going to be World War III, Rob. I'm dismissing the World War III
because
claim
there's a third possibility that neither the United States gives complete control to one country, or neither Russia invades Europe, or Europe just acquiesces and gives all. There's a third option, which is neither of those happen, which is the 99.99999% likelihood. So no, there is an inevitable World War III. And by the way, right, if you're trying to make some point about this, did Russia go to war with Ukraine why did they go to war with Ukraine? You tell me.
Because of the pressure, with Ukraine joined NATO, and if Ukraine joins NATO, that's nukes on the border, bro.
Okay, so your argument, let me see if I got this straight. Your argument is somehow, oh my God, I can't believe that you would say that the United States would be upset if all of a sudden tomorrow Russia owned all of Europe, as long as Europe gave it up voluntarily. That's crazy. That just proves my point. Yet meanwhile, you already know that that's not a ridiculous point, because you're saying it wasn't that Ukraine became the United States. It wasn't that they even entered NATO. It was that they got a government that was friendly to the West, which Russia viewed as encircling. So imagine if instead of that, all of Europe and Ukraine would have said, we're now the 51st state of the United States. What do you think Russia would have did?
With the Canada, the conflict, but I can do the whole Cuban Missile Crisis. Remember when Cuba was like, if it's okay if we store some nuclear technologies in Cuba, and you were like, you do that, and it's World War III. You know what I mean?
It would be World War III. That's what would happen.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is what I'm saying. This has been encroachment from America. So this is why, like I said, as an American sitting in the audience, the ideal outcome for you is for Russia to take over. And like I said, don't worry. There's some patriots out there that would be like, oh no, I fell asleep. I can't sign up for the army. All this kind of shit.
Is the United
And like I said, America will come in as the heroes. Like I said, oh, happy days. Then like the big strong boys and all that kind of shit. Well, you won't even send in the strong boys. It's all like unmanned vehicles, all that kind of
So
shit.
just to be clear,
the-
your argument is, let me see if I get this
Lockheed
straight.
Martin is
Because
crazy
of
shit, bro.
woke shit in Brussels, it would be better for Americans to enter World War III with Russia. That's your
Won't
argument.
happen anyway.
My child should go fight and die in Europe, because if not, then gay shit will happen in Europe. That doesn't sound like a good deal for me and my people.
No, like they're going to sterilize your child, digital
Let them do it. Let them do it in
locking
Europe.
people up
Why
for
does my child
tweets.
have to die to stop that happening in your country? Why don't you rise up?
Because even if there was no like conflict in Europe or Russia, like you were basically said it's going to be World War III if Europe gets too friendly with Russia.
I'm saying if Russia invade... No, I didn't say that. Again, you Mott and Bailey it. I keep using that term because
No, because what I'm saying, like this is why I
no
talked about
one has
Caesar and all
said,
this kind of
no
stuff.
one
If
said
Russia,
that
if
Europe
Putin,
becoming
if we-
friendly
one
with...
sec.
Let me repeat. No one said Europe becoming friendly with Russia leads to World War III. We said that two scenarios do. A,
I said too
scenario
friendly.
1, where Russia completely invades and takes over the European Union. B, scenario 2, where inexplicably, in an impossible act, Europe wakes up tomorrow and says, we give up. We dissolve all of our countries and now we're part of Russia.
Can I
That's
give
what we
the
said.
example? Okay. This is why in my opening I started talking about Caesar. Like I've done a lot of work in my opening. I was talking about Caesar and the Tsar and the relation there. If all of a sudden the European Union and Moscow was to come to agreement that fuck it, all the way from Moscow to like Portugal, it's like this is Rome. We start trying to build Rome together as a unit. You're telling me, because like that would basically, if Putin was to become the Caesar of like Russia to Portugal, you're saying that's World War III anyways.
Yes.
So even like I said, the optimal outcome where everyone gets along, you're saying that America is going to escalate into World War III anyways. So your original claim of Russia just taking over the EU by force, you're saying that'll start World War III. That gets negated, bro.
I don't understand this. Do you think that one of these, give me a rough little percentage or likelihood of the following thing happen. Forget whether it should, just that it'll happen. Russia completely invades and takes over the European. What's the likelihood of that? Very likely, almost impossible to happen. Give me the likelihood.
Like this sounds like a cop-out answer, but it's literally 50-50.
You think there's a 50% chance that Russia's going to invade and
That
take
it's
over
going
the
to
European?
escalate into like conflict between the one sec, just to clarify, it's a conflict between the EU and Russia. The way things
Conflict's
stand.
different than saying that wasn't my question, that there would be conflict. My question was that they will invade and completely conquer the European Union.
I don't know about that, bro. It's a dice roll. It's a fucking dice roll.
You think it's 50-50?
I don't know. I honestly can't give a percentage.
Give me is it like not very likely, equal chances likely?
That Russia will come in and like conquer Europe and maintain control, all that kind of shit. Like
Like your
all
prompt
land.
suggesting.
No, like in terms of like will it actually happen? Like we're talking
Yes,
should.
that's the question. What's the
Should is a
likelihood that this
conditional.
actually happens?
Should. And like I said, 50-50. In terms of like this escalating into conflict, like real deal shit.
That's
It's
not the
50-50.
question. Like, for example, there could be conflict.
It's an
between-
impossible, Rob. It's an impossible question, right?
Oh my
It's
God,
literally an
it is
impossible
not
question. Okay, Rob.
impossible.
One sec. What's the probability that like I'm going to something random happen tomorrow? What's the probability of like
We're not talking about something completely random. What's the possibility of you tomorrow breaking the long jump record? I would say
You're
less than
saying
1%.
no. One sec. To clarify, your question is for Russia to conquer Europe.
Your prompt.
What is
What's
your
the likelihood of
probability?
your prompt occurring?
That Russia should take over the EU.
No, not should. What's the likelihood that they will?
I don't know.
I mean, this is
It's an impossible
absurd. What's
question.
the point of it? It's not impossible.
Like, how am I supposed to? One sec, Rob. If
Ask
no
me a
matter
question
what
like
percentage
that.
I give, how am I supposed to justify the percentages I give?
You don't have to give an exact percentage. We're just like if you said to me, Rob, what's the percentage that tomorrow the sun falls into the ocean and kills us all? I'd say very low, less than 1%.
okay.
I wouldn't say that's an impossible question.
Okay,
It's impossible to know. How would I ever know?
I'm fairly confident that Russia could conquer the European
It's
Union.
not
I'm
could.
fairly confident.
What's the
I'd say
possibility
over
that-
50%.
Over
Over
50.
50%.
So just to be clear,
That
you
Russia
said-
could conquer the European Union.
It's not could, it's that will.
Yeah. Like if you're forcing me into like your prediction, it's like what is the actual scientific percentages? I won't be able to give you a percentage, but I'm more confident than not that Russia would be able to knock the
It's
EU
not
out.
that they could, it's that they will.
Yes, I'm confident that they will do it. Like in terms of because you're trying to force me into definitive, this will happen. Do you know what I mean? But like I'm not. I'm saying like in terms of should. Like because no, because this is a different tense. You're trying to play word games at the moment. When we're talking about should, we're talking about a conditional. Talking about what the Irish call the Mochaníloch. Okay, what woulda, shoulda, coulda, and you're saying it's like what will. And like I said, I cannot give that definitive answer.
Okay,
It's
I guess
we're dealing with induction.
You finish your point, and then I'll talk to the audience because it's impossible to talk
go
to
ahead.
you on this. Okay, so for the audience, the reason we're on this is as follows. He's giving us two very likely scenarios and saying, therefore, World War III is going to happen no matter what. Unlikely scenario one is that the European Union completely falls to Russian influence and Russian conflict. That is very low probability of happening. Anyone with any amount of common sense would say. It's not a matter of hypothetically should it happen or hypothetically could it happen. It's what are the chances of that occurring? It's very low. Scenario two he gives us is, and to the counter of that is, as the only other possible scenario, is that Europe wakes up tomorrow and says, we just voluntarily dissolve and give all of our governing authority to Russia. The chances of that happening, it's unlikely as the first scenario is, are infinitesimally smaller. I would say, if we're being generous, those two scenarios combined have less than a 2% chance of occurring. The rest, the 98%, is what I'm saying is the most likely scenario to occur. That scenario is not World War III with Russia. He says, but wait a minute, Rob, if you say that Russia, and he concedes, yes, Russia invading the European Union will lead to World War III. But you know what else would lead to World War III? If all of Europe woke up tomorrow and said, we give our land over to Russia. So therefore, might as well have Russia invade. But if both of those scenarios are incredibly unlikely, think of the possibilities that are opened up by this type of argument. If I say, for example, should we just take all of Teriak's shit, right? And well, it's not even a good analogy. You understand the point, right? Saying that one thing should happen because if not, an impossible thing could also happen and lead to a bad outcome. So we might as well run into World War III. Do you see the stupidity of this?
Can I address? Like I said, like I won't just go to chat. I want just to do a logic line with you, Rob.
Okay.
So like for example, if you were king of America, how would you fix America?
Well, there's a lot of things that I would do. How long do you got?
Well, like that's what I'm saying. Like you're asking me a similar kind of question when you say, "Give me a percentage of will Russia invade the European Union?"
The question would be, Rob, what's the percentage chance that you'll become king of America?
No.
Yes. So this is an analogy to what would happen.
No. What I'm asking, like, what I said is like, one sec, Rob. To clarify, I asked you if you were king, granting that you were king. What would happen, or what would you do to fix America? Okay,
that's not
in terms of one sec. What I'm pointing to is like that's an impossible question for you to say, "Oh, king thing," but you can still put forward a theory. Now, for me to say, "Well, there's not like that's a low chance of like happening," like even you becoming king, that'd be bad faith by saying, "Oh, it's a low probability of happening," because technically, like a ball landing on a roulette wheel is like a 1 in 33 chance. It's the 3% chance of any of the numbers landing on it, but it lands on a number anyway.
Do you ever watch? Do you watch wrestling?
Just because it's a low chance of it happening,
do you watch wrestling?
It's not impossible to happen.
This sounds like some fucking Scott Steiner math here that this guy said. Well, there's a 3% chance that the 72% chance. No, your analogy makes no sense. Here's what would be an analogy, right? If I said, look, I should be king of the country, right? And you're like, okay, but in order to be king of the country, that would have to overthrow the Constitution, right? And that would lead to a conflict. You would agree with that, right?
Yeah,
there would be bloodshed for me or anyone else to become king. It would necessitate bloodshed, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and if you said, Rob, that necessitates bloodshed, and I said, but isn't it true, Teriyak, if you became king of the country, that it would also lead to bloodshed? And you would say?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, well then, there we go. I might as well be king. And you would say, well, how about a third option? Neither of us are king, which is 99.999999% likely to be the case. We shouldn't give in to, well, we might as well accept bloodshed because we only have two options. Either I'm king or Teriyak's king, and both are bloodshed, so you might as well vote for me. That's the analogy. No. So I'm saying the same thing here. When I say World War III is inevitable if Russia invades and takes over the European Union, and you say, I agree, that is true, but If Europe voluntarily decides to give over all of their land to Russia, that too would lead to World War III. I say, given the fact that that scenario is basically a statistic and possibility, who gives a fuck? Yes, that probably would lead to war. I'm not advocating for that. I'm advocating for both not Europe giving up all of their sovereignty to Russia and Russia not invading, which is 98% likely to be the outcome. What you're doing, let me, last thing, I promise, then I'll give you a chance. What you're doing is, right, like, think about this. When we have a harm, like, I'll go back to the pandemic for this, and hopefully this tries to explain to you what I'm saying. Right? I am enjoying this thoroughly. I hope you are as well.
Yeah, me too.
I do.
I think the audience is too.
Let's go back to the pandemic, right? One of the arguments was we should have these lockdowns because of this fear of the unknown. And the fear of the unknown was this virus. Now, me and you both knew, I assume you knew, lockdowns would be devastating in a lot of ways, right? It would devastate us psychologically, emotionally, physical health, and economically, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So we did a known evil because of an unknown.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yeah.
Right? That's what we're talking about here. You're literally saying, I'm advocating for World War III because I don't know, it might be inevitable anyways. That's really bad. We shouldn't accept this known evil because of unknowns. Advocating for World War III. Now listen, I'm sympathetic. I fucking hate the people that run Brussels. I hate these globalist scum. But I'm not going to say we should get into a world war with a nuclear armed superpower of Russia that conquers all of Europe. That's not the answer. That's stupid. We should not think of the balls it takes to say, my solution is World War III. That's what you're saying. That's insane.
Yeah, so like no, but like I'm proving it because like I'm saying in terms of the aspect of like Russia actually the actual fear of Europeans of like Russia like conquering the EU, right? You're saying that would lead to World War III anyways. What I'm saying is that even when you look at the current landscape, like the only reason why the war in Ukraine is still going on is because of France and England. Those are the main two that are vehemently against Russia. Because they're doing the whole thing, we got nukes, Russia got nukes, they ain't going to do shit. They've basically lost the run of themselves. You know what I mean? But like, what I'm saying is that like in that scenario, like it's like an immovable object meets a unstoppable force kind of thing. They're inevitably going to butt heads. That's what I'm saying in terms of the inevitability, because neither side is because like I said, Trump is more so. He was like accused of being a Putin puppet and all this kind of shit. So it's like he was the one that wanted. Remember, he was saying on the first day of being elected.
Let me try this.
War, kind of shit. 1 sec. Let me land the plane though. Like that was basically so. Like Trump is kind of aligned with Putin, and they both want to end this war, but it's the EU that doesn't. So what I'm saying is that's inevitably going to come to a head in terms of the conflict. But like I said, the key thing for me though is that even if I was to grant you that we somehow waved a magic wand and everything was peaceful and all that kind of stuff, if Europe was to get too friendly with Russia anyway, you're saying that'd be World War III. You know what I mean? If you got too
we already dealt with that.
Basically, that Russia had too much control over Europe.
We already dealt with that. Conflict. We already dealt with that. Like now, back to this point. Let's say this.
No, what I'm saying is it's World War III either way.
No, it's again. Yes, there's yes. In your less than 1% scenario of option A that has a less 1% or option B that has a less 1%, that could lead to World War III either way.
No,
I'm going with option C, which is the 99% that doesn't lead to World War III. I'm not advocating for a change, a radical departure of either A, Russia invading and conquering Europe, or B, Europe just out of the blue saying we completely give all of our sovereignty over to Russia. I'm having the radical position of not doing either of those two things.
Yeah, but let me break it down, right? What happens if Russia, because if let's say the EU concedes, then Russia takes the Ukrainian land, and then you have the peace. But and then if Russia concedes, you have like Ukraine being restored, and then like the Ukraine join NATO, all this kind of stuff. Those are the two possibilities. But what if neither side back down? What's going to happen?
Okay, is that what you're arguing is going to happen? Neither side. That's most likely.
That's what I've been saying with Macron and
but that has nothing to do with the scenario of the prompt. But okay, let's address this. So if the argument is the most likely scenario is there's going to be a stalemate, and I think that's fucking horrible. Let me make your case for you, right? Yeah, the longer this drags out, it's basically fucking cannon fodder. Entire generations of young Ukrainian men are being thrown to the wolves, and a lot of young Russian men are dying. And for what? It's fucking nonsense. The United States should stop funding this, right? But if, let's say they do, and then Europe just keeps the funding and it goes on. My question to you would be then, given that your proposed solution inevitably, as you've admitted, leads to World War III between Russia and the United States, why not just cut out the middleman and have Russia invade the United States invade Russia right now? Wouldn't that
That's what I argued. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when you look at the geopolitics going on, the fact that they cut off the money from the oil in Venezuela because Russia was using that as a way to get around the sanctions, the Venezuelan oil, and then you look at Trump going for Canada and Greenland, looking at the north of Russia, and then you look at what's going down in Iran right now, especially because America wiping like their military facilities with
I don't
Israel as
understand
well
what any
has
of
led
this
to
has
this.
to do with my question at all.
What I'm saying is that when you look at like all this conflict that's around, like Russia is basically surrounded now.
Okay,
If
so then
Iran
you
turns
are
Western
saying,
friendly- one
would it
second.
be a better solution to your problem to just have the United States invade Russia right
Yeah.
now?
I'm saying that's what basically Trump's doing. That's why he's talking about.
No,
Canada
Trump
and
is
Greenland.
not talking about invading Russia. Quite to the opposite.
Sorry, no, he's not. No. He's not talking about it, but that's the plan.
No, it's not the
When
plan.
you look at the moves that America's making,
So wait,
that's the only thing that
now
makes sense.
again, you're contradicting yourself. You said previously that Trump's about to pull out and leave Europe on your own defenses. Now you're making the exact opposite argument. Not only is Trump not going to pull out of support for Ukraine, he's actually going to invade Russia. Where the fuck are you getting that?
Yeah, the flanking. So basically, like, well, what's going to happen is Trump is going to do all this shit with the European Union, and basically, so I'm out of the NATO, which is going to give Russia all the impetus they need to start pushing the lines across Europe. And then when you look at like Iran being Western friendly and Canada being the 51st state, salutes to you, sirs. Then all of a sudden you can basically pincer them. And
You
then
made a claim.
flank,
You made
behind
it.
them.
Now you're pivoting to something else. You made a claim that
I'm talking about geopolitics.
Trump is going to invade Russia. That's your claim.
No, what I'm saying is putting pressure on Russia, but in terms of
Is
surrounding
Trump
Russia,
going to
that's what they're
invade
doing as well.
Russia?
It looks like that's the plan.
Show me any evidence.
Like all the moves that he's making. Why is he talking about Canada? Like the only thing that makes sense for like Canada and Greenland to be all of a sudden becoming part of the United States of America at the same time, this conflict going down in Iran and Trump saying if one shot gets fired, we're going to intervene in Iran. I mean, that's the north and south of Russia. And when you look at the fact if all of a sudden Trump was to initially say, I'm out of NATO, I'm pulling out, Russia's going to say, we got the impetus, let's fucking move up, let's take Estonia back and all this kind of shit. They start moving their front lines up. Meanwhile, you attack from the north and the south, and you basically.
I mean, it seems to me this is 100% the opposite direction of what you've argued this entire debate. That right now, it's just Europe that's pushing for this conflict with Russia, and Trump's trying to pull out. That's been your argument. The only reason it's Keir Starmer and Macron. It's Keir Starmer and Macron. Trump's trying to pull out. That's what you said. Now you're like, actually, no, it's the exact opposite. Trump is literally laying the groundwork not only to not stop funding Ukraine, but he's literally going to invade Russia. And your argument's like, well, because he's trying to procure Greenland, and that's going to flank, which gives him a tipping point. How about I make a counter proposal? He wants to get Greenland for a defensive posturing. That doesn't prove that he wants to invade Russia.
Well, like I said, this is all speculation. Just to be clarifying, be 100% clear with the audience on stuff. When you look at the moves that America has been making in the past things, like, yes, you could say, oh, the natural resource and stuff, but every country has quote unquote natural resources. And if America really was to use their interest in natural resources, they'd be looking at North Africa. The reason why Iran and Canada is and Greenland, of course, such a particular thing is because that's the north and south of Russia.
Okay, so we go back. Now you'll concede that you don't know if Trump's going to invade Russia.
If I made the claim that, like, I know, I don't think I said it's like it looks like it could be possible that, like,
then I go back to my original question that started us down this path. Should the United States just cut out this whole scenario of Russia invades Europe, then we go to war with Russia? Should they cut that out and just invade Russia now?
No.
Why?
Because you want to be seen as the victor.
How wouldn't that be the victor if we totally wipe out Russia?
Because you want Russia to be the aggressor, and then you see it to be the hero.
Isn't that already
to be self-defense?
To who? Who do we want it to seem that way to?
To all the what will be the peasant countries.
Name them.
Countries that can't match against.
Give us an example.
All like because, like, again, in this example, each individual European country would be its own different country. South America has its all different countries.
So a lot of European countries
would be no match to America.
A lot of European countries say that Russia's already been the aggressor, correct?
Yeah, officially, yeah.
Okay, so then those countries would be perfectly fine with the United States invading Russia.
Like, are you talking about the government? Or are you talking about the people? Because when you say country,
I mean, both.
Because, for example, my president has said a lot of bad shit against Israel, but I don't have any bad words to say against Israel.
Okay, nonetheless, let's say it's 50-50. People around the world say Russia's the aggressor or not. Fair? It's probably worse than that.
Yeah.
That say Russia's
Okay.
okay. So 50% of the people in the world would say, fine, we're great with this.
Mhm.
Okay, so what's the problem?
The problem is that, like, if everyone was like to get along and say, "Oh yeah, we actually agree with Russia," like that 50%, you were saying, you even admitted yourself that that'd be going to World War III over. And like I said,
Yes,
this whole
in the
argument that
unlikely scenario.
Russia shouldn't do this because it would lead to World War III.
Why do you keep
that
going
gets
back to?
negated.
Can you at least admit this? The chance of all of Europe saying we abdicate our sovereignty and give it to Europe is incredibly small.
No, the reason why I'm saying this, Rob, is because
Can you
you're,
just admit that that's an incredibly?
No, I'm trying to clarify for you. The reason why I'm saying this, Rob, is because you're the one that's been acting like Russia is going to storm Europe and just take everything, do the whole force doctrine.
That's what you're suggesting. The prompt.
The prompt does not necessarily mean it's done by force. It can be done by diplomacy.
We already went
correct?
through this.
Can it be done by diplomacy? Can it be done by diplomacy?
Hypothetically, let me say this. Hypothetically, it is in the realm of possibility, in a physical possibility, it could be done by diplomacy.
Yeah.
However, in a statistical possibility, it would be so close to zero that it's not worth evaluating.
Where statistically, you said you're making a claim. Please provide your evidence.
Yes, I will provide evidence that I do not believe France will say, you know what, we just completely turn over. You conceded as much yourself when
Like
you
in
said
World
that.
War II?
You conceded as much. See, we keep looping because like we go through this for an hour and I say, so you're saying that countries like Germany would stay neutral and wouldn't fight. And then eventually you say, no, they would fight. And now we loop back. You're like, I never said
No,
that.
I'm saying I can
they
grant
wouldn't.
you that to get past. I'm trying to give you good.
So now
good
you
faith.
are
I'll grant you
saying that
yeah.
all of Europe would just stand down. All of it.
No, what I'm saying is I can give examples where you like France stood down in World War II.
That's yes, you could hypothetically point to an example. Again,
But what I'm saying is it could also be done diplomatically with a lot of things as well.
explain the diplomatic. Explain how it goes. Explain how it goes diplomatically. We've done this. We're looping. I beat you on these arguments. You concede, and then you go back to them like it didn't happen. Explain how it happens diplomatically. Go ahead. Russia says, we'd like all of Europe. We want to control you all. And Europe says, okay, without any shots being fired.
Like half the Europeans get together and like they're like, you know what? Like a lot of us like share a lot of culture with Russia, and like if you view Russia as just an extension of the Byzantine Empire or a particular ally that could build towards, like I say, building Rome and all this kind of stuff as well, which is something that the Trump administration also aligns with as well. So then all of a sudden you're not actually looking at Russia as an actual enemy. You'd actually look at Russia as an actual ally instead. Because like I said, you're the one that was saying that even if the EU and let's say the Russia was to unite and try to restore Rome and all this kind of stuff, you're the one that's saying that'd be World War III. But I'm saying even in that scenario, I can envision Trump saying, you know what, I'm down with the whole Rome thing, because he was even putting out gladiator memes.
I don't even understand what you're saying. This is all inane gibberish that says nothing, right? Like, would you say that it's a possibility that all of Europe could say, robnoerr's now our leader? Is that a possibility?
Yep.
Okay. Now where are we? Yep, I guess these are within the I mean, I don't know what to say other than you're literally now hinging on the argument.
Can I explain?
I'll give you a chance. I don't know what to say. Like we keep looping this. This is fucking insane. No other person in the world has ever made the argument. You know, it's likely that the entirety of Europe says, you know what? Let's turn ourselves over to Russia. No one has ever said that other than you. And you're like, but isn't it a possibility?
I never said entirety.
What's that?
I never said entirety. I might have said yes. Like I sometimes where I say yes.
Explain to me the diplomatic way that Europe gives over control to Russia. Explain the diplomacy, how that happens.
In terms of like you're talking about like, oh, the entirety of Europe has to go over and all stuff. What I'm saying is if you look at it like if you factor in motion, like change, like time into this factor. Like initially you would see a lot of the initial states be like, you know what? I actually don't trust the EU to have my back. Like, for example, like the Baltic states or the former Soviet states, them saying, and then all of a sudden they sided with Russia, and then there's more and more pressure mounts that eventually all you're really left with is France, UK, and Germany. And like I said, at that stage, it can be easily done diplomatically through like, obviously the threat of violence would be there. So there is obviously like that coercion kind of aspect to it. But in terms of like diplomatic, it would be like they're more than like Hungary, for example, is more than willing to.
I think I disagree because I think what's like
to the table. But one sec, the reason why, and I want to explain this. The reason why we keep going back to this is because you're the one that's saying this shouldn't happen because it would cause World War III. You know what I mean? Because of the conflict. And then I said, okay, I'm going to give an example where it's like we get rid of all the conflict and it's all peaceful. And you're saying, as an American, you don't want that to happen. You would cause World War III.
No, I didn't say that I don't want that to happen. I'm talking about the practicalities of what would happen. You're talking
But I'm
about...
saying either way the question goes,
It's not
going
either.
to result in World War III.
Again, there are three possible scenarios. The 99.9999999% likelihood that Russia neither completely invades and takes over the European Union and has complete sovereignty over it, or the fact that the European
That's a
Union doesn't
non-answer.
completely give up sovereignty. There is this other possibility that's
You're giving a
99.99%.
non-answer,
Let me
Rob.
finish. 99.99% likely that won't result in World War III. That's what I'm picking. The 99% scenario that doesn't lead to
That
World
nothing
War
will
III.
happen. That
What do you
nothing
mean
will
nothing?
happen.
No, I disagree. Don't you think that it's possible that tomorrow all the people in Brussels that control the European Union wake up and are based and are all Orthodox Christians and say we're tired of all this LGBT woke shit? Don't you think that's a possibility?
Are you suggesting they do diplomacy?
No. I'm saying I want you to answer that. That's not a question.
How would they do that, Rob?
How
would they end this war without diplomacy?
What are you talking about? What did I suggest a war? Where did I say anything
You're saying
about war?
if they woke up and all of a sudden they were based Orthodox Christian, all this stuff, I'm saying, yeah, like that would be diplomacy, which is the answer
how
I
is
just
that
gave that you
diplomacy?
said I was bullshitting on.
How's that? So let me say if I said this, there's a chance that I'll wake up tomorrow and become Orthodox Christian. You're like, well, that's diplomacy. Explain how me becoming Orthodox Christian is diplomacy. Go ahead.
No. You were saying the Brussels all of a sudden came based, wake up being Orthodox Christianity and
Correct.
stuff. And like
What's
they
the
end the war that way.
diplomacy of that?
Because what are you talking about? How would they
How is that
end the
diplomacy?
conflict with Putin?
If
How would they end the conflict with Putin?
What does that have anything to do with what I said? Did I mention a conflict
Because
with Putin?
one sec, because you're saying that my situation is so unlikely, it's like not like 0.0001% chance all this kind of shit of happening, right? You're saying it's completely unlikely. I'm saying, okay, what would happen? You're saying 99.9% chance it won't end in World War III, okay? But in terms of like what way is this conflict in Ukraine going to end? And you're saying, well, all these Brussels could wake up, become Orthodox Christian and
No,
Russian
that wasn't
friendly.
the question.
And I'm saying,
I didn't say.
yes, they wake up and they get based.
I don't know what.
and then,
I don't know. Let me make this clear.
Okay,
Let me make this clear.
I'll
Let me
give
make-
Grace. I might have misheard the question. Repeat the question. Then.
Right. I
And you're saying
didn't
the
make
Brussels become
any
Orthodox
claim
Christian.
about Russia-Ukraine war. I made no such claim. A big claim. In fact, the reason that you made this prompt, you didn't say this is all about ending the Russia-Ukraine war. You said it's about woke bullshit, LGBT bullshit in Brussels. Isn't that what you said?
Difference in culture.
Isn't that what you said? You didn't
Yeah.
say that the primary reason for this was ending the Russia-Ukraine war, correct?
There is currently conflict in Europe.
Was your
Russia
primary
should
reason,
take
if
over
we
the
go back
European
for your
Union to stop
opening
that
statement,
conflict.
was your primary reason, if we go back to your opening statement, that we need to end the Russia-Ukraine war? Or was it that Brussels does all of this woke bullshit and Islamophobia
and Russia should
transing
take
the
over the
children?
EU, yeah.
Right? That was the argument, correct?
Yeah, Russia should take over the EU.
So then I say, you know what? Instead of Russia invading, isn't it true that tomorrow all of Brussels could become based and anti-LGBTQ? Isn't that possible?
Yes, but it would end in World War III.
Why?
According to you.
How?
Because they would align with Russia strategically,
Why
and then
would
they
they?
get too friendly, and
Why
you'd
would
say,
they?
hang on a second, Russia's too much power, and you would start World War III by your own admission.
Okay, give me the line of thought. Why is becoming based and anti-LGBTQ mean that you're pro-Putin? Go ahead.
Because that's what Putin is.
It doesn't matter.
That's why one second. I'll read out his words.
What does that matter?
Rob.
I'm anti.
Look at what they're doing to their own people. It's all about destruction of the family, of cultural and national identity, perversion, abuse of children, down to pedophilia, all proclaimed as the norm. That's all this like LGBT,
Okay, so just to be
trans, and all this
clear,
kind of shit.
you are allied with everyone that's anti-LGBTQ.
Not necessarily everyone, no.
Okay, so then what's your argument that if Brussels becomes anti-LGBTQ, they're pro-Putin now?
That the culture will be more aligned with what Russian culture is.
What does that have anything to do with what I'm talking about? It might
Because
be
then
more
why are we
aligned, but
fighting?
that's different than saying that they would all of a sudden, because your argument is it would be World War III. No, again, I go back, the scenario
That was
you're
your
talking,
argument to be World War
No,
III.
my scenario.
You said it'd be World War III. If all of a sudden Brussels woke up and they start giving Russia too much power.
Okay, so I want the audience to hear what's happened here. He gives the insane hypothetical. What if tomorrow Europe wakes up and says, we give all of our land over to Russia. You have total control. And I said, yeah, that would be seen as an act of aggression that the United States would inevitably go to conflict. But that scenario has zero chance of occurring. And he says, so then you're saying if all of a sudden tomorrow Brussels says, you know what, we're not doing the LGBT shit anymore, that also leads to World War III because the scenario of them giving up all their land to Russia does. Do you see the stupidity of this? There is a huge chasm. Let me finish.
I'll do it again.
There's a huge chasm of Brussels saying, actually, we're against transit children, to Brussels saying, Russia, you now have all of our land to encircle the United States. There's a huge chasm between those two things.
Mm-hmm. So there's option one where the EU stands down and what I say happens, Russia takes over, right?
Uh-huh.
The EU's not going to stand down, obviously, of course, right? So the EU's not going to stand down. So it's either Russia stands down or what, Rob?
No. Now you're back to...
Let me continue.
No, wait. Now you're back to just the Russia-Ukraine... No, wait.
We can do a elimination of the contrary on shit. Because like I said, it's either...
This whole debate
either
the
EU stands down or there's only two options. EU stands down or EU doesn't stand down. Because saying 99% of the time it's just going to continue, it's like, well, you're not really giving an answer, Rob. You know what I mean?
Okay,
saying,
so now what we did,
in Europe is going to keep happening.
We just went through a whole scenario that had nothing to do with the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Nothing. We went through the whole scenario. And immediately what he does is pivot to, but what about the Russia-Ukraine conflict? That's what he does. So now that you've been destroyed on all of these arguments, by the way, Zach Yelpy, saw your post there. Russia allows abortions. How based is that? Nonetheless, let's go back to this scenario of Russia-Ukraine. I would say that the most likely scenario for this conflict ending is that inevitably the United States says, look, we're no longer going to finance this. You need to come to a bargaining ship with Russia. Ukraine eventually will sit down. Even if Europe decides to back Zelensky, and the Ukrainian people will eventually realize that that's not going to be enough to stand up to Russia. And so they'll be forced to bargain with Russia. That's how it'll end. What's that have anything to do with what we were just talking about? By the way, that's how I predicted it would end three fucking years ago.
Don't worry, Comrade Rabinsky. I have simple logic. There is only two possibilities that happen for the EU to do. They stand down, they give up to Russia, which means I win, Russia should take over the EU. Or one sec, the EU doesn't stand down, which means the EU will go to war with Russia, which you said will cause World War III. So this impossible situation, either way, Rob, you're trapped. Because either EU stands down, which means you agree. One sec, Rob. Either way you answer this question, either the EU stands down and Russia takes over, you agree Russia should take over the EU, or the EU doesn't stand down, which means it's going to go to conflict, which is World War III, which is your criticism of me saying Russia should take over the EU.
Just to be clear, everyone out there that wants Europe to stop funding Ukraine has to also want Russia to completely take over Europe. That's your argument. You can't want one and not the other. Just to be clear, that's your argument.
If you're going to do that, then Russia should take over the EU.
Your argument is if I'm like, you know what? I'd like to see Europe stop funding Ukraine. You're like, then you concede you want Russia to invade and take over Europe. What the fuck are you smoking?
No, what I'm saying is,
how about this? This is crazy. You ready for this?
Can I address?
Wait.
Can I address the criticism? Please, chat. Please, let the European reply.
I have this crazy thought. Listen to this, guys. I never thought of this. I want the European Union and the United States to stop funding this war. And no, this is the crazy part. This seems like an impossibility. Yep. But I also don't want Russia to completely take over Europe and the United States. Isn't that crazy? How is that even possible? It seems like it's not possible.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, Comrade Rubinsky, if you want America to stop funding NATO, European Union, poor European taking your hard-earned tax money, if you want that, then logically you should also want Russia to rush the lines and take over the European Union because there is multiple advantageous options to that as an American. Some of them is ethically questionable. I will grant you that in terms of the moral argument, but this ain't about the moral argument. I'm just saying in terms of advantages and the pros and cons, it's actually more advantageous for an American for Russia to try and take over the European Union.
Would it lead to World War III?
We should.
You already conceded it would.
Both possibilities. Whether the EU concedes to Russia or whether the EU does not concede to Russia, it's going to lead to World War III.
I want you to explain to me how the possibility of Europe says, hey, we're no longer supporting Ukraine, how that leads to World War III.
No, because it's either the EU buckles to Russia, which means Russia should take over the EU, or the EU doesn't buckle to Russia, which means they fight to the death, which is going to be World War III.
What about a third scenario? They just stop funding Ukraine. How's that lead to World War III?
So then Russia just takes Ukraine, and then they sense weakness in terms of the European Union, and all the Baltic states shit themselves and start going into deals. Hungary all of a sudden turns like I said, all the way up to Germany, and then you have Germany, France, and UK left, and then like I said, Ireland was accused of being allied with the Yazidis during World War II as well. So you never really know what Ireland.
The most likely scenario, as anyone with half a brain knows, is that it won't be the complete elimination of Ukraine. What'll happen will be there'll be a negotiated settlement where Russia gets a lot, seeing as how they'll be negotiating from a position of strength. But Ukraine will still exist at some point. This isn't carte blanche that this means that Russia will then aggress. And by the way, it's so funny. Like, it's just amazing to me, like how you're constantly talking about contradictory 180 degrees opposed positions. On one hand, you're like, Russia's not the aggressors. They don't want to invade Europe. They just feel like they're being encircled. They're the good guys here. And then you're like, but if Europe stops funding Ukraine, then Russia's going to be bloodthirsty and start taking over the Baltic states and come into Europe, thereby justifying Europe's entire position here.
Well, the reason why I'm doing that is because I can show you, like, either way you answer the question, it's going to end in World War III.
No, it's not.
Negate your
so
original
you're
criticism.
saying there's a 100% possibility of World War III right now?
No matter what the EU does, if like I said, there is that possibility that they get their shit together and all this kind of shit, but it doesn't, like Macron, the way Macron and Starmer's been acting, they're not backing down.
Okay, what if they do? What if they stop funding Ukraine? Then what happens?
Then, the confidence that will be lost in the European Union will basically shatter into a million pieces, and Russia will take over anyway.
So Russia's the bad guys. They're going to invade just because they're bloodthirsty.
Where there's a power vacuum, yeah, there will inevitably be some power that will rise up to try and take over.
You support NATO and you support the European Union going to war with Russia because inevitably they're going to attack. It's at the point now where if Europe stops funding Ukraine, they're going to be taken over. So from the perspective of Europeans, you would say totally makes sense to fund Ukraine to the last man because inevitably they're going to be wiped out if they don't.
What I'm telling you is that these whack job elites, Europeans, are gung-ho on like doing this war with Russia.
But what if they're not? What if they stop funding it? Is that a possibility?
Okay, then why did Boris Johnson...
I'm asking if it's a possibility. I'm asking if it's a possibility.
Yeah. If the European Union stopped funding Ukraine.
Yes. Is that a possibility?
Yeah.
Okay. And why not that? That's what I'll cheer for.
No, they will lose Ukraine.
Yes. That's what I'll cheer for.
Yeah, the Ukraine becomes part of Russia again.
No, I don't think. I already gave you the most likely scenario. The United States and Europe will eventually tell Ukraine, we're not going to fund you. There's a negotiated settlement that Ukraine still commits some sovereignty. Some areas that were lost to Russia is kept by Russia. That's the most likely scenario. You agree with that, correct?
No.
What do you think's the most likely scenario?
I think Macron and Starmer are gung-ho on this war.
Okay, so they'll fight.
They will not back down.
Do you think that inevitably Ukraine will run out of men?
Yeah.
Okay, then what happens? They send French citizens? They send British citizens to fight the war in Ukraine?
Yep.
I thought you said that they wouldn't do that because then they'd be seen as the aggressors.
No, because they still technically have the active military, all this kind of shit. But then when they run out of that and they need to get more troops in, there's going to be people saying, fuck that.
Okay, so then let's play this out. So then Starmer and Macron send troops in. Do those troops win?
No.
Okay, so they lose. Now what happens? Now the French and British military is depleted. Now what happens?
The same way Germany law, they just keep throwing soldiers at it till eventually there's no soldiers.
Now we're out of soldiers.
How
many years is that?
People will actually welcome in Russia and say,
how many years?
You're fine.
All right, so how many years would it take for them to deplete their soldiers? Go ahead.
I don't know. I wouldn't be able to give you an estimate.
Ballpark.
Like I said, at this
5
point,
years, 40 years?
At this point of view, it's all speculation.
Nonetheless, now they're out of soldiers. Now what happens?
Mm-hmm. Again, like, to get back to the prompt, Rob. Like,
no. Let's go through. You're saying this is the most likely. No, wait.
One sec. How is that relevant to the prompt? How many years it's going to take for the soldiers to run out?
Because I think that you're embracing the prompt, which is a guaranteed World War III under a false dichotomy that World War III is inevitable. And so I'm saying going through your thought process of how you think that's possible. So far we have, it's impossible for Europe to stop funding it. Eventually they'll fund it till every Ukrainian man is dead. Then they will send their troops in. Then they will lose and all of their troops will be wiped out. Now, next step. What's happening now? You're saying it's World War III. So explain what happens next step.
All right. It's either the EU concedes to Russia, which at that point, Russia should just take over the EU, or the EU doesn't concede, which means it's going to conflict.
That's
going to
not the
World
only
War.
options. In fact, you're giving a third option right now, the most likely option. You said the most likely option isn't that Europe's going to give up. You said the most likely option is that they'll keep funding Ukraine. Every Ukrainian man will die. Then France and Britain will send their troops.
No,
then
you're saying let's play this out.
Right. That's exactly
You
what
said
I'm
let's
saying.
play this out.
Yes.
And I was like, okay, let's play this out then.
Okay, so now the British troops and the French troops are all dead. What happens
Yeah.
next?
Mm-hmm. Like, how is this relevant to the point I'm making, Rob?
Okay, your
'Cause
argument.
either way it goes down. Either the EU starts conceding to Russia, and then it's a matter of time before at this point Russia's going to take over. And then, like I said, that sends in the American troops, as you already conceded, which is World War III, or like that's them conceding to Russia. That's them getting along with Russia, or they fight to the death.
Getting
If they
along
fight to
with
the death,
Russia
it's
doesn't
World
lead
War
to
III.
World War III. Giving your sovereignty up to Russia would.
Yes, but you're not factoring in the ripples after the first blow.
No, I don't think
Because
that's
Ukraine, Ukraine will never trust the EU again. With the
Okay.
amount of
How's
lives that
that
have been
lead to World
lost
War
in
III?
this.
Sounds
One
good.
sec, Rob. The Ukraine will never trust the EU again. The Baltic states will say, go fuck yourselves the way you treated Ukraine. All of a sudden, Europe is going to have a schism. You're not factoring that in whatsoever to the
Let's say
equation.
that happens,
Like I
and?
said, think of the
Okay.
decades.
Let's say that happens, and now what? So now the Baltic states join Russia.
Yes.
Okay. Does
Yes.
Germany join
and it's
Russia?
just slowly they'll all start joining Russia
So
because
Germany
Russia
would
will
join
become
Russia
more
then.
and more
Spain would join Russia. France would join Russia.
until a point where America would step in, which you already conceded.
No, what? So even
Yes,
in
you
your
did.
scenario,
You said if Russia, if Russia all of a sudden became too Russian friendly, if all these countries start going over to Russia, then all of a sudden America would step in.
no, that's not what I said. I said
That-
if
you-
they.
yes, you did.
I don't know.
If they
show
all
me.
start
Quote
becoming
me. Quote
Russian
me.
ruled, then
Quote
America
me.
will
Quote me.
step in.
Quote me where I said that.
You said if all of a sudden your EU woke up and start being Russian friendly and all this kind of shit.
That is not what
like
I
being,
said.
like,
I
they want to speak Russian and all this kind of shit. And it's the same thing as Russia,
I
like all these
think
states saying,
now,
fuck this,
are we
fuck the
up to
EU, they
it?
don't have our backs. We're going to trust Russia because
Are
they
we
have
up
the
to
force.
Are we up to a dozen times that I've had to correct you on this? I never said if Europe starts becoming friendly with Russia, it'll lead to World War III.
Okay, so
I
if
said,
they start
let
speaking
me
Russian.
finish. I said your scenario, which was tomorrow we wake up and Europe says, you know what? We give all of our sovereignty to Russia, that would lead to a conflict. A scenario that's an impossibility. And you keep
it's not a
using the
possibility.
fact that I said, again, I'll just say this.
I gave the outcome that you gave, where it's like, okay, they sign over the land agreement. Ukraine will never trust things, so Ukraine will effectively become part of
Didn't you say-
Russia.
didn't you say there's a
One second, Rob. Let me go through it again. Ukraine will become an ally to Russia. Then all the Baltic states will go fuck yourself, the EU, and you'll slowly start losing each country. You've already pretty much lost Hungary, right? So in terms of all these states, it'll get to a point where America, like you claimed, will step in because too many of the European countries are becoming Russian aligned.
You conceded that Europe could wake up tomorrow and make me ruler of Europe, correct?
It's a possibility.
Okay, and in that scenario, that'll end all conflict because I'll govern Europe greatly and make sure that I negotiate a peaceful settlement between the United States and Russia. So therefore, we should do that instead of Russia
not the
taking
same
over the
thing,
U.S.
straw man.
What? No.
Because,
What do you
like
mean,
I said,
straw man?
I'm giving-
You just
I'm giving-
wait.
I'm giving you-
Wait.
I'm-
Like,
I'm
please be
accepting-
quiet.
I'm
Just
accepting
like
your
you.
position
Please
that
be
they do
quiet.
the land
Please
grab.
be quiet. I give you a chance. That's clearly the superior position. We shouldn't have Russia take over the EU. You've acknowledged that it's a possibility. You've already acknowledged it.
Can I speak? Yeah, so like I said, I'm walking through the actual implications of your position where they say, oh no, they just do the land swap and like that thing. Like I said, Ukraine effectively just becomes, you basically lose Ukraine at this point. You know what I mean? And like I said, the rest of them in terms of the Baltic states and all the eastern ones, Hungary and all this kind of shit will say, we started Russia. At that point, America will come in and be World War III anyway. So even in that outcome that I grant you, where they come to the diplomatic agreement, it'll still go to World War III.
So the argument goes something like that. Each one of these are very low possibilities that occur. Every one. You need hundreds of things to line up right? That Europe fights to the last man, to the last Ukrainian, to the last British soldier, to the last French soldier. Almost a statistical impossibility. That then Russia takes over Ukraine. That all the Baltic states then say, you know what? We all decide to become Russian. That then Spain says we decide to become Russia. That Germany says we decide to become Russia. That Britain says we decide to become Russia. Each step of these, the hundreds of steps you would need, are almost statistical impossibilities on their own, let alone in all of them following in this chain of events. And you're saying because of that, and that would inevitably lead to World War III, we should take a 100% of World War III. Think about this. His argument is, well, what's likely to happen now? You ready for this? Here's what's likely to happen. That a large amount of events are going to occur that will lead to Russia taking over the Baltic states and then taking over the rest of Europe, which will cause World War III. And so therefore, what we should do is just want Russia to invade Europe now and cause World War III. Why is that preferable? If the status quo is already solving your issue, why? So you're fine with the status quo then. It's going to lead 100% to the outcome you want.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, in the Ukraine war, like Ukraine as a country, we were like, America and NATO and the EU, they got our back, bro. They got our back. And what Rob's saying is that the EU should just back out of the Ukraine and all this kind of shit. And what Rob's not factoring in is what that's going to do to the Ukrainians. They're going to say, fuck these Europeans, we're better off going back to the motherland. Then the Baltic states are all going to be having that conversation. Those hungry going to be having this conversation. And then all of a sudden, half of Europe is wanting to side with Russia. So even in the outcome that I've given him, where Europe only gives up the partial land grabs in Ukraine, that can have such a devastating effect to the point where at that point, you've already lost half of Europe.
Okay.
The confidence in Europe. One sec, Rob. Well, I'll give you plenty of time. That, like, effectively, that gets rid of all confidence from like a lot of these Eastern European countries that the EU cannot protect us from Russia, so we might as well join them because we can't beat them. That's the mentality that instills in the people. And especially when you look at the cultural difference in terms of being a more conservative, traditional focused, rather than this full, like, let's do trans and kids and all this kind of wacky bollocks. You know what I mean? It makes a lot more sense in them going that way. Like I said, I'm granting Rob's position that they only do the land swaps where, like I said, at that point, you might as well roll Russia back in.
Okay, so you're acknowledging that that's the status quo. That's what's going to happen in the status quo.
I'm saying, like, no, I'm saying you're not factoring in that part of your equation. You're
You
saying
just
99% of the time it'll all be peaceful and everything will be okay. And I'm saying it's not going to be okay.
You
'Cause you're
just
going
said
to
that
lose
that's the most likely scenario. The most likely scenario is Europe keeps funding it until every Ukrainian dies. And then they'll start to send their own troops until all of their troops die. And then Russia will take over Ukraine. And then the Baltic states will go to Ukraine.
That's one
Then
possibility.
Okay, is that the most likely scenario?
I think it's like any one of my scenarios are more likely than
Okay, and
we
is
just
that-
do the land swap. One sec, Rob. Because what you're saying is we just do the land swap and then everybody's Gucci and there's going to be no more conflict and we're all going to be bestos and all this kind of shit. That's what you're saying.
Okay, so that scenario that I just outlined is the most likely scenario. Are you saying that's something to avoid?
Because you're just throwing lives at a pointless war.
Okay, so instead you have the prompt, which is instead of that occurring, we should just say, have Russia invade now and take over the European Union.
We should support Russia because we're more culturally aligned with Russia than we are with the European Union.
We should support Russia
the average European. The average European.
You should support Russia to what?
Because Russia still cares about their...
To do what?
What you mean?
What is the prompt? What should we support Russia to do?
To take over.
Okay, so you don't like the status quo, and instead you want Europeans to support Russia, cutting all that out and just invading and taking over the European Union.
Yes, because it's going to end up that way anyway.
So then why do we need the prompt, and why do we need that action to be taken if the status quo is already solving all of your issues?
What do you mean the status quo?
You just said that the status quo is going to solve that, and you don't like the status quo. It's something to be avoided. That what the status quo is that all these Ukrainians fight, and then the British come in, and then the French come in, and they fight, and they lose. Let me finish. And
I get you. I get your point. I get what you mean by status quo.
Let me finish.
I asked a clarifying question. Go ahead.
Then they fight, and then they lose. And then the Baltic state, Ukraine then, who just got the shit beat out of them by Russia, goes, now we're pro-Russia. And all the Baltic states say, yes, us too. Now we're pro-Russia. And then Germany goes, you know what? We're going to give in to Russia too. And Spain says, you know what? Us too. And Italy says, yes, us too. And eventually the United Kingdom says, us too. We also give in to Russia. And then finally France says, we also give in to Russia. If that's the status quo you're saying is to be avoided because inevitably it leads to Russia taking over, why is your solution of just have Russia invade now any better?
Because the only two options that Europeans have is either we fight to the death because of Russia, or we just join Russia. And your whole moral argument was that we need to save lives or protect lives. rather than just continue on the meat grinder that is the Russian-Ukrainian war, that is a war that's going to lose anyway. America, again, specifically, a lot of support for America is around as America First or book foreign funding foreign wars and all this kind of shit. Like, it makes far more sense. It's a lot easier to get us because we're going to end up that way anyway. Because, like I said, granting your position where magically the land swaps happen and everybody's happy and all this kind of shit. If the Europeans get too happy with Russia, all of a sudden you're saying it's World War III anyway.
Okay, so you're acknowledging World War III is inevitable under any scenario, even the scenario you're suggesting.
Yes.
And in your scenario, the World War would be that you're suggesting between the United States and Russia.
It doesn't necessarily have to end that way.
You just said it. I mean, I don't know how to debate with you anymore. You continually say, yep, that'll happen, then say, well, maybe not. You said that it would be inevitable, that there would be World War III.
Yeah, what I'm saying is Russia should take over the EU.
Okay, and that'll lead to World War III.
One sec. Can I clarify?
No, you keep waffling. Yeah. Just make a fucking stand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if Russia is to take over the EU, like I said, we get into that situation where America is basically forced into combat, because either if they do it friendly or if they do it like by force, it's going to escalate into this.
So you can.
So the only compromise is what I've been talking about with this whole thing of Rome and the Caesar and all this kind of shit.
I don't understand. Like, this is what's so frustrating about this whole debate. And like, honestly, it's a fun topic, but I do hate this about people, and I hate this about you. Like, this is how I would have answered that question. Yes. And you answer it, yes. Well, maybe not. Well, blah 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 blah.
Rob, you're talking. You're going on for 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You're doing it yourself.
Also, you have to say, will it lead to World War III between the United States and Russia?
You're doing it yourself, Rob. You're doing the exact same thing that you're describing.
I am not.
Yes, you are.
I am
You're
not.
going on 2 to 3 minute speeches, Rob.
It's not the length of going on the speech. It's the fact that you can't give a simple answer. You said yes, it will.
Just because you don't understand the answer,
then you said not necessarily.
Yeah,
and then
just
you
because you don't understand the answer
yes,
doesn't mean that it's not. Doesn't make sense.
Will it lead to World War III between Russia and the United States? Your proposition.
You granted that.
I just want you to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in that scenario of World War III, you're saying World War III is inevitable, correct?
Yes.
Scenario 1 is through your prompt, where all of Europe acquiesces to Russia and then enters into World War III with the United States, correct?
Well, the United States would be doing the World War III, but yeah, correct.
Okay. Scenario 2 would be the status quo, which is a bitter fighting, where Russia bitterly continues to fight in Ukraine and wins. Then the British and the French send soldiers in and bitterly fight Russia, and Russia wins. Then the United States, maybe through more military conquest, maybe through not, takes over the rest of Europe. Then ends up in World War III with the United States, correct?
Yes.
Okay, why as an American wouldn't I prefer scenario 2 that leads to far less troops facing Americans?
That's what I'm saying. If you pull funding and all this kind of shit, pull out of this whole like nonsense with the Ukrainian war, this whole like pull out the NATO and all this kind of shit. I already explained that situation where it could be very advantageous to an American, specifically because like Russia is the only real threat.
That was a nice gibberish answer that didn't respond to what I asked. You just outlined 2 scenarios. God. One scenario is that Russia basically takes over Europe with a whimper and has a big, strong military, now with big, strong European militaries in it, fighting the United States. And second is Russia is depleted, fighting Britain, fighting France, fighting Ukraine, then goes to war with the United States. As a United States citizen, why wouldn't I cheer for the status quo that leads to a depleted Russia fighting the United States as opposed to a powerful Russia with European backing fighting the United States?
So, wait, clarify the question, because that question far too long.
There are 2 scenarios that we're talking about here. I'm going to pause each time and you say yes to acknowledge you understand me.
Yes.
Scenario 1 is your hypothetical prompt, what we should do.
Russia should take over the EU.
Okay.
Yes.
And in that scenario, there'll be very little bloodshed.
Compared to what's happening now, yeah.
And so they will take over Europe, and then the militaries of Europe will be under Russian control. Then they will go to war with the United States.
No, United States will go to war with
Nonetheless,
Russia.
There's a war. United States goes to war with Russia, okay? Now, that Russian military would be pretty robust. They just took over all the European nukes and everything. Okay, scenario 2 is the status quo. You're saying that goes as follows. Russia bitterly fights Ukraine until every Ukrainian man is dead.
Yeah.
Then,
or, like I said, surrenders.
Then,
like we walked through that.
France and Britain send all of their military to bitterly fight to the last man in Ukraine.
or surrender to your to Russia. Yeah.
Okay, so now those fights would lead to depleted Russian troops compared to your scenario, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And they would lead to depleted French troops compared to your scenario, correct? And they would lead to
Yep.
depleted Ukrainian troops and depleted
Yep.
British troops.
Mhm.
At the end of the day, though, same result. Russia controls Europe. They just now have less troops.
Yep.
Okay, why wouldn't, as an American, I prefer to fight the Russia with less troops than the Russia with more troops?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
So
Either
then
way,
we
Russia-
shouldn't advocate
yeah.
your plan. We should advocate the status quo.
No.
Why?
No. Either way, Russia is still taking over Europe.
One scenario, they're much weaker, so the United States will have an easier time
Yeah,
beating
but
them.
they're both,
The other scenario,
in
they're
both
stronger.
situations, Russia should take over the EU. Alhamdulillah, you agree, Robinsky?
It's not
Welcome,
that they
comrade.
should. You just acknowledge.
You gave an analogy with both
You're not.
of them, like with Russia taking over the EU,
You're
and I'm
not.
like, yes,
You're not. No.
yes,
But you're-
because
Oh my
if the
God.
European Union does go to war, then all these fucking liberals on this kind of shit are going to go off and do a pointless war, and I'm going to be like, yay! And then Russia's going to come over and be like, hey, SARS, how's it going? And then, like I said, even if America came in at that point, it's more advantageous for America to pull all their funding and let the EU talk all their big talk, send in all their boys, and see what happens. And Russia fucks them up, and then because they're still able to fuck Russia up, then your boy Loki comes in and helps America.
I mean, this is just absurdity upon absurdity. You just got done admitting that you are against the status quo. That is not what your prompt suggesting. That instead you want Russia to take over the EU now. That's your plan. I'm saying that the status quo. I think you muted.
Sorry,
Stop.
yeah, sorry. I'm saying, yeah, yes, thanks for that, by the way. Like, I'm saying is that both ways you're saying that Russia should take over the EU.
No, I'm not. I'm saying both scenarios are bad, right? But I'm saying that if we're engaged in your hypotheticals, your bullshit dichotomy that nuclear wars are, that World War
Either
III is
way,
inevitable.
Russia should take over the
No, so. Would it be better to have World War III or not?
Either way, it's going to be World War III.
No, I disagree. Is there a hypothetical scenario where Russia doesn't take over the EU?
Yeah, sure.
Is there a hypothetical scenario where there's not World War III?
Yeah, sure.
Why shouldn't we cheer for that?
Because it's more advantageous to an American and even to a European that the Russian taking over the European
Why?
Union.
What is more advantageous than a great war
Yeah.
that will kill
So, for example,
hundreds of
Europe-
millions
Europe-
of people?
Yeah. As an American, you would want the Europeans to weaken the Russians, so then you could take over Russia. That's one
But you
advantage.
just, what are you talking
And also,
about?
like you coming in to save the Europeans, then you see be as the savior. That's another advantage.
You
So
just
have to- we were
acknowledged
just
there's a
defending
third
the
option of no war with Russia. Why wouldn't I take that?
because we're talking about should.
Right. Should we have war with Russia?
Well, yeah, but again, in terms of my prompt, like it doesn't necessarily require war. Like we could all just bow down.
You
even
just
including
said
America,
that
all
it's
bow down to
inevitable.
Russia.
Your prompt 100% leads to war. That's what you said. You said that
Like no, sorry, no. The current circumstances. Either way, the current circumstances play out.
if
it's gonna go
Russia
to war
takes
anyway.
over the EU,
But
and is a-
hypothetically, I guess, yeah, like Putin could wake up and like
Oh
have a
my
completely
fucking
different.
God. I mean, it's so frustrating. We just went through the scenarios that the status quo is a bunch of steps that leads to Russia taking over the European Union, which inevitably leads to war with the United States. Or your plan, which is that Russia just takes over with little bloodshed and then goes to war with the United States.
Yeah.
I say, okay, so in both scenarios, it's war. What? And I say, is there a scenario where there's not war, where Russia doesn't take over the EU and there isn't world war? You said yes, that's a possibility.
Yeah, you
I
said hypothetically. Hypothetically,
Yes?
yeah, hypothetically. Yeah.
Okay, so then why wouldn't I advocate that that's what we should do?
Yeah, you can advocate for that, but it's not. That's like I said. That's
Okay,
In terms of what
so
should
then what
happen,
you were saying
yeah,
is,
you can,
so then what you
no,
were
no,
saying
no.
is, given that
Yeah,
we've
let me
conceded,
clarify.
here we go,
Okay,
we
go ahead.
finished the debate, we finally get here, right? So then your prompt of should Russia take over the EU, right? It doesn't matter if it's practical or not, you're just saying this should happen, and you're saying the consequence of Russia taking over the EU is World War III with the United States. So my answer to that is no, Russia should not take over the EU because
Mm-hmm.
there are scenarios that won't lead to World War III, and that will always be preferable to your 100% guaranteed World War
No,
III.
again,
End of debate.
hypothetically was the hypothetically was the key word that was being used there. You know what I mean?
So?
like I said, in the current situation, either way, like, and even when I grant your whole position, like you're still saying like either way, Russia like taking over the EU is going to end in World War III. You know what I mean? But
No, what I'm saying is-
even one sec. Even if Russia was friendly sorry, if Europe start getting friendly with Russia and say all of a sudden, no, we actually appreciate Russian culture and we actually respect Russia more than the United States, then you're saying that's World War III anyway. And like I said, that negates your criticism.
There is no. It is so
because,
simple.
like I said, I've even given examples where it's advantageous for America for this war to be fought.
So again, what you can see is like you're just lost in the sauce. Again, you've conceded the following. You've conceded the following positions. Your prompt leads to a 100% chance of World War III between Russia and the United States. You've conceded that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
You've also conceded that if Russia doesn't take over the EU, there's a chance that there is no World War III between Russia and the United States, correct?
Yeah, I can grant that, but like I said, I'll clarify it.
So then I will always take the chance of not World War III between nuclear powers, although that chance might be small, than your prompt, which is a 100% guaranteed World War III between nuclear superpowers. Simple.
Yeah, because like hypothetically, a comet could crash into the Earth and boom, or we could have like a Chernobyl event and all this kind of shit, and or a 99 red balloons event, and they fire or they follow through with the actual nuclear things and all that stuff. So like hypothetically, yeah, there's plenty of other avenues that could go. But like I said, to get to the prompt, like should Russia take over the EU? It's like yes, because it's more advantageous for an American, especially an American who's America first, who wants to be an American isolationist, or wants to be done with this like supposed duty of them being the world police. You would be in favor of like basically pulling out of NATO, pulling out of this burden with Ukraine, because essentially what it would do is it would lead to Russia advancing, and you can either at that point, like I said, this is why I said hypothetically yes. The United States of America and Russia could align and recognize restoring
This
Rome.
is
That's what I'm saying.
the word salads are amazing here.
I'm addressing your point. What I'm saying is, like, hypothetically, yes, that could be the case. Like, that America and Russia could actually see eye to eye and say, yes, let's bring back Rome. If Russia views itself as the continuation of Byzantine Empire, and the fact that America is basically like Plato's Republic, there's commonalities there. Ancient Greeks. You know what I mean?
Again, this word.
One sec, Rob. One sec. If they can recognize the historical commonality there, the root in terms of like philosophy, all this kind of stuff, then yes, they don't need to be warring. But when you look at the current, one sec, Rob. When you look at the current situation, the way that Macron and Starmer is playing out, especially the way that Putin and Trump we seem to be eye and eye, and Trump was saying I was going to end the war in one day. Who's the one that shit in the bed is the European Union, meaning the European Union is willing to go all the way with Russia, meaning it's more probable than not that this is going to end in war. And like I said, America's going to have to get involved, because that's what Rob said is going to be a necessity anyway, which means it's going to World War III anyways. And one could argue we're already in there. Like I said, like that's basically what I'm saying.
Okay, so I just want to say that was the most words I ever heard to describe this situation. If I
Have you ever listened to yourself?
If Teriyak says, okay, here's the deal. If you leave and get in that car right now, Rob, 100% chance you die. But if you stay in your house, there's only a 99% chance. Which one would you do, Teriyak?
I'd probably do the opposite. Can I give you a counter?
No, I gave you a long time to talk there.
See?
Great. You would take the 99% chance. Now, let's do this. Teriyak says, my prompt is 100% chance of World War III between Russia and the United States. However, if we don't do my prompt, there's a chance, albeit I think small, that there won't be World War III between Russia and the United States. I say, okay, I take that. I don't want 100% risk of World War III. He's acknowledged, he's admitted, in his own words, 100% risk of World War III if we adapt his prompt. He's acknowledged his own words, not 100% chance if we don't adapt the prompt. I say don't adapt the prompt. Now, this ignores all the other problems, the absurdity of his claims that there's a 100% chance of the status quo leading to World War III because of these domino theory that this unlikely scenario happens, followed by this unlikely scenario, followed by this unlikely scenario, followed by this unlikely scenario, etc. So you have to believe all of that. Imagine listening to a man. In effect, what this is, you took a long time. Imagine listening to a man that says you should take this chance to 100% likelihood of hundreds of billions of people dying in a war. That's what we should do. Why? Because I have a feeling, based on a bunch of contradictory statements I made the whole time, that war would probably be likely to happen anyways. So let's just fucking do it. It's the same doomer-pilled, black pill bullshit that you hear all these accelerationists make. It's with an Irish accent. It's with a lot of word salad that makes him dumber than the majority of the accelerationists you normally hear, but it's the same bullshit. War is inevitable. Fuck it. Let's just get it on now. No, I'm sorry. I don't think that's beneficial to me or my son to say, fuck it. Let's just do World War III. Nope. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so Rob was talking about me being a word salad. It's like he was doing a part-time job at Subway with the amount of salad that he had there. Do you know what I mean? We're going into pickles, we're doing sauerkraut, all this kind of shenanigans, okay? Like, I'm basically fundamentally breaking it down that, like, when you look at the situation, either way, it's like we're sitting in a bar, right? And there's two dudes, like, squaring up to each other, and like, they've just been, like, talking shit, like real, like personal shit and all this stuff, like, glass has already been cracked and all this kind of shit. And Rob's saying, whoa, now, Teriyak, there's a possibility that they don't take a swing at each other. And I'm like, Rob, they're going to deck the absolute living shit out of each other.
So what?
It's
And so
more
what
likely
should
not
they
they're
do?
gonna yeah.
So what's the claim? Then what should they do?
Well,
And
anyone
a
that's been-
quick time check. Just want to let you guys know we're over 3 hours now, so just letting you guys know. More than welcome to keep going, though.
I don't
I'm
mind.
More than happy to keep going. So yeah, if you guys want to keep going,
I
keep
could do this
going.
all
No
day.
problem.
So what should they do in that scenario? What's your advocate? Two guys are going to fight.
Anyone that's, yeah,
So what should they do?
anyone that's been around travelers with knowledge, just let them knock the shit out of each other.
Okay. Should one of them strike before
back
the
in
other?
the Wild West days, you could slap a dude with a glove and say outside, and it was pistols, and winner takes all.
Should one of them strike before the other? Would you recommend, hey, there's a 100% chance he's about to hit you, so hit him first? Too difficult to answer? You know what fucks your whole prompt up?
Ireland is neutral. You got me there. Like, in terms of like my personal thing, I don't understand why that's relevant to whether or not.
Neutral.
Yeah.
What should you just gave the analogy? Okay, 100% chance both dudes swing at each other, and one of them's your buddy. What are you telling your buddy to do? 100% chance that guy's about to fit you. You telling him to swing first?
Again, I'll try and get in between of it, but if they start swinging, then
That's
it's
not the
everybody's.
point. You said there's 100%.
No, it's like there's a reason why I used a bar and two individuals. All it takes is two individuals start swinging, and like you said, friends get involved and all stuff. And next thing you know, it's a whole crowd that's getting involved.
I don't.
That's
give a
why I
shit.
use that
Answer
analogy. And you're saying one sec, Rob. You're saying it's highly improbable that a pub fight will escalate from two dudes fighting. And I'm saying that's typically how it
Where did I say that? Where did I say that?
I'm using an analogy to prove what your argument is. You're saying it's a very low. It's a very low statistical probability, even though Rob has no statistics to back up what he's saying. He's making baseless claims. That's why he's trying to do definitives on me, saying it's a 100% chance, and then he's starting doing the 0.0, and you hear the 0% chance in my case and the 100% chance for his case.
Again,
I'm saying he has no statistical evidence to actually say this goes down. Like I said, the analogy of being in a pub.
He can't answer the analogy. You can't answer the analogy.
It's an
so I'll make 2 points.
Analogy. I never overtalked you.
He can't answer the analogy, so I'll make 2 points. One, I'll answer the analogy for him and show how it completely disproves his prompt. Second, I'll go after what he just said there. Well, see, Rob, if two people fight at a pub, then it's likely that other people will get involved. Okay, then the analogy to his solution would be that I should just punch the bitch sitting across from me. Because inevitably, these two guys fighting over there will lead to everyone fighting. No, that's stupid. It might lead to more people coming in, but it's not a necessity that everyone will fight. And I've seen a lot of bar fights. I used to be a bartender. And this might shock you, Teriyak, but most of the time, it didn't lead to other people other than the two getting involved. And the few times that it didn't lead to everyone in the bar getting into a fight. So your analogy once more disproves. Secondly, on the hypothetical, you know the fucking answer, which is why you're smirking and saying, well, I can't answer as an Irishman, which is if one of those dudes is your friend and you believe there's a 100% chance that a fight's about to break out, no matter what, you would say, fuck it, swing first, which is proof that your prompt is bullshit, that the real prompt should be the United States should first strike Russia because war's inevitable. And that would be the best outcome for the United States. So no we should not allow...
It wouldn't be the best outcome.
Why wouldn't it?
A better outcome would be to wait for Russia to be the aggressor, so you seem like the defender.
So why does that matter?
Because you have the superior technology and the superior information, which means you should technically win the war versus Russia. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But it's better to seem as though you were doing self-defense.
How many more dead bodies would it be better to seem like it was dead? 5 million more Americans dead?
Irrelevant question.
Of course it's not
dead bodies. Yeah, you just mentioned dead bodies for the optics.
Okay, so then it would be
how many dead bodies are you willing? Like I said, Rob, I can ask you the same question. How many dead Ukrainians and dead Russians are you willing to wait until maybe there's no other options, Rob? How many bodies?
The United States should stop funding them now. Zero.
Well, tough shit, because Boris Johnson already went over and fucked up the initial deal.
What's that have anything to do with anything?
So there's already like one could say millions of lives lost because of that shit done by
Let's go
England.
back to your
How are you
bar.
gonna,
Let's
one
go
sec,
back
how
to-
are you going to repay that debt?
Again, let's go back to your bar analogy. So here's what had happened. You'd say, look, there's a 100% chance if this fight breaks down, both of you are going to be paralyzed for life.
Let me ask you a question first,
I'm going to finish the analogy. Both of you are paralyzed for life. Or you can swing first and you'll win the fight and not get paralyzed. However, some people will frown and go, I don't like that he swung first. Would it be worth to not be paralyzed to have some people frown and say, I didn't particularly like that? Similarly, if the United States first strikes Russia, less American lives will be lost than if they allow Russia to acquiesce the entire continent of Europe and have their military and then go to war with the United States. As an American, I'm willing. What's the price necessary? Let's say that 5 million more Americans would be killed through your prompt than my solution of just first striking. Why? What? Is it worth 5 million dead to say, yeah, but at least Lithuania thinks that we're defending ourselves now? And by the way, last point, it's absurd anyways, because your theory is that after Russia takes Europe, who will be the aggressor? Russia or the United States?
United States.
Okay, so if either way, the United States is going to be seen as the aggressor, why not attack now?
Because you always want to seem like you're the one that's coming to self-defense, all this kind of shit.
You just acknowledge no matter what, the United States won't do that.
To address your long soliloquy in terms of the first part, like I said, you're doing multiple shit here, Rob. I'm trying to address it all. So in terms of the first prompt, what was your first question actually?
What are you talking about? I addressed 2 points of your analogy. We didn't even get to the third. The first point was, haven't you ever seen that two guys fight at the bar and more people get involved? And I was like, yeah, but then the analogy would be, then you might as well punch the lady sitting across from you because trust me, everyone's going to fight. That's nonsense. Many times in bar fights, not everyone gets involved.
Let me address that then.
Okay, you want to address that? Go ahead.
Okay, so let's do point. Let me address that. In terms of like what you're saying, you even admitted if you were a friend and it was very certain, you were pretty confident that he was going to get hit. You said that you would even throw the punch in as well as a friend, which proves my analogy because there's already conflict happening in Ukraine and Russia. So now to the second part of the analogy.
No, what are you talking about? That's not what we're talking about. The analogy is you're saying that something bad inevitably happens. In this case, World War III, right? And so therefore,
it's going to escalate.
Okay, you're saying there's a 100% chance of World War III.
What I'm saying is it's going to escalate.
You said there's a 100% chance of your prompt of World War III.
No, not 100% chance. Like either way, the current situation is, it looks like it's going to end in World War. But like I said, I've addressed both your side.
This is just fucking ridiculous.
Because you're trying to do the percentages thing, Rob. You constantly keep trying to go. You have to say a percentage. And like I said, I can start doing the whole, like, there's no 100% certainty and all this kind of shit. We can do the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle.
We've argued for 2 hours. We've argued with 2 hours on your statement.
Because you've been doing the statistics.
It's not statistics.
One sec,
it is not statistics.
Give me one. No, 1 sec. Give me one physical. Give me some evidence in terms of one of the statistics you've been saying in terms of the 0.0% chance bullshit you've been saying all night. Give me one evidence. Piece of evidence.
Like what?
For all the claims. You're saying what you're saying has a 0.0% chance of happening.
Common sense and circumstantial evidence shows us
Common
that there's
sense.
Let me finish.
Trust me, bro.
Are you going to listen to
me,
the answer? That there's a 0.0000001% chance that aliens come down and prevent this. Disagree?
No, what I'm saying is that's what you're doing.
I'm just asking. Do you disagree with that?
Like, do you
disagree with that? That there is an incredibly infinitesimal small likelihood that aliens come in and prevent all this.
What's the relevance?
Do you agree or disagree with that statistics?
It doesn't matter. What's the relevance?
I want to know if you agree or disagree.
It's a throwaway question. Yes. I don't care.
Okay, you agree that there's a really small chance.
Yes.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. It's a pointless question to start talking about percentages, Rob.
I want you to.
It is a pointless question. It is a pointless question because you're the one that's making the claim.
How did you come to
that? The evidence lies with the claimer, Rob. So provide your evidence.
In that claim,
provide your evidence.
Let me finish. In that,
give me the statistical proof of what you're saying.
In that claim, I made the claim and you accepted it. Why? What evidence did I provide that made you accept that claim?
Rob, that's what I'm saying. Where's the proof?
I made a claim. You accepted the claim's true.
I've never accepted the claim that it's 0.001 or a very low percentage chance. I've been saying this is the more likely than not.
No. We're talking about the alien thing. You acknowledge that there's an infinitesimally low chance that would occur, right?
It's a pointless question. That's what I'm saying.
I'm asking
But
you
to go along
it's
with it.
not
Yes,
pointless,
to go
it's-
along with it. Yes, I've already answered
Okay,
it, but we can
what
go
was
again
the-
because you're doing the
What was
tactics.
the
But go ahead.
evidence? What was the evidence I gave that made you accept that claim?
No evidence. I'm just going along with
So
your
you just
your thing.
randomly choose to accept the claim.
I'm just going along with your thing because you're trying to use this as a trick to
This is
escape from
bullshit.
my
I'm
main
not.
point.
And so
Because what I'm pointing out is the tactic you're using in terms of saying percentages and all this kind of shit. You're using this trying to sway the audience, but you don't have any evidence or proof to make those claims. The evidence lies with the claimer, and you, sir, are the one who are making the claims. You're the one who's mentioning the percentages.
Okay, so now that he's unwilling to engage, as you can see, that happens multiple times. Here's what happens.
Address what I just
I
said.
am going to
Rob.
address
what I just
You'll
said.
be silent because you're
Address
unwilling.
what I just said.
I will. You're unwilling to engage, so you have to give me time to explain what's happening. Now, the truth is, he accepts that claim because he knows that I don't have to provide proof because common sense dictates that that's a very low scenario of occurring. The same would be true of scenarios that I said, like, it's almost impossible that Europe will wake up tomorrow and say, we completely give our country over to Russia. His argument is, show me proof. Show me proof that won't happen. Show me proof that that's an insanely low percentage chance. You see the stupidity there? You can say that about anything. I could say, show me proof that there's a very low chance that Europe will make me king tomorrow. Do you see the stupidity? He can't provide proof other than to say, that's just outlandish. It's never happened before. It wouldn't happen. Do you see? Now he comes to this from the claim of, he has said over and over and over and over, yes, my prompt will guaranteed lead to war with the Russia and United States. Then he makes it about, but it's about, now when he changes, he goes, it's about percentages. It's about your own statement.
No, you're the one that brought up the percentage.
Your
Rob.
own statement. The percentage is irrelevant. The percentage
You're the
is
one that's
just,
saying are you 100% this will happen? This is what you've been saying all
Yes.
night, Rob. And like I said, to go back to my critique of your argument, this is what you've been constantly doing to try and poo-poo my argument. Say, folks, it's a 0.0% chance of happening, even though I've explained a lot of like the whole discussion has been actually going through like what's happening in Europe, which again, like not a lot of Americans understand what's actually going on in Europe. Like I said, Hungary, we can just mention Hungary to begin with. But like I said, you're the one who's making the claim that it's highly unlikely to happen. But even when I grant all the shit that you're saying, I can still work it in where it still leads to world war. But in terms of like absolute certainty of 100% that no matter what happens, look, of course, there's like a unicorn come down or aliens come down,
Okay,
whatever you can say. Hypothetically, because what you're doing, Rob, is you're saying hypothetically this happened, and you say, see, there's like an outside chat.
that's
and all
you.
that kind of shit.
That's what
You know
you're
what I mean?
doing. That's
No, I'm not.
exactly what you're doing.
You're making the okay, Rob. Okay, if that's what I'm doing, you're making the claim that it's unlikely. Just prove the claim.
Okay, you want me to prove the claim that it's unlikely that tomorrow Europe wakes up and says, we're going to give all of our sovereignty over to Russia. You want me to prove that claim that that's unlikely?
Okay, is it a fear for the Europeans for Russia to invade?
What does that have to do with the scenario I just asked?
Is it likely? Is that an irrational fear?
I don't
Exactly.
know what to say.
Exactly.
No, wait.
Because I have you
it
beat,
is.
Rob. I
Yes,
have you
it
beat
is.
here.
But is it also a rational feel that I will be dipped in a vat of acid tomorrow?
So it's a likely threat.
Is that a rational
Is it a
feel?
likely threat?
Is it a rational
Is
feel?
Russia invading a likely
That's not-
threat?
I answered your question.
You were
Now
saying
answer
yes, it
mine.
is, but then
I
you're saying
answered
it's
your question.
unlikely that Russia should take over
I
the EU.
answered your question. Now answer
Square
mine.
that circle, Rob.
Okay.
Square the circle.
Okay, so here we
Explain
go.
the contradiction.
Okay, I'll explain the contradiction. Russia, or Europe, having fears that Russia will invade doesn't lead to, therefore, it is likely that tomorrow Europe will wake up and say, we give all of our sovereignty to Russia. Explain the
That's
link.
not that. Oh my God, that is a complete straw man.
Are you
You're the
fucking
one that's
kidding
acting.
me?
You're the one that's been making the claim that it's extremely unlikely that Russia would invade Europe or try to take over Europe. And then, like I said, you're also making the claim that a fear of the European people is that Russia will take over Europe, and then that will lead into the whole argument. You're caught in a contradiction, Rob.
You asked me all the things that
This
I
is
said.
what happens when you do the percentages.
Your argument was as follows. Let's go down and how we got here. You said, Rob, you said a lot of things are likely or unlikely, and I'd like you to prove that.
No.
You didn't say that. You didn't say. You said a lot of percentage things.
My argument, I'll repeat my argument again. My argument is you're saying that my argument is like 0.00001% chance of happening. And I say you have no proof to that. And like I said, even by your own admission, you said that European fears that Russia will take over, which means that it's likely to happen, especially because Russia is currently engaged in conflict.
I want you to
with
pause
Ukraine,
and listen
and
for a
Europe is
second.
not stepping down.
Did you say, you said percentages about thing. I'd like to see you prove any of those. Did you say that?
The claim
Yes
of
or no,
my
did
argument
you
is
say that?
because you keep making the claim that this is
I
extremely
want
unlikely to happen.
you
This
to
is
answer the
0.001%
question.
chance to
I
happen.
want you to answer the question I just asked. Did you say you've made a bunch of claims about percentages? I'd like to see you prove any of them. Give the evidence. Did you say that?
The 0.001% chance, yes,
Okay, what did I say that about?
of my argument.
What did I say
My
that
argument.
about? What argument?
That
You've
all
made
my
multiple.
all my word salad is like 0.00% chance, never happen.
One of them
And we
was
should
one of your
we should just
arguments.
cede ground to Russia,
What
which
was one
would
of your,
inevitably
was
end
one
up
of
with
your
this anyway.
arguments? Maybe Russia or maybe Europe wakes up tomorrow and voluntarily gives all of their sovereignty to Russia. Was that something you said?
That's something you said.
No, that's something you said.
That's what you brought in.
No, that's what you brought in. I said, holy fuck.
We can go again.
Here's
That's what you
happened.
brought in.
Here's what happened. I said, this would lead to World War III. Because if we do the prompt and Russia takes over the European Union, that would lead to a conflict with the United States. And you said, yes, but isn't it also true that if tomorrow Europe woke up and voluntarily gave all their sovereignty to Russia, would that lead to World War III? And I said, yes. And you're like, and I said, but that's a ridiculously low percentage chance of happening. Then your argument in part is prove that that's a low percent chance, correct?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so you want me to prove that it's a low percent chance that Europe wakes up tomorrow and voluntarily gives their sovereignty. And if
What
I
I'm
can't
saying is
prove,
you don't have evidence to make that claim.
okay, so what would evidence for that claim look like?
To provide that there's good relations and that this like just to say like simple kind of like either logical examples or whatever to prove that like this is completely
Okay,
impossible
how
to
about
happen,
that?
because you're the one sec, Rob, you're the one that's been saying impossible and like 100% and 0.0% and all this kind of shit. Let me return in terms of this. Like I said, like it's a common European fear that Russia is going to take over. And like I said, no matter what way you look at the board at the current state of play, sure, there's hypotheticals in terms of like the abstract of what could potentially happen. But as an American, it's more advantageous for Russia to take over the European Union, because if that conflict is going to happen anyway, if conditional, if that conflict is destined to happen anyways.
Word salad bullshit. This is all bullshit. So I'll prove the case.
Okay.
Bacon
gay.
Did Europe give up all of their sovereignty today?
No.
Did they yesterday?
No.
Did they the day before?
No.
Did they the day before that?
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 No, but
The
this
past
again, this is
one-
a
the
tactic
past
to
10
get to,
years.
no, again, this
Let's
is just a
do- no,
tactic
wait,
that
no,
you
wait,
just
no,
don't.
wait,
Like
no,
I said,
wait,
to
no,
show
wait.
you that answering your questions are irrelevant, Rob, because you do the hypersensitive and all this kind of stuff.
Let's
You
do
just
that.
answer. You just asked me the same question 8 times in a row
Let's-
to prove that your questions mean nothing because you're trying to deflect from the point that I'm making.
So the past 10 years have they done that?
Because, like I said, we can go back
Yes
to
or
the whole
no?
thing of like
The past 10
even if
years.
Ukraine was to cede the ground, Ukraine would lose all faith in the EU.
The past
Then
10
that would have a
years-
knock-on
the
effect to the
past
Baltic
10
states. So
the
even if I
past 10
grant you that, even if I grant you your position and grant you everything in terms of your argument, there is still a path where it leads down to the war
Okay.
anyway.
So
So
given
you're
that,
acting as if
do you
like
see-
for
do you
Russia
see what
not
you
to
did?
take
Do you
over the
see how you
EU,
moved the goalposts?
it's more
We're
advantageous to
talking
the
about-
Americans.
We're talking about, you're like, I'd like to see you prove that it's a low probability.
Rob,
Let me finish.
Rob,
Let
you
me
just
finish.
asked the same question
Let me
8 times in
finish.
a row when I
Let me-
kept exposing
let
how
me finish.
the percentage difference makes no difference.
Okay, so what you were like, I'd like to see you prove that there's a low probability that Europe tomorrow gives away all their sovereignty to Russia. And so I start with this. Well, did they yesterday? No. Did they any day ever? No. Has any country ever really done anything like that, let alone a continent? No. Okay,
No,
that's like,
ever, no. You did not ask that question. You kept saying the day before that, the day before that,
Okay,
the day
when's
before
that
that.
happen?
And
When-
then I said, fuck this, I'm not doing this. I've answered the same question
Okay, when
8
is it?
times in
Show
a
me when
row.
it's happened.
So 1 sec. Yeah, France gave up their sovereignty to Nazis during World War II.
When they were being attacked?
Switzerland was neutral and they let Nazis
they were
march
being
right through them.
attacked?
This whole, like I said,
When they were
we
being
went through this.
attacked?
There's a history of European
Show me.
countries
Show me.
giving up their sovereignty
when they
to
were
a
being
higher
attacked.
power.
When they were being attacked.
Yes, and
Okay.
Ukraine is being attacked.
Oh,
Europe's
is
being
Europe-
attacked.
is Europe being
and that's
attacked?
why Macron is saying we're
Is
preparing for
European-
war and we
Is
will
Ukraine
fight to
part of-
every
is
last
Ukraine-
different death.
Is Ukraine part
So
of the
again,
European
you're
Union?
cooked, Rob.
Is Ukraine part of the European Union?
Not yet, no.
Okay, show me the European Union.
I said
country-
Europe.
Show me
Europe
the
is being attacked.
Your prompt is
Europe is being
European Union.
attacked.
Your prompt is European Union,
Yes.
and all of the countries
Yes.
should give away sovereignty.
Russia should take over the
Okay,
EU.
so can you show me the country in history that unprovoked, without being attacked or being threatened, said, we give up all of our sovereignty? Show me the country. Go ahead.
Okay, is the EU sending troops?
What is that? Are you
European
answering
Union
my
countries
question?
sending
Are you
troops
answering
to-
my question?
Okay, well, okay, do you want to answer? Okay, we'll do this. Yes.
Okay, what was that country? Go ahead.
Sorry, no.
So it hasn't. Okay, so then my claim that there's a very low likelihood that for the first time in history, not just a country, but an entire continent says, you know what, we give up. We give all of our sovereignty to Russia is low probability. That would seem to be strong evidence that that's a very low probability, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you concede I'm correct.
Can I speak? Because you just went on a thing and then you finished with a question.
Would
and
you
if
say
keep
that's
doing
good
that, then I won't
evidence
be
and
able
then you
to
can
ask any
answer the
questions.
question?
Yeah.
Answer the question and go ahead and speak.
Yeah. Can I ask questions?
Are you going to answer my question?
Can I ask questions? I already answered. I literally just got done answering the question with you. Then you went on a soliloquy, and then you asked another question.
So you just
can I ask a question,
So yeah,
Rob?
I just want to.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, you can as soon as I just because I didn't hear the answer legitimately. You're acknowledging, yes, Rob, that's very good evidence that Europe won't do that tomorrow.
No, I disagree.
So there's no evidence possible.
No, you said that it's unlikely. It's really unlikely for that to happen.
I think it's very unlikely if I drop this pen that it'll float up instead of down. Agreed?
Yeah, true. Yep.
What's my evidence for that?
You could drop the pen.
Okay. Well,
Historical evidence of gravity. One sec. Historical evidence of gravity. Historical evidence. Yes. And historical evidence of European countries ceding their power to a foreign hostile power. And like I said, one sec, Rob. If you were to ask the average European, do you think it's more probable than not that Russia has plans to take over the EU? They would say yes, the majority. So it's more likely than not.
You just got done saying at no time in history what you're suggesting happened has ever happened. Then when I say, if I drop this pen, do you think that it'll float in the air? You're like, no, because of history, because we've seen the experiment play out over and over. So why wouldn't it be strong evidence that I got you to concede that this has never happened?
What?
Why wouldn't it be? You acknowledge that never in history has something like this happened. That a continent says we completely acquiesce our sovereignty, even though we're not being attacked, to a foreign country. It's never happened in history. And you're like, yeah, but that's still not good evidence that it's likely.
No. The straw man you're presenting, yeah, that's relevant, but no, that's never happened in history. Yeah.
Okay, so if it's never happened in history that I drop this pen and it floats to the sky, and you'd say history shows that pen will most likely drop.
Yeah, no, it's a straw man. It's a straw man.
Why is that a straw man?
Can I answer?
Why is that a straw man? Can you explain?
Can I answer? Yeah, so I'm giving historical evidence that European countries have given up power.
You just admitted that those are analogous, that it's never happened in the way you're suggesting.
No, the way you're suggesting, the way you're strawmanning, saying that like this whole continent is just going to bow down to Russia.
Your suggestion.
Can I ask a question? Rob? Do you think it's somewhat probable that Russia could potentially take over the EU?
No.
Or try to take over the EU?
Maybe.
You think that's
very low.
That's
I would say the chance that they try to take over the EU is probably around 1 to 2%. In order for them to successfully do it, not only would they have to try, then they'd have to be capable, which is another less than like 0.005%. So the chance if you multiply those two percentages together, I would say that it's less than like 1/10,000th of a possibility.
Okay. So if there's no chance that happen, okay? And like basically this whole belief that the Europeans have, the Russians.
What does this have to do with what we were just talking about?
Because like I said, if Russia wants to end the war and America wants to end the war, but the EU doesn't want to end the war, and that's why the war is still going on, why hasn't the war stopped then? Why haven't they just done what you said? Just give the ground to Russia. Because Russia's not going to take. Wait.
First off, complete goalpost movement shift. Concede that you were wrong on that. Complete. Your original example that we were talking about before we move on, it was this: what if tomorrow Russia or Europe wakes up and gives all of their sovereignty to Russia? And I said there's a very low likely of probability. You said prove it. I proved it. Nothing like that's ever happened. I got you to concede that the reason you accept that the pen most likely won't flow up is because history shows that doesn't happen. If you're acknowledging, as you did, that history shows that the entire continent of Europe won't give up their sovereignty.
I've never said entire continent. I've never said entire continent. That's the straw man.
The entire European Union.
That's the straw man. I never said entire continent.
What did you say?
That's you.
Okay.
The EU, the European Union.
Fine. There's never been a
yes. So again, like I said, let me finish. The reason because, like I said, you're not addressing my question.
You're
keep
so
running
right.
from my question.
You're so right. Let me tailor the question specifically. You're right. Not the entire continent of EU. Just 27 countries in it.
Just Ukraine.
27 countries will all tomorrow give up their sovereignty. That's your argument.
No, that's a straw man again. That's not
Your
my
argument was your argument as follows. What if tomorrow all of Europe,
No,
European Union...
you're doing a side quest to should, again, the prompt is should Russia
No.
take over the EU?
No,
yes.
the problem is... I understand what the prompt is. I understand what the prompt is. The problem is within that prompt, you make claims. I say those claims are outlandishly low possibility. You're like, prove it. I show the best evidence. It's never happened. Nothing like this has happened. You're like, that's a straw man. The prompt says X. Yes, but in your defense of the prompt, you make claims that are incredibly low possibility. I want you to tell me with a straight fucking face right now that you believe that there's a good likelihood that Europe tomorrow gives up their sovereignty. European Union tomorrow gives up their sovereignty.
Again, this is straw man. I'm not
How is it
saying
a
that
straw man? You said it.
It was your hypothetical that Brussels was going to wake up and then hypothetically. This is all a scapegoat to get away from the original prompt. That it does make more sense for Russia to try and take over the EU because, especially as an American, like I said, you would weaken their forces and it'd be more beneficial for the EU to fight to fight Russia. Furthermore, if I can finally get back to the fucking question,
I'm going to take it right back to here. I'm not leaving you move the goalposts.
If see, because you won't answer my questions. You keep
I'll
answering my
answer your
questions.
question once we get through the point
if Ukraine is not part of the EU, why is the EU holding up the deal?
Okay, I'm going to get back to the point.
Why are they holding up peace? Answer that question, Rob.
Because countries could have geopolitical interest in countries that aren't part of them.
Yeah.
Why is the United States still funding them? Are you saying then that Ukraine's part of the United States? The United States is funding Ukraine. Is that because...
You're the one saying there's no threat. You're the one that's saying that there's no threat. There's no threat to Europe. There's no threat to Europe. You said it's highly unlikely. Your own claim to my first question was, you said it was, you were highly unlikely. No, firstly, it's, here we go. That's how you say it, right? My original question was, do you think it's likely that Russia would actually try to invade Europe? And you said that's extremely low. That's an extremely low possibility.
Okay, so here we go. So now we have two scenarios.
No, one sec. And you said because the European Union, one sec, Rob, you said because the European Union is not being attacked.
Hold on. You asked your question, pause, let him answer.
So you can see what happened here. He's like, he completely moves the goalpost. We're going to get back to the original post, but on the moving a goalpost, he fucks up again as he is the whole debate. And he goes, well, clearly Ukraine's part of the European Union or else why would they hold up a peace deal? And I say, well, the United States is funding it. Does that mean that Ukraine's part of the United States? And he's like, the original prompt said, no. You see, he constantly says something and then backtracks. Constantly says something. I point out how stupid it is, and then he backtracks.
Nice Motte and Bailey, bro.
Did you say, yes or no? Did you just say that clearly Ukraine must be part of the European Union?
If Ukraine has no part in the EU, why is the EU the only one holding up the deal? America wants peace, Russia wants peace.
Why is America funding Ukraine?
Why is the EU holding up the deal? Not funding. Stop. Goalpost switch and all the stuff you're accusing me of, you're doing yourself, Rob. So you should really listen to your own stuff, okay? So in terms of this back and forth, why is the EU holding up the deal? Why do they have that power?
Okay, you ready? You got to be quiet and listen. The implication of the question is that the only reason that European Union would have a geopolitical interest in Ukraine is if Ukraine was part of the European Union. We can see that that's clearly not the case quite literally, as it is literally not part of the European Union. Countries can have geopolitical interest in other countries that aren't part of their country or part of the unions they're in. Similarly, we see that the United States, it's not, he gives this arbitrary metric of, well, they're holding up the deal. The United States is funding Ukraine, and clearly no one with the brain would say that this means Ukraine's part of the United States. He has no differentiation why holding up the deal means they must be part of the European Union, but the United States giving money to continue the war doesn't mean that Ukraine's part of the United States.
Yeah. So again, like complete obfuscation of what I'm getting to. The reason why I keep pointing out why is the European Union holding up? It means that the European Union has ultimate authority over Vladimir Zelensky, as in he's their puppet, not America's puppet. Like this whole thing, like I said, Trump. One sec, you have your boy Trump in office. He said day one there's going to be peace. We're going to end the thing.
He kept funding it.
Putin. One sec, Putin himself was like, I want peace as well. Like I see these my brothers and all that stuff. The one group that's sticking their thumb out and saying no, we need to like like doing the whole Churchill shit. We need to fucking extend all this kind of shit. Is the European Union, and like I said, in terms of this dynamic, if those are the elites at power, then damn right you should want Russia to shatter that thing into a million pieces. Like I said, this whole thing of like the entire continent or trying to like do this whole thing. Like I said, discussing it, you already granted me that half half of what is currently Europe would be siding with Russia anyway.
When the United States funded the Mujahideen, were they part of the United States?
It depends on what way you look at covert operations, but
Were they
to be
part-
good
was
faith,
the-
I'd say no. I'd say no.
So it's almost like that countries can fund or help control other countries without them being part of their countries. That's almost what it seems like. That happens all the time, in fact. That's interesting.
It's not the same thing.
Anyways, back to the point. Great. Now that we got that concession.
One sec,
now that we
does not mean ultimate power.
Now we go back to sort of where you tried to run from. You brought up this scenario. This is what's going on.
I'm with you.
You said,
day,
now
baby.
you've backtracked off things over and over throughout this
Right
debate.
by your
What I'll
side,
remind is you want to run. Here's the scenario of how it played out. We'll go through
Why are you
it
running?
painstakingly, step by step. You said, here's the problem, Rob. You saying that if Russia took over the EU, like I'm suggesting in the prompt, that would lead to World War III. However, wouldn't it also be true that if all of the European Union tomorrow said we're giving Russia our power and land, that would lead to World War III? Is that something you said?
Yeah, and you agreed with.
Okay, but you said that. That's clear.
Yes.
Great.
and
So
you
when
agreed
I said, sure, but there's a very low probability of that. Then you said, I'd like to see you prove that. And I began to prove it. And then you started saying, that's your argument, Rob. That's your strongman. No, Teriyak, you're the person who originally said it. And I said that's a ridiculously low percentage. In fact, this was a big portion of the debate. I said, I think there's a third most likely scenario, which is that we don't see World War III over this. That instead what happens is there's a gradual grind down. The United States will back out. Europe might fund a little, might not. And there'll be a negotiated settlement. I don't think that'll lead to World War III. Your argument continually then started to switch to, but Rob, you've already conceded that if Europe is friendly with Russia, it will lead to World War III. I said no. I said that the ridiculously low probability scenario that you outlined would probably lead to some sort of escalation like a world war. That's what we're talking. And when I point out that the absurdity of this whole position is, anyone that's watching, I just want you to think about this. This guy is so debate-brained. And it's so bad faith, which is what it is, and it's frustrating, that he's literally pretending that he doesn't know that it would be a low scenario that tomorrow European Union wakes up and says, we give Russia. I want you to admit right now, seeing as how you've just conceded that it was you that brought up the hypothetical.
I grant that. Yeah, it's a lot probably.
Where's your proof? You just said you
Yeah.
raised a big fucking stink.
Let
Let me finish. You
Okay.
raised a big stink. Prove it. Prove that that's low probability. Now, the fact that it hasn't happened in history doesn't prove. So now you're conceding that you just fucking lied the whole time when you were saying you didn't see proof it was low probability.
No, it
That's
was
what I thought.
it was a misunderstanding. Two people
no
can have a
misunderstanding.
misunderstanding and they
Bad
talk
faith.
past each other. You know what I mean? And like I said, like my mom did take Tylenol. They call me Tylenol boy. My own chat calls me Tylenol boy because so retarded.
No.
Because my mom took Tylenol, please be patient.
So your defense is I'm retarded, so you shouldn't listen to what I say?
I can grant. What I'm saying is like there's a couple of things of the confusion. So it's like in terms of the like that being the thing, I'm not saying that like that's a straw man or whatever. What I'm saying is like that was your original hypothetical if thing was to wake up, and I'm saying is like I'm granting your position that like because you were the one that was originally saying it's like what happens if Russia like from their own Europe from their own free will was like, you know what, actually let's side with Russia, and they all of a sudden like we're going to start picking up the Russian language and stuff. One sec. Let me. Yeah. I'm just what you're saying. That's a highly unlikely situation to happen. I agree with that. And if that's what I came across, I do apologize. Like I said, that's a mea culpa. That's L's in chat for Teriyak. If that's what like it came across, whatever. What I'm trying to point out is I'm originally granting Rob that this is going to lead to World War III. Because like I would love for a situation where Europe can get along with Russia, can be very friendly with Russia, have Russian culture and stuff, but also is very friendly with America, and both Russia and America are very friendly. Like I said, we can all unite under that vision of Rome. That's what I'm trying to say in terms of that. You know what I mean? But like I said, when you were saying, just to clarify, I got confused as well when you're saying like your argument basically boils down to 0.2. I thought you were saying my whole total arguments that I've been given all amalgamate down to 0% chance, don't even do it, whereas my thing is 100% chance. But I was even trying to engage with you, Rob, and saying even if I grant that where they come to an arrangement where there's some land swaps, Russia gets the favor and all that stuff, Ukraine would fundamentally lose all hope in the European Union, and that would have a knock-on effect. The domino would start falling from there, to which it would like substantially favor Russia anyway, and you're going to start having that naturally occur in the next couple of decades anyway.
I just
Like you
so
spoke
first
about-
off,
yeah, go ahead.
when your defense is I'm just a fucking idiot, excuse me if I don't follow your fucking scenario of trust me, bro, this stuff's gonna happen when you're acknowledging that your defense is that you're an idiot. Secondly, it's very difficult to have a debate because what happens is all we know about each other is we're taking each other at our word, correct? So if I say this is what I believe, you then build your strategy and your discussion off of me saying I believe that. If I later say, nah, I don't believe that, then that makes the portion of the debate that you built your strategy on that irrelevant. Similarly, when you say over and over again, yes, my scenario will lead to World War III. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. And when I'm like, fine, can you also envision scenarios if Russia doesn't take the EU that it won't lead to World War III? You say yes. Now I'm going the extra step and being good faith and saying, but I think your implication is, according to you, that would be a low probability, right? I'm guessing that's what you would say. And I said, I'll still take a low chance of not World War III over a guaranteed chance. Once you realize that your words have lost you the debate, you backtrack and you say, well, maybe now, no. Russia taking over the European Union won't lead to World War III. Now I'll ask you again, will Russia taking over the EU lead to World War III?
More likely than not.
Okay. Did you previously answer in the affirmative?
Yes, I do apologize if that's.
Did
what
you
the reason was.
also, do you still stand by that there's a better chance of not World War III if Russia doesn't take over the EU?
Yep,
Why wouldn't we prefer that?
because that would require America attacking Russia and
But that's World War III.
Hmm?
You just said,
if
America.
that's World War III, then sorry, then I got that wrong. Sorry. I'm like again, I'm trying to factor in like the tiny percentages. This is what happens. Like I said, Rob, please be patient with me. My mom took Tylenols, okay? Like thankfully, Robert or RFK came out and he kind of confirmed that like that explains my retardation. Like I'm trying to factor when you say it's like, oh, like there's percentage chance that this is the low percentage chance kind of shit. I'm going to factor that in because if you're saying 100% will like that there's no course of action, this is going down in World War III. I'm trying to say like more likely than not to be like I'm trying to be 100% here.
Yeah, but
like,
okay, but when I
what...
say, is there a less likely chance of World War III if Russia doesn't take over the EU? You said, yeah, there's less likely. And I was like, okay, then why wouldn't I take that? And you're like, because US would attack Russia. Well, that's World War III. So is there a less likely chance of World War III if Russia doesn't take over the EU?
No, bro, I don't see it. Like, I don't see us getting through this show, bro. Like, but like, don't get me wrong. It is a winnable situation.
No. Let me rephrase. You said that the status quo is basically your prompt. In the status quo, Russia will take over the EU, correct?
No, that Russia should.
No. But yes, you think they should. But you also then got saying when I was like, let's go through what you think the most likely scenario is.
Yeah,
and you went through that whole
most
scenario.
Likely Russia will.
Okay,
yeah,
so the status quo will lead to your prompt.
Most likely.
And that's why you think that World War III is most likely inevitable, because in the status quo or with your rapid advance of it, both of it. So let's say that Russia doesn't invade Europe. Would there be a less likely chance? I know you're saying it's not possible. It's not that likely, right? But let's say that Russia...
At least the way I say my opinion. This is opinion.
So in your opinion, you don't think it's likely, but if Russia doesn't take over the EU, is World War III less likely then?
Wait, is World War III less likely?
Correct. If Russia doesn't take over the EU, is World War III less likely?
I'm trying to be good faith in terms of this answer, Rob. 100%. I genuinely am. But like in terms of like technically, yes, it would be a low percentage in terms of like it being an official World War III and all this kind of shit. But like, just saying, bro, like America is shady as shit, bro.
Okay, but explain to me what the World War... So it's easy to see the scenario where Russia takes over Europe. It's easy to see how that leads to a conflict with the United States. If Russia doesn't invade Europe, where's the scenario? How does the United States end up in war with Russia then?
Because why is Trump going for Canada and Greenland and Iran? bro.
Why did Putin? No, wait.
You and the boys.
You know that's true.
Rob. No. I
can prove
get
it.
that. Like that's a justification. Yeah, but like
I
that's
can
like
prove
you and
that
the
you
boys.
believe that's likely the case. You ready? Why did Russia invade
Okay.
Ukraine? Was it to invade the United States? Was it to invade Europe?
Defense.
Right. So they took
Yeah.
surrounding territory because they wanted a buffer zone from possible foreign powers, correct? Now, if
Yeah,
you're
but Iran's not surrounding territory, bro.
it is when it comes to how close the Arctic is to the United States territories.
Iran.
What does that have to do with shit? I thought you said Greenland.
Oh no, I'm talking about like Iran.
Okay, Iran
And
is a
Ukraine.
different situation. Iran's a different situation. That's talking about preventing an Islamic superpower from getting a nuclear weapon, hypothetically. What's that have to do with what? Give me the scenario that leads to World War III. Go ahead.
No. What I'm saying is that like there's a like in my opinion, like more likely than not that like that whole like because it was literally America and in helping part with Israel does do good things. Like that whole like Iranian revolution that we're seeing take place now is basically because of them. So one could make the argument that they want Iran to become Western friendly to put more pressure on Russia because that's like this, if they can get that whole like basically ancient Persia Western allied with America, then Russia is literally surrounded.
I don't think Russia would be that concerned with Iran. In fact, I think that if the United States was like, look, we're going to lead to regime change in Iran, but we're going to pull out of like defending Ukraine, that Russia would be happy with that deal. I think they would. I don't think they'd have that much of a problem. I think that you've conceded that Russia could launch a war of aggression, not just attempting to purchase land, launch a war of aggression for defensive purposes, to defend their borders. So why would it be that the United States trying to buy Greenland would not also be considered a possibility of defensive purposes? The truth is you have to concede. It is far more likely, and I don't even understand why you're arguing this point. It is far more likely that in a world where Russia literally invades and takes over the European Union, it makes conflict immensely more likely with the United States than if it doesn't. It's just, I don't even understand how it's a debatable point. I don't get it.
I'm not saying it's not like I already said. It's like it's if Russia doesn't take over the EU, there's like it's less likely of like a full World War III happens. It's more so America just takes out Russia.
Okay, and so
that's why it's less likely.
Your
for World
point
War
is
III.
that it's the most likely, not 100%, but most likely that this will lead to World War III. Why would we do that? What's the benefit? What's the upside? You're rolling the dice. You're saying there's a better than not chance this leads to World War III. And if not, there's a far less chance. Why would we take the better than not chance?
At this stage, how many hours? We're 4 hours into the debate. I might as well go balls to the wall, because basically your government is like National Socialist, like a continuation of the National Socialists, and they see Russia as the ancient enemy.
So there you go. So now he tried to sell it to you as Americans. This would be good for you. Now he's saying America's the great evil. We're basically the Austrian painter.
See, I knew as soon as I said it. It's like National Socialism. Again, this is going to sound so fucked up. The philosophy behind National Socialism is not theoretically that bad, because technically, like, the problem with socialism, why it doesn't work in its raw form, is you get what you see happening in the left wing, where it's like this so diverse, caring about like basically strangers and no caring about the actual individual. But when you have National Socialism, you actually have something to bind that empathy to. You can bind it to the nation. The same thing happens with Islamic communism, or like any basic religion can work with communism as well, is because you technically get rid of the state, but you still have the religion binding it. That's why, like I said earlier on, when you start to use the Syria example, I instantly went to Muslim. But long story short, to get back to like I said, to get back to the whole thing, like, I'm not calling America evil just because it's technically National Socialist policies. You know what I mean? But your CIA basically was a continuation of the SS.
Oh, so
that's undeniable.
So then, okay, so it's not a moral judgment. It's just that we're Nazis. Okay.
Objectively,
no. Nazis, not a moral judgment.
No, American people aren't.
Cool, got it. Okay, and so therefore World War III is good for us. No,
it'd be more advantageous because like your end goal is to take out Russia. Like that's my take on it. That's
so
my
let me get this. Let me get this straight.
This is all financial advice.
At the end of the day, it comes down to you're literally you'd make this cut and dry. Take out all the middling shit. War with Russia or not. You say war with Russia between the United States and Russia is beneficial to the United States, correct?
No, it's more beneficial if Russia was to try and take the EU.
No. See, you're misunderstanding, right? Let me see. Because your scenario you've outlined is very likely to lead to World War III with Russia, right? The opposite scenario, where Russia doesn't take over the EU, is far less likely. That's what you've conceded. Okay.
It's far less likely, yeah.
And then you're like, yeah, but actually, this war with Russia is a good thing for the United States because they're National Socialists. And I'm like, okay, so then you're literally saying that for the United States, because they're National Socialists, world war with Russia is better than not. That's your argument.
No, what I'm saying is that America is gunning for Russia no matter what.
So then we get back to the world war is inevitable.
Yes, because basically, like, one could argue that we're still been in World War II. It never really ended. But like I said, to cut a long story short, what I'm saying is, like, either way, like the way I look at it, America is gunning for Russia, especially with the most recent geopolitical moves and the setup that, like, up because remember, Biden was the one, the Ukrainian shit went down and all stuff. We have the clips, 10% for the big guy, etc., right? Like, the only way you can justify that is some sort of, like, deep state or some sort of, like, powers that be that are, like, basically trying to enact these plans no matter who's in office, right? And like I said, when you look at the basically the movement that America's been doing, that America has been doing, and we're to say that this deep state is still basically pushing this agenda. Like, they started with Ukraine, now there's the Canada shit, now there's the Iran shit going down, and it's a way to circle Russia. So either way, no matter what way you look at it, from my point of view, like, I look at America gunning for Russia, and I'm saying it's more. One sec. Let me, because I'm almost there. 2 sentences, please, Rob. Thank you. I'm saying it's more advantageous for America, objectively speaking, just on a war analysis, for Russia to dive into Europe and weaken themselves against Europe, and basically use Europe just as like a soak mechanism to just basically, like, weaken Russia and then go for the attack once you have Iran and Canada and all that kind of set up.
I mean, so again, now we waffle to, yes, war with Russia is inevitable. After just saying no, now we're back to it is. That's step one. Step two, everything you say is contradictory. It is so obvious that you're just trying to debate brain this and just arguing for the sake of argument. For example, you said repeatedly in the past hour, over and over and over, you said this: Trump's pulling out of funding Ukraine. He's not interested in continuing that conflict with Russia. It's all Europe. Now you're saying, but secretly, Trump does want conflict with Russia. Explain.
Not Trump.
Okay, so
Trump is basically a puppet. Like, that's basically my thing. Yeah.
So then why is it relevant? So then you acknowledge that you were full of shit when you kept saying the only group, let me finish, it's just Europe. It's just Europe that's continuing the conflict. That's not true. Trump is just a puppet. He's irrelevant. Let's move him off the board. And the real leadership of the United States, also with Europe, wants to continue the funding of Ukraine. Correct?
Because they want Russia to march into Europe.
So that is a correct. That's what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
So then you were mistaken when you said over and over, probably 10 times, you said over and over, it's only France and Britain. It's only Europe. You were mistaken. That's not true.
What you mean?
Okay, you've made two competing arguments. One, you said Trump in the United States, they're not interested. They don't want to keep it going. Trump's like on the cusp. He's going to pull out. He's saying, I'm not doing it. And it's just Europe that's pushing for this war to continue. Then you say, actually, Trump's a puppet and has no power. And the United States also wants to keep funding. Those two things are completely contradictory to each other.
No. What I'm saying is that it's more advantageous for Americans, especially America First or like American isolations, all this kind of thing, for Europe to engage in this war.
No. What you're doing now is you're switching.
First,
you're switching from what is happening to what would be good to happen. We're not talking about what would be good or not good. We're talking about what actually is happening. You've made two completely contradictory claims. Your first claim was it is only Europe that wants this to continue and Trump's trying to pull out. Your second claim is actually the United States wants it to continue as well and Trump's just a puppet. Those are completely contradictory. When I point out that contradiction, you go, no, I'm just saying the United States should want. This isn't a question of should right now. It's a question of is. What is happening? What is it? Are you saying that it's only Europe that's pushing for this war to continue or that it's also the United States with Europe?
No, it's just Europe.
Okay, so
But
then
what I'm saying is, from the perspective of America, it is more advantageous that this war actually happens. That this quote unquote
okay, so we'll get there. We'll get there.
Russia going for Europe.
So
It's
now,
more advantageous to an American.
now
Yes.
you go back on what you just said. And what you just said
Oh.
was actually Trump's a puppet. And the United States is continuing to push to fund Ukraine. Now you roll that back. And now you're like, no, actually, you go back to a previous position, which I said, and you demurred, which was, so what you're really saying is World War III with Russia is good for the United States. World War III with Russia is better for the
No.
United States than not.
Not World War III. That Russia invading Europe is advantageous to America.
Why? If Trump's
Because
not
they-
trying, if Trump
yeah.
wants peaceful resolution with Russia,
Forget
which
about
you're
Trump.
now
Just
conceding,
just talk about America. Just say America.
if
Just say
America
America.
wants peaceful resolution with Russia, which you're now conceding, and they're going to stop the funding of the Ukraine war, why would it be advantageous to go to war with Russia?
No, I'm saying a benefit to World War III, like sorry, not World War III. A benefit to Russia invading Europe is that you will weaken Russia, and like this whole thing that I genuinely believe that like America is gunning for Russia no matter what.
Okay, let's say instead of giving up Europe, then why don't we just continue to fund Ukraine and keep the battle there? You've acknowledged that it'll lead to a stalemate as long as the United States keeps funding it. So if it's really about the United States wanting to weaken Russia, why not just keep funding Ukraine instead of allowing them to take over Europe?
Well, like I said, even in that possibility, even if I grant that, like like the whole thing of Ukraine losing confidence in the EU, and then you have that domino effect onto the Baltic states, the Eastern states also start aligning with Russia. Then
Why? They won't fail.
then-
Ukraine won't fail. United States keeps supporting.
wait, what?
Ukraine
saying
won't. Your
if you-
scenario was
Oh, okay.
Ukraine would fail because the United States pulls out and Europe can't do it alone.
Yeah,
Okay. Why? If it's really the United States' agenda to
Mhm.
weaken Russia, why wouldn't they just keep funding Ukraine? It's currently weakening Russia. Why not just keep doing that?
Not
Why
if- no,
risk
'cause you-
allowing them
yeah.
to take over all of Europe?
yeah, it's like the same thing in World War II. Like the Germans were like making solid gains on this kind of shit, but it's when Germans marched too far into to Russia is when they failed. So it's like the same thing with Russia. Russia
But
understands
Russia
this
is
whole thing.
failing
Like they don't.
now. Like
No.
the most advantageous thing, what you acknowledge is Russia right now is involved in a meat grinder. Like this is very similar. United States has done this to Russia before. They did it to the Soviet Union, going back to the Mujahideen, just like happened to us in Vietnam, right? You get involved in this quagmire and it keeps building up, building up, building up, building up. As long as the United States keeps funding Ukraine, okay, Russia's at a stalemate. Why would the United States, if their real goal is to weaken Russia, say, actually, we're going to pull out and we're going to allow Russia to not only take over Ukraine, but on the hopes, on a wing and a prayer, that they then also proceed to march through Europe? We're just going to hope that that happens, that they march through Europe. Then we will finally say, aha, now you're weaker and we'll go attack you, Russia. That's
No.
comical. That's comical.
Like I said, like I'm doing where I can even grant those arguments and still show how it still leads to World War III. You know what I mean?
No.
Like
You're
in
arguing.
that, one sec. In that dynamic, like I said, like where all the dominoes start falling and all the these European states start joining Russia, you already said that'd be World War III because then America would be forced to intervene.
Yes, that's not what I'm talking about right here. We're talking about, you're like, what should happen is the United States should weaken Russia. That's not your position, right? You've completely changed from the beginning of the debate.
No. What I'm saying is, objectively speaking, from like a war, like general point of view, it'd be more advantageous for America if Russia was to march into Europe. It would be
Okay,
weaker.
let's rewind and see what happens. You say if Russia goes into Europe, almost guaranteed there's going to be war with the United States, correct?
Yep.
Less likely if Russia doesn't take over EU that there's war with the United States, correct?
Yep.
But you think that the United States anyway should try to weaken Russia, correct?
No,
They shouldn't.
I don't think they should.
Okay. Do you think the United States is so they shouldn't do it. But you think this is the scenario that what's going to happen is the United States wants to weaken Russia. That's your argument.
Yep.
So they're going to pretend to stop funding Ukraine, but in reality, they're only doing that because they really believe the best way to weaken Russia is to allow Russia to take over Ukraine, then hope that Russia invades Europe.
Yep.
You don't see the insanity of this? Or hear me out, they could just keep funding Ukraine. They could do that. But you're like, nah, they won't do that. Instead, this is some fucking like James Bond-esque villain shit. It's like, yeah, there's Bond. You could just take him out. But instead, it's like, no, we'll set up this fucking, Rube Goldberg machine of all this shit falling that a laser will eventually hit James Bond in the crotch. It's nonsense. Let me tell you what this reminds me of. Like, for real. I had this friend one time I was debating, and he's talking about climate change, and he says, I know that climate change is going to wipe out the world. It's going to wipe out the world. I said, really? You know that? Yep. So what should we do? We have to immediately stop fossil fuels. Immediately. Yep, immediately. It's the only chance. Okay, let's say we immediately stop fossil fuels. Like, how many people do you think will die as a result of that? We go through a bunch of rigmarole, and he's like, millions. Okay, your plan is millions of people dead. Yep, that's my plan. It's necessary. Okay, how do we stop China and India? Yeah, we'll probably have to go to war. Okay, now what are you talking? Probably billions dead. Billions dead? Yep. So your plan is you're advocating for billions dead? Yep. Okay, and what do you think the percentage likelihood of climate change wiping us all out is? He says 20 to 30%. This guy just prescribed killing billions of people off of a 20 to 30% belief that he has that climate change will kill us all. That's what you're doing. You're like, I'm cheering for a great war in Europe, a great war between the United States and Europe, because I think that what's going to happen is that this war is going to be inevitable anyways, so I'd like Russia to march through Europe so they're a little weaker when it happens. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy.
Again, like I'm not saying that I'd like this to happen or any of that. Like,
should.
I'm saying that,
that's
like,
your prompt. It should happen.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like this is the distinction I'm making. That like what you're seeing unfolding, particularly as a European, the things I'm hearing, all this kind of shit, is basically like there's plenty of sentiment all across Europe that's like sympathetic to Russia and all this kind of stuff, like and all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? And like in terms of the hypotheticals, all this kind of shit, it's like there's different perspectives that you could offer. You could say that if, you know what I mean, like we end up in a scenario where like all these Europeans, like you've done a coup d'etat, and then all these European states all of a sudden are like pro-Christian, pro-conservative, and Russia starts doing very well with Europe, and they start getting too close. You were the one that was saying, well, then that would be World War III, and then we got into World War III here, there, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? Like I said, like if you're going to come at it from the view of like a general, then objectively speaking, you'd actually want this to happen because then Russia's going to end up being more weak.
No.
Like,
Yeah, but
if they one second, if they don't get along, if they do get along, then you have to. It's more disadvantage because then you're the one that's going to be stepping in and saying you two can't get along. I said, in that scenario, one you're the hero, you're the savior, and all the shit. The other one, you're the villain who's breaking up a beautiful relationship.
But again, you put false assumptions into this. You're like, well, if you're a general and you know that conflict's inevitable, wouldn't you prefer them to be weaker? Well, sure. But it's very similar than during the pandemic is saying this. Like, well, if you're a virologist and you're only concerned stopping the virus, wouldn't you embrace lockdowns? Sure. But look at all the negative consequences that come with it. Nonetheless, you could say, yes, but as a virologist, if your sole focus is stopping the spread, wouldn't locking everyone in their house accomplish that? Sure, I guess. You could also, just eliminate everyone with a firearm, and that also would stop the spread. But that's not what's ideal. So your false equivocation here is like, but if you're looking at it through the view of a general that has to go to war with Russia, wouldn't you prefer them to weaken themselves in Europe first? Yes, I guess. But that's not how we're looking at it. We're looking at it as your concession is that it makes it almost a certainty that if Russia takes over the EU, it ends up in World War III with the United States and Russia. And also, by the way, you're backtracking, right? And again, like your debate brain, you don't even realize, like I've been remarkably consistent. You, however, think of what you said earlier, go way back. You were like, actually, there's probably very little bloodshed of Russia, right? Because what you'll see is all of these Eastern European countries will basically go along with them. And then, although there might be some conflict in places like Germany, France and stuff, it'll be very little and Russia will be able to go through with ease. Then they will control the militaries of Europe. So in all actuality, Russia would be stronger and more adversarial to the United States if we embrace your suggestion. That's a bad idea. If your goal is, you should want this because you want Russia to be weaker, the very policy you're advocating for in your prompt, you acknowledge would make Russia much stronger. So which is it?
Yeah, no. The reason why I'm saying that, like, Russia would become stronger if they were able to tap into Europe fully. That's why America would have to intervene. That's what I'm saying. That too.
But you're saying that the argument it seemed
Like,
that you've
that
been
would be the
making the past
justification.
15 minutes is this. You're like, look, here's the deal. America's gung-ho. They're going to fight with Russia. So you have two options. Either one, you can fight them at the strength they're at now, or you could drain them out a little. Let them invade Europe and drain themselves out, right? That was the argument you're making, right?
Mhm.
And so you want America to win, and therefore the weaker Russia is, the better, correct?
Yeah, like I don't want this. I don't want none of this.
But
I'm
your
just giving my
argument...
analysis.
No.
my opinion.
When you say should, right, I understand you don't want the war. You're just saying that's what's going to happen, right? I'm not saying you're saying you want that, right? You're just saying that's what's going to happen. But who do you want to win that war?
Personally, like I said, it's irrelevant. But America.
Okay, so then
I
it
don't want to have
seems...
to. I don't want to have to learn another language, bro.
Okay, so it seemed that the argument you were making was this. Because I think the war is inevitable and I want America to win, I want Russia to go into Europe because it'll weaken them. And then America has an easier chance of winning, correct?
It'll shatter the EU into a million pieces. Yes.
But you're talking about Russia. It would make Russia weaker, correct?
Yeah. No, as an American, it would technically make Russia weaker. Yeah, correct.
Okay, but you spent the entire first half of this debate saying it would make Russia stronger. That they'd be able to take over Europe with almost no resistance and then control the European military.
No.
Yes,
So
that's what you
saying,
said.
No, one sec to clarify. Like that's why I kept bringing up UK and France. Like they're the two countries with nukes, and those are the ones that would like they're not backing down. That's why I gave the whole thing of like either the EU backs down and they see ground, which they're not going to do, or they don't back down, and then it's like I said, the whole meat grinder. Then they go up and all these countries start surrendering all this kind of shit, and then it's like the same way that like that France surrendered and all these other countries surrendered and all this kind of shit, and it looked like Europe was all going to be fascist, and then Britain.
No. See, you're
you're
backtracking. That's why you kept giving the analogy. You're like, look at how France backed down before. Look at how they backed down to Germany.
Yeah.
Your entire argument was, Rob, it's actually going to be very simple. These countries will probably most like. You even went specifically. You were like, in fact,
because you said it was impossible.
Let me finish. You're even like, even in the United Kingdom and in France, half of those people wouldn't want to fight. And then you said, all of the Eastern European, not only would they not stop Russia, they would join them. They would join the Russian military. That's what you said. You implied, and I said, wouldn't this make Russia stronger? You said, yes, it would. That's what you said. And now you're like, no, it would actually make them weaker.
Yeah, no. If that was to stick land, like that's the potential. Like once they're like, as they're doing that, as they're conquering, that's when Canada and Iran put through the heart of Russia, and you literally split Russia in half.
Okay, so now your
and
argument
then you're
is
them from behind, and their armies out of position.
So just to be clear, now your argument is it would be a bitter battle.
No,
France and
like,
UK would stand up. Germany probably they'd stand up to Russia. That's your argument now, and this would lead to Russia being weaker.
No. What I'm saying is just if Russia was to get to that point, and France and UK was still going to the end, you're going to lose a lot of European life doing this, like this thing. But it's basically Russia is like literally in the heart of fucking Europe, and they're getting split in half by Canada and Iran.
I mean, it seems. I think anyone who's paying attention that's followed through this can see that.
What I'm saying is, I'm just explaining one way that it could be advantage to America.
What is most likely? What is most likely? Like you said. You outlined quite specifically what you thought the most likely scenario was. I pushed back. I still disagree with it, but you said the most likely scenario is this. Russia goes in and it goes into these Eastern European countries and they just acquiesce. In fact, they join Russia. Then they incrementally go one by one. And a lot of countries like Poland, Germany and stuff say, we're just independent. We don't fucking care. If you want to take over the EU, fine. We're not going to. The only countries that would really have any sort of pushback would be the United Kingdom and France. But most of their population
and then you said Germany, so I'll give you Germany.
Okay, but you're like, actually, huge portions of their population still would be like, fuck this. And they would
I said Germany's a toss-up.
But they would roll over quite easily. That's what you said.
Like that Russia would potentially hock them, yeah.
Okay, so then Russia wins quite easily. And then I was like, wouldn't this lead to Russia having their military and shit? And you said, yep. And you said they would be stronger. That's what you said. Now your argument is...
Yes. No, 1 sec, because again, you're not factoring in time. Like, at that time, as they're conquering France and England, all that kind of shit, they are weak.
Okay,
they've drained their resources. That 1 sec, they're all the way into Europe, which means at that moment in time they're at their weakest. But if they were to solidify that and were to bring in conquer, rule, all this kind of shit, and they maintain the rule, then yeah, the potential in terms of like what Russia and Europe could unlock would be devastating to the US.
Okay, so if they took over the EU and then maintained
Can
control,
I clarify? Like, just real quick, 2 sentences. Like you're saying, like basically what I'm saying is like if Russia took over the EU in time, they would be a threat to America. But as they're taking over the EU, they're at their most weakest point.
So just to be clear, your argument is this. If they take over the EU and then have some amount of time, they're stronger. But in the immediacy of them taking over the EU, they're weaker.
They're in the middle of it, yeah.
Even though they have
Flank
access
them,
to all the
cut them in
military
half.
equipment of the EU now, they have access to all the nuclear weapons of the EU now, they have a geostrategical planning point where they're closer to the United States.
Yeah,
So-
and real quick, one sec. Well, while their troops are all fighting in France and Paris and London and all this kind of shit, while all their troops are over there, Canada's coming down from the north and Iran's coming up from the south. And they're splitting the country in half, which means like half the resources in Russia can't get to Russia.
Okay,
And then
so
you basically you're coming at you're coming at Russia from the behind.
okay, so
and you
let's
completely flank them.
So would you say then that the ideal opportunity, what you would like to see, because you want the United States to win, right? You want them to beat Russia.
Again, yeah, my want is irrelevant,
Sure.
but yeah.
So then what you would like to happen is, as Russia is attacking, the United States gets involved in. That's when Russia's going to be the weakest, right?
Yep.
Okay, so then you just said that Russia should not take over the EU. You agree with me. The prompt is
What?
incorrect. Because you said actually Russia should invade but not take over the EU, and then the United States should attack them while they're trying to take it over. And once they take it over, they'll become stronger.
Yes.
So then your argument
Yes, so they
is
should,
Russia should
yeah.
not take over the EU. It is Russia should try
How
to
is
take
it?
over the EU and fail. That's your argument now. You've just negated
Well,
the
yeah,
prompt.
no. That's my own personal belief.
But
But
that's
like,
the-
I'm
that's
saying
the
is, like,
prompt
in terms
should.
of what should happen.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
the prompt should. Your belief of what should happen. Now you're acknowledging that actually the best
No,
case scenario is Russia should attempt
No,
to
'cause
take
you're bringing,
over
like,
the
what do
EU
you want?
and then America
Yeah.
to fight back before they do
the
it.
key word is want. I mean, what I want is irrelevant. But what should happen, objectively speaking, like either from like if you want to look from an American perspective or a European perspective.
Should
all
the
this kind of
United
shit,
States win the war?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so then if we think that the United States should win the war, would the opportune time for them to attack be while Russia is attacking France?
Yeah.
So then it's not a matter of want, it's a matter of should. The prompt should say Russia should attack the EU and then the
Should
US
take over the EU, yeah.
stop them. No, not take over. Once they take over, they become stronger. Instead, they should attempt to take over the EU. Then the United States
Yeah.
would find them weaker and stop before they did.
Yeah, I can grant you that like specific, but that still part of the plan would be Russia should take over the
No,
EU.
you don't think they should.
That's what one sec. Like that's what you should be saying.
No, that's not what you should. That's not what you're saying should happen. You're saying Russia
No.
should attack, and then the United States should attack before they take over the EU.
No, because think about it. If all of Europe were saying, turned around right now and said, you know what, guys, I think Russia should think, then that would prompt America. America would have to react.
Why wouldn't it be preferable? Shouldn't America react before they take over the EU?
What?
Shouldn't America react before they take over the EU? Just when they start attacking?
As they're taking over the EU.
So they shouldn't take over the EU.
That's a benefit
They
to
should
America,
attempt
yes.
to take over the EU, and then America should get involved before they take it over.
Yeah, that's if, Rob, that's if America should win the war.
You said they should.
Yeah, that's my personal opinion.
But
on
the
it.
prompt is your
But
personal
objectively
opinion.
speaking, yeah. Like objectively speaking, from an American's point of view, as the people are in chat, you
This
would
is
want.
like, but you
Russia
understand
to
saying
try
my
and take
personal
over the EU.
opinion, it's not going to help. The entire debate's your personal opinion. For example, if we go out to eat and I say, you should try the ribs, right? And you're like, well, why? And we have a big discussion. I say,
No,
it's just
logic's
my
not personal
opinion.
opinion,
It's
bro.
still me saying should, right? So what you've just identified is, according to you, the thing that should happen is Russia should attack the EU, and then the United States should intervene before they take over the EU. That's what should happen.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
In other
mutually
words,
exclusive.
Russia
from,
should take over because like, just because.
let me finish. Let me finish. I know you realize it's bad for you. That's mutually exclusive from the prompt that you've put out. The prompt you put out is Russia should take over the EU, but now you're arguing actually they shouldn't. They should attempt to and then be beaten.
Yes.
You concede?
Because in science, right, you could make a prediction and say this should happen, right? And because you make that prediction, you go and test that prediction. Whether or not you get that actual prediction is irrelevant. It's the outcome that you're getting. You know what I mean?
No. You're misusing the word. The word should could be used in multiple contexts. It's clear that the topic was suggesting this is something you think would be best to occur, right? Not you saying should is the pen should drop, meaning that you think that that's what's likely to happen. When you say should in this context, it's clear you're saying this is an outcome that you want to occur, not in a scientific sense.
But when you're presenting, but Rob, you know this as being a debater. It's like when you're presenting an argument, you're putting in like the should in terms of the royal we. Like I'm not just making an argument of what like my personal like beliefs are and all this kind of shit. I'm putting out a should in terms of the aspect.
You would be
of, like,
better just to, if you want to go,
like, for example, as for an American audience, highlighting the fact that Putin shares a lot of your values, all this kind of shit. We should all get along. I agree with that, Rob. Like, I mean, like I said, like in terms of like my ideal scenario, I think there is a winnable scenario here about uniting under Rome. But like I said, it's like that itself would also be very unlikely. I'd even admit that myself. That's a very low percentage chance of happening, Rob. You know
what's happened. You know that you've lost the debate. Now, if you would be further to just concede than to go down this path of challenging the definition of the word should. If that's where we're at, just admit that you've lost. I could do it. I could spend an hour talking about the definition of the word should if that's what you want.
I'm just saying.
Speaking of that, just a quick time check for you guys. Just letting you know we've passed the 4-hour mark. So if you guys want to keep going, though, I'm game. So if you guys want to keep going,
just concede. We'll get to closing statements, and then if audience has questions,
something should happen, but not necessarily means it would happen.
Correct. So you're suggesting, so what the prompt means is should, is you're saying this is what I would like to see happen.
Russia should try to take over the EU.
Try. I noticed you added the word try there. Why?
Yeah. No, because that's what you're trying. You're being more specific, which is, to be fair to you, like, this is a good point. This is a good point being specific. Russia should try to take over the EU.
Okay, like, so then, but you don't want them to. They shouldn't take over the EU. They should just try.
Yes.
Okay, so then I win.
This is why
Russia
I call
shouldn't take over the EU.
The Loki paradox. The Loki paradox.
You've conceded. Right, you concede that Russia shouldn't take over the EU.
One sec, Rob. How would I convince that to happen in Europe? How would I gain support? Even though, like, I think they should. I think they should try, but I want them to fail. How would I encourage that? I would then have to say, guys, Russia should take over the EU.
So let me get this. Now your argument is you've known from the get-go that the prompt is wrong, but performatively you had to pretend to endorse the prompt to get to the real outcome that you wanted. That's your argument now?
No, what I'm saying is that I'm willing to lose the debate. I have no issue with willing to lose the debate.
Just say I concede.
So in terms of like that, in terms of the meaning that you're getting to, like the final outcome is what the prompt is, then like, okay, like I can concede that part. But in terms of like what we should say, like I said, if all Europeans, that was a key thing I kept going to, is like if all Europeans say we should, or Russia should take over and all this kind of shit, you will affect a bigger change.
All right, I'm willing to get opening statements. I'll take that concession. I could do closing statements.
I think we've done 4 hours though. Like, to be fair, like I think it was only supposed to be 2, wasn't it?
Closing statements.
There was no set time. I originally was gonna do like a scheduled time, but I was like, with these, I think it'd be better we just let it go as long as you guys are willing to go. But yeah,
in fairness, this might be a good plan for going forward. We say 2 hours, but if people want to get out, that's perfectly reasonable. But I didn't mind sticking around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'm sure there'd be more people that'd be willing to do it. And I know you love debating too, so
yeah, I enjoyed it. All right, who's doing closing statement first? You want to go Teriyak or you want me?
Yeah. Wait. Because I went first. So what way is the last way that you do it? Easy.
Normally the person who goes first goes last. That's normally how it works.
Well, yeah, that's how. But I do it different. But for these, that's what we're gonna do. So you'll get the last word, Teriyak. You'll go last. So Rob will go first for closing statements. We'll do like 5 minutes. 5 to 7 minutes. And then after that, if you guys are up for it, we can go through super chats. I don't think there's too many questions. It's mostly just comments and stuff, but we can go through them if you guys want to. If you guys got stuff to do, though, that's understandable as well. So yeah, but Rob, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer back here with your voice.
Yeah. All right. So to get to the initial parts, like, I think that he conceded a lot of things on his initial argument. Now, he does contradict himself, and we won't bury the lead. We'll get to that at the end. But we do see right-wing populism rising right now in Europe, and I don't think that we want to throw that away by triggering something that would obviously be a war, right? In addition to that, we can see that any time that you're cheering for something that's most likely to lead to war, you should really check yourself. It's really a bad mentality to be like, well, I'm doomed to the point where I say, let's just have a big fucking war because I think it'll be beneficial. War is no joke. I'm some fat loser that never served, but my goodness, I know people that did, and it could be really traumatic, cause people injuries, etc. We could be talking in a world war, literally, of hundreds of millions of people dying, and you're in a really enviable position when you're defending that as your prompt. Particularly in a prompt that you got to choose. So it's not like he was backed into this corner. He literally takes a prompt where he's like, my plan will almost guaranteed lead to a world war. That's fucking crazy, right? He was all over the place in this debate, but I think that it's worth saying this, right? I think that it's clear what happened here. I don't mind it. I see what's going on, but it's sort of debate pro stuff. Like, I'm just going to continue. You see this a lot of times when people are on the meta argument, right? They're trying to win the meta argument. They don't understand how that involves the entire forest of the argument that they're making. So you see these contradictions all over the place with him, right? And he ends up defending a bunch of stuff that's just like, well, prove that it's a low probability that Europe tomorrow won't just acquiesce and give their entire, continent or the European Union up to Russia. It's just nonsensical. But at the end of the day, I think that going through the hoops, even using his logic, he's forced to concede. Now, I could talk about this at great length, but I'm not going to. Instead, I'm going to use the rest of my time to say this. How fucking awesome of a debater am I that I could not know the topic, not know the person, have no prep, my opponent have it, and not only that, get him to concede at the end, because you almost never get concessions. Now, he's going to come up and he's going to try to salvage it and go, well, technically I conceded the topic, etc., etc. No. He's wrong on a litany of ways. We could go through all of the ways why the wars are bad, etc., 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 etc. But when it comes to the actual easiest way to win the debate, we could see that he's just wrong and he's forced to concede. So I enjoyed it. I think people could notice. It does get frustrating when the meta shit comes out that's clearly like fucking being annoying. That's true. It gets frustrating. But at the end of the day, good times were had. I hope people appreciated it. And let it be known that I got a fucking concession on my first debate doing this. So that's it. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement, Rob. And Teriyak, I got the timer restarted here for you. So whenever you're ready for your closing statement, go ahead and I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so like Jimbo will tell you, Rob, like I have no issue like conceding in debate. And in terms of like the phrasing that you used, like I think was the correct way in terms of the way I would want it to play out. And I guess the only way to kind of explain my arguments is we can all agree that people shouldn't lie. Okay? But what did you get from Santa last Christmas? Russia should take over the EU.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. Nice, short, and sweet. I like it. So that is going to wrap up the closing statements. First off, I want to say to everyone too in the chat, huge thank you all to the chat for watching, engaging, supporting the show. Special thanks to everyone who sent in super chats, and obviously this support helps keep this going. Shout out to both the debaters showing up, staying in it this late, giving you all this crazy entertainment. I think this was one of the most engaging, entertaining debates we got to see in a while. And also, if you think you can take on Rob in a NOR prep debate, we're always going to be looking for challengers. So join the Discord at discord.gg/bearcave. And then you can message me directly in there, and we'll set up a debate for you to come in fully prepped while Rob gets none. And we're gonna do this. We're gonna try to do this twice a month on Thursdays, and hopefully, if this keeps going as good as this has been, we're gonna get it up to maybe we'll do it every Thursday.
Get some lefties. I know there's probably not a lot. That's what I want. Bring on the fucking lefties. But all right, we got super chat. Are we gonna do? I'm more than willing to stick around for them.
If you wanna stick around for the super chats. All right, let's get through these here. We got starting up at the top here. We got a gifted membership from MW. Thank you very much. Premonition comes in with the $5. Says you hit 9K. Congratulations, 20K in 6 months. Let's go. Hugs to the family. Hugs to you, based grandma. Thank you very much. We we just hit 9K yesterday. It was great. Or was that yesterday or the day before? The days all blend in now. When you stream at night, I feel like the days just all blend in. Kokomo for $10 says, "Come on, chat. Great entertainment." Thank you very much, Kokomo. Zach sends in $10, says Teriyak has no semblance of the history of Eastern Europe and their culture. The countries he listed, for the most part, and especially Ukraine, are not cousins of Russia. They are mortal enemies. You want to say anything to that?
No, bro, like I said, look at what the EU's doing. Look at what Putin's saying.
Now the problem
And
is, like, it's
also
difficult.
99 red balloons.
It's difficult to get into sort of the nuances of each individual. So I tried to tackle it as just like, it's sort of an absurd proposition to say, I think that half the European countries would just willfully submit to Russia. And just because they share the language, like, it's certainly true. I was going to go with this argument, like, Ukraine itself proves, like, part of his argument was like, well, Ukraine would be furious and then side with Russia. But why? They're currently fighting Russia. They might begrudgingly lose, but the idea that they'd be like, yay, our Russian overlords, just because they're mad at the West, I don't see that coming, Now, there'd be certain individuals in the country, but it's not going to be more than 50% of the population.
But like that's what I'm trying to get at in terms of they should try. You know what I mean? Like, I'd want that to happen to at least, like, because in terms of like that outcome, I see it a lot more favorable rather than just playing stalemate and just being meat grinder kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
all right. We got another $5 comes in from Premonition, says 9K and going up. Congratulations. Thank you again. Zach sends in another $10, says the Soviet Union didn't rule those countries by their choice. Case in point, after the Berlin Wall fell, why didn't those countries stay in the Republic of Russia?
Because the grass is always greener on the other side, and fundamentally the EU has become like a little fucking Russia, because like they're socialism, borderline fucking communism, all this kind of shit. And it's like, that's one thing, because like I said, I went full national socialism, all this kind of shit. But like I said, extract out the philosophy and all this kind of thing. It technically does work, quote unquote. But what I'm trying to point out is that like fundamentally, the like at least the conservatives / Christians would be like why are they going to fight versus the the liberals who hate the West and they want to tear down the statues and all this kind of thing as well. You know what I mean? There's going to be a significant amount of people. It might not be like one fell swoop and they have everything or whatever. But what I'm saying is like that's a real danger, at least in terms of the Eastern Bloc.
I think the conflation is,
point, yeah.
I think you're making solid point. Like, you could, to further Zach's point, like, look at voting patterns now of countries that are more socialist versus less, like in Germany. You can almost directly see where the wall was, where the people on the east of all that are formerly of the Soviet Union fucking hate it. They hate it. And what you're seeing is the West is embracing more of those socialist policies because the East remembers that shit. And they remember how terrible it was. So they're not going to welcome with open arms because they used to be part of the Soviet Union. To the contrary. In addition to that, like, I think you're misunderstanding something fundamentally, which is you can have legitimate hatred by large portions of your population to current politics, whether it be Brussels or your individual country. But that doesn't mean that you'll open your arms to a foreign invader. right? Your argument that's like, yeah, but they don't like Brussels. Well, partially true, but man, just like in the United States, there ain't no chance that we were going to open our arms to Putin invading Russia just because Biden or Kamala Harris won. Ain't happening. I know fucking rednecks that would fight to the fucking death to protect Kamala Harris if it was a foreign country invading. And they would hate her and they would say, fuck that. That's my people. You don't do that shit. So I just think you're fundamentally wrong on how these people would perceive it.
Like the way I'm kind of looking at it is that it's like if Russia was to try to, I'm going to keep on the thing that we ended on the concession, where it's like if Russia was to try to do this, there's a lot of outcomes where it's like this is actually favorable in many ways. Like I said, there's the one where like actually genuinely everyone gets along and we unite under this like Rome kind of like Byzantine Empire 2.0 kind of thing along those lines, or it's like I said, in terms of like America being more kind of in an advantageous situation is another possibility where it's a favorable outcome for America. There's a lot of favorable outcomes for this move to be made, even though it seems completely counterintuitive, and I get that. Do you know what I mean? But it was the first episode. I got to hit you with some spice, boys. You know what I'm saying?
I want to address someone in my chat. They're saying, yeah, but European Union's different. It's different. Look, I could believe this. If the prompt said something like this, obviously this is too wordy, but Russia should fucking just take out the European Union. Like fucking invade and wipe it out. I think that you would have people that would be like, yeah, fuck it, I don't like Brussels. But that's not the prompt. The prompt is the European Union still exists as the authority over these European countries. It's just that Russia's in charge now. And so while maybe someone in Lithuania might say, yeah, fuck it, I don't care about Brussels, fuck them. They're not going to be happy. And oh, by the way, your vote still doesn't mean shit. Now Putin's in charge of you. They could be happy with that, right? And so that's what I'm talking about. It's not just, well, these corrupt leaders there, people are happy to see them go. Agreed, totally agree. There'll be tons of people that are like, fuck the European Union. Maybe even more than half in many of these countries. However, they're not going to accept that union continuing to exist with now another hostile foreign power in charge of it. They're not going to accept it.
But like what I'm saying is that it's not just the leader. It's like the whole, like there's something rotten in the state of Denmark kind of vibes. Like this is like, core cavities. Like, bro, you need to get this. You need to shatter this into a fucking billion pieces. Because this is like.
That's why my opening statement said, the very first thought I had was, I don't want someone else to control the EU. Fuck it, get rid of it. I don't want someone in charge of it. I think that it's on face value, let alone the lefty bullshit, just on face value of the idea of sovereignty. Imagine living in a country where unelected bureaucrats are sent to Brussels and control your livelihood. That's fucking insane. My country fought a fucking war over taxes on tea. I can't imagine how absurd it would be if it would be like, well, Rob, you could vote for someone symbolically that's your representative, but ultimately if someone in Brussels says, nah, fuck you, we disagree with your Second Amendment, then I lose my Second Amendment. So I'm for the idea. If your prompt had been, the EU should dissolve, I'd say, fucking A. I totally agree. But the fact that it would still remain and Russia takes over is where I take umbrage. I'm just like, no. And I don't think Russia's as based as you think either. I don't think that it's like super conservative. I think in some ways, culturally, it's better than the fucking lefties, but there's also a lot of bad shit. Like,
But 100%. Like to be like 100% like with the show on my cards, it's like basically it's like robnoerr, like Normal America with robnoerr, and I was like, what would be the one thing we guarantee you disagree with? And I was like, okay, I'm gonna like start doing the Russian accent, like because we definitely get disagreement. Because I didn't want it to be like basically we agree like 99%, and it's like this like small percentage that like we're disagreeing on kind of thing. I want to make sure it was a staunch disagreement, and like I said, that even just to make the argument to an American audience where, come lad, maybe the Russians not too bad, you know what I mean, kind of like that aspect. But like I said, you did get me at the end with the like they should try, like that'd be my kind of like end plot. Because like I said, even if Russia did, let's say, knock the shit out of America, let's say like that actually did happen, it's like realistically there's worse kind of like leaderships and no empire ever lasts forever, etc kind of thing. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'll be quiet. We get to the next. Yeah, we'll be here all night.
All right. Only 4 super chats. Come on, chat. These fellas are putting on a darn good show. That's 20 from Bloody Clarence. Thank you very much. Then we got $2 from Belinda. Says, we'll know when Russia plays Swan Lake on the TV. Thank you very much, Belinda, for the $2. And another $2 comes in from Belinda. Says, Poutine, je suis tellement fan. I think I said that right. I think I said that right. Thank you for that, Belinda. Kyle Angle just sends in $2 just to show some support. Thank you very much. Jack of Blades sends in $2. Says, for Teriyak, great first episode. Easy. Love y'all. Thank you, Jack of Blades. Appreciate the support. Sam Slenderman said, Rob needs to get closer to his mic and Teriyak needs to pull back from his mic. Actually, I saw this super chat came in and then I adjusted both your volumes so that they wouldn't have to. You guys didn't have to move anything. Then we got $5 from Premonition. Says, you guys put together a masterpiece here. Let's have more donos, please. Thank you very much, Premonition. Yeah, I think this was a great first episode for sure. A lot of spice. $2 comes in from Jack of Blades again. Says, Rob, the prompt says take over, not invade. Cheers.
Yeah, but we did argue that I thought that the only way that would really be possible was through a military incursion. Now, to Teriyak's credit, he's like, well, it could happen diplomatically, but that's where we get to the point where it's like, I just don't see the scenario how that occurs. I don't see, right? Like, in order for Russia to take over the EU, there's going to have to be some sort of invasion. I just don't see the leaders of the EU going, we're worried, fuck it, we'll give up the EU. Again, understand what we're talking about here. We're not saying the European Union saying, okay, we'll give some concessions to Russia here. We'll stop funding Ukraine. We're talking about the European Union saying, you're now in charge of us, Russia. Here you go. You're in charge of all the countries in the European Union. It's not going to happen without force. The threat of force would not be enough.
To reveal one of the cards I was playing, like that France card was put in a lot of weight because a big component behind France being like surrendering is because they had Spain, which was fascist. Everyone forgets about Spain being fascist, but that's how they were able to do the Die Spinne and get all the Yazis to South America. But then also Italy was fascist too. So like basically France was surrounded. That's why France surrounded kind of thing. And it's like in terms of when you look at like Italy, like that's why I'm kind of mentioning Rome. If it's that kind of aspect, then like I said, it'd be kind of one of those things where you'd want to see Italy rise up because it's it's getting a bit late, you know, in terms of like demographics, and they kind of came up in the debate and all that kind of stuff as well. But I just need to go back to him as well. Real quick.
All right, no worries. Next one that comes in is from Belinda again for $2. Says, can we Candyman the issue?
Like saying his name several times. It's been a while since I've seen the movie. Great actor though, man. Unfortunately passed away there. What's his name? He's amazing. The guy that played the original Candyman.
The original, right? Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, his name.
Todd, something Todd.
Yeah, I think you're right. Todd.
I think that's his last name. If I'm not. Anyways, I'll look it up. Someone will know in the chat.
Yeah, exactly. Someone will know for sure.
Someone says Sam Hyde. No, it was not Sam Hyde. It was, though they do call him Tony Todd. They do call Sam Hyde the Candyman. But yes, Tony Todd's the name of it. Yep, there we go.
That's it. Yeah. Next one that comes in is Big 50 from Useless Intellectual. Says, hey, Rob, would 78% of 100 illegals on welfare from Scotland be a bigger financial drain, or 50% of 200 illegals from Somali? Unban me, fucker. You don't know who funds you.
Well, thank you. I don't know why you're banned, but I'm sure it's for good reason. You seem like a very personal person. So there's not enough information to decide the answer. If we accept that the welfare is equal for each person, then it would be the latter. The Somalians would be a bigger drain because it would be roughly 100 illegals that would be using welfare as opposed to 78 of the Scottish. However, we would have to know what each individual's welfare was. For example, if the Scottish people were on various forms of welfare on average and the Somalians were only on one limited for, you could actually have a situation where 1 or 2 people on welfare are more of a net drain than 100 people of a different group, if the amount of welfare was more significant. And go fuck yourself. How about that?
True. Thank you very much. We got $10 from Otis Driftwood. Says, "Why did an unprepared Rob beat you?" Oh, this is for Teriyak. Teriyak's ran into the washroom. Maybe we can ask him. If I remember, I'll ask him when he gets back. Zach coming in with another $10 says, "That's a false statement. Conflating being friendly to Russia and being part of Russia are two separate things."
This is an issue. Yeah, he put that up almost as I was saying it, where it's like his hypothetical was, right? Like, what if we just Europe completely gives their countries over, the European Union over to Russia? That's different than being friendly with Russia. In fact, I would say that the Trump administration would be like, sweet. I think the beating core of Trump is that he's just like, I just want business deals. I just want business deals, right? Like when you hear him talk about Putin, I think he probably knows Putin's an asshole, but he's like, hey, he's just trying to do what's best for his country. Let's just get some fucking money flowing, right? And so if Europe came out tomorrow and was like, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. Let's do business deals. I think Trump would be happy with that shit. So I don't think that would lead to World War III. If the United States saw Russia encircling them, and it's like now they own all of Europe. Yeah, what's going to happen is the United States is going to start aggressively posturing. So completely two different things.
All right. Then we got another 10 from Kokomo. Says, "Fantastic, lads." Thank you, Kokomo, very much for your support. Then we got $5. Says, "Rob, you're forgetting also that the Islamists are going to take over Europe, and that will also lead to World War III."
Yeah, that was a claim that he made earlier, and it was interesting throughout the course of the debate because he kept taking the meta in so many different directions. He lost sight of his original claims. Basically, his original opening statement was like, Russia should take over because they're based and people in Brussels are fucking woke shitheads. And then by the end of the debate, it turned into, well, it's because conflict with Russia is inevitable and I want America to win. And so Russia should invade the European Union to weaken themselves. You know, it's like, I think it's a classic example of struggling to get a debate win as opposed to arguing things you really believe. And oftentimes what you do, you got to be, look, it's fucking tough. You're talking a 4-hour debate. If you're arguing something you don't really believe, it's hard to keep your position consistent. Let me put it this way. One of my favorite shows is Judge Judy, right? And she always says, if you tell the truth, you don't have to have a good memory, right?
Yep.
If you're talking about what you sincerely believe, then you're less likely to get lost in the weeds because you'll be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Well, here's my position and what I believe. But if you're like, I want Russia to win, I want the United States to win, all of a sudden you get tangled up in all these, scenarios. So
yeah, my grandmother used to say that too. So you never have to remember the truth. It's just the truth. It's there.
Yep.
You lies, you always got to remember that shit.
No, like to be fair to Rob, he did get me in the aspect of like Russia should try to take over the EU. Because like I said, in terms of like the possibilities that it offers, puts on the table, all this kind of shit. At worst case scenario, EU is going to wake up real fast and not be taking all this kind of shit for granted. Like for example, like I think the UK alone is like responsible for like 60% or some shit like that, or the EU is like responsible for 60% of the social benefits worldwide, which is crazy in terms of the total population. They're like, I think 10-15%.
Yeah.
So in terms of the social benefits and all this kind of shit, it's like even just from a fundamental base, like that money at least should be spent on military because you're not even protecting yourselves.
Well, I think as a European, I would also look, the problem is obviously there's problems with like globalism in Europe and everything, but like the United States basically, let's say they adapt this sort of principle, like, fuck you, we're not world police anymore. There's danger in that because what should happen if I'm a European, I'm like, okay, let's build up. Fuck that. We can't rely on the United States for our defense anymore. So let's do it. Let's build a military. Now there's disadvantages to that. If you're a country like the United Kingdom with your national health service and all that shit, all of a sudden you're going to have less money to spend on social services. Europe's been able to have a lot of really flashy programs, right, that they brag about. Oh, our healthcare systems and this, that, and the other, because they don't have to pay for defense, basically. The United States is taking care of it. So the downside for Europe is like, okay, we're going to have to spend more money on this shit. But the upside is you don't want to be relying on someone for your protection. Then they're your big brother. And when they say, we want Greenland, you have to say, fuck, okay. Right? I mean, what else are you going to say? If Trump comes out and it's like, look, we're going to pull, this is probably what happened if you read between the lines at the Davos, like Mark Rutte, I think's his name, is like the leader of NATO. And I think what happened is Trump went in and was like, hey, listen, no disrespect. You don't give us Greenland, we're pulling out of NATO. either you're going to allow us to have the land to be able to protect, or we're going to say you're on your own. And the truth is, right now, Europe's in no fucking position. They're like, shit. And so they're going to have to make a deal occur. Now, probably what's likely to happen is Trump as his strategy, the big ass, give us it all. Fuck you, Denmark, give us all. And then it'll probably compromise down to something that's like what Trump really wants, which is like access to this, maybe technical ownership of Greenland, but some sort of like sharing of assets, etc. That's what's likely to occur. But I mean, it would be infuriating for me if I was like Irish or if I was British or whatever, in part to see like we can't even protect our own fucking borders. We have to rely on these arrogant fucking Americans. That sucks. Fuck them.
Bro, it's not that these politicians are retarded. Like they're like worse. They're somehow worse than fucking Alexandro Ocasio-Cortez. I'm trying to like give you like American references to put these images in your head. These months, like the zero carbon policy, the zero thing policy, bro. Like these 15-minute cities and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? It's like the fact that that's even a thing. It's like this is just ridiculous. This is nonsense. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Fair.
It's like,
Fair.
and because like the way I look at it is like that system needs to be shattered to a million fucking pieces. It's too big, too. It's like the snake that's eating itself kind of thing.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Ouroboros.
So, yeah. Exactly.
Five. Next comes in 5 gifted memberships from Verna Desar. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Then we got $5 from Zach. Says, I don't know what's crazier, the dude's line of thinking or Candace Owens. And then Jack of Blades comes in behind with $2. Says it's definitely Candace Owens for either person. Yeah, Candace has been on some crazy stuff lately. Zach for $5 says, I know you know because I know, but I don't know you know, but we do know you know.
Nailed
You know
it.
what I'm saying?
We know. All right, thank you
You
for
know what I'm
that.
saying?
Now we know. Zach
No,
sends
you
in
know.
another $5 to say Russia allows abortions. How base are they?
Teriyak might not care about that so much.
Yeah.
You smartly appealed to
no.
like, like the audience is going to be like a right-wing Christian audience. You're like, I'll throw in this orthodoxy claim. I get it. I know. Even used
What's an
Andrew's
Orthodox
name.
claim? Bro.
Pretty good.
67%. I'm just saying, 67%. Like it's a relatable. He's a public figure. He's been on Piers Morgan. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, in terms of he's Orthodox Christian, and when you look at the principles and stills, these guys are legit.
Maybe
saying?
Andrew will be the guest next week. I'll smack him around. That's fun.
Boom.
Hey, this guy.
Clip it. Send it to him.
Clip it and ship
Clip it
it.
and
Let's
ship it,
go. That'll be a good one. BB808 888 BB sends in $10 just to show support. Thank you very much. I appreciate that big time. Like I said, the support helps us keep this going, so thank you very much. And make sure you guys go to both the debaters and show support as well. Go send them lots of money. All right. $5 from Verna Desire says, would quality of would quality of life in the EU increase from Russia taking over the EU, or if they didn't and left the EU?
Well, like the EU's that fucked. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
The EU's that fucked, bro. That like even just the like their Green New Deal kind of type shit that they're doing with the zero emissions and the carbon all this kind of shit. It's like not only is it like financial suicide, but it's also like when you look at like the actual emissions, they're just exporting it out to like India and China to do it. That's why their CO2 emissions have skyrocketed, and they have to bring it back into the country, the energy back into the country, which basically is just even more emissions getting pumped out. You know what I mean? So it's actually more emissions, and you're getting taxed more. It makes no fucking sense. It's basically like the things deleting. But like I said, in terms of the general situation, it's very difficult to say, because like I could say, oh, like X, Y, and Z said it would be great, like this is gonna be awesome, but in reality, it could be actually dog shit, and it's just completely like pure oppression, all this kind of shit, tyranny, and all that kind of thing. Grass always greener kind of aspect.
Yeah, I don't think Russia taking over. Obviously, for the pragmatic reasons, I said that it'll probably lead to war. But even aside from that, if you could have this situation and there wouldn't be a war, I think that the countries would generally be better off with leaders that they get to vote for, that there's more of a direct impact to them than having outsourced to countries that you have no connection or say in. And so for me, the concept of European Union being dissolved and sort of Brussels having control would be far better than it existing, but Russia now being the ones controlling the levers. I just don't see, even from a pragmatic standpoint, if I'm Putin, like, and somehow this magically happens, I'd be like, why the fuck do I care about the people of England? Why do I care about the people of Ireland? I don't give a shit. I'm going to exploit their resources for my people back home. So that itself would probably lead to a worse outcome. Having said that, I completely agree with Teriyak of the disaster of the European Union. And with any hope, we'll start to see right-wing populism branch forward. And I think that there's a significant possibility in the next 20 to 30 years, the majority of the European Union will be dissolved, that people will leave it. Like, no one called me out on this the whole time, but like the fucking United Kingdom is a part of it now, right? Am I right about that?
Yeah, like technically, yeah, but like this is the thing, like they technically left it, but there's so much like EU influence to make sure that they get all this power, collective power from all these countries. It's literally like trying to secede like all the nations. But to be fair to the general principle of how like it was supposed to start out, it was like to think like it was like an economic kind of policy to make trade easier and all this kind of shit, to collectively bargain all this kind of shit. But and like the then developed into a goal of, like, imagine if we could have like the whole same way America is with the federal and then the states and all this kind of shit. But now it's just assumed where it's like basically you just do what we tell you, otherwise we're going to, like, for example, with Ireland with the tax payment with Apple. Ireland's like, yeah, you're Gucci, we don't need the taxes, and the EU forced Ireland to take the cash. You know what I mean?
Someone
It came to
says,
that level of
maybe
ridiculous.
I'm misunderstanding this. Alice in your chat says people do get to vote. I don't know that that's true. Do you get to vote for your representative in Brussels? In some countries, that's definitely not true, right? It's just like that it's appointed, right? Almost like a judge, and then they get to make decisions. You get to vote for your politicians like Parliament, but nonetheless,
And they nominate.
there's so many things that occur where unelected officials in Brussels are actually making these decisions. I mean, just think of just in practice, think of how stupid this is. What if 24 of the 27 countries are like, hey, you know what would benefit us? Getting access to country A's fucking resources. Fuck it, let's all vote to take them. And you're in that country and you have no say. You're a person like, wait a minute, that's our silver. Fuck you. What you can do about it?
This is what it comes down to. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it's a mess. And like, look, again, I think that for the people, like, look, I'm not a black pillar. I certainly talk about a lot of negative stuff over and over again, but here's the thing, right? For the people that like lean towards accelerationism or lean towards the nothing ever happens crowd, let me try to, like, what's the word? Red pill you a little. Ready? All right, here you go. It took us decades to get to where we're at. Decades of indoctrinating children in public education. Decades of these fucking slimy globalist lefties infiltrating the entertainment industry, the media industry, like all of these industries, right? There ain't gonna be a quick fix. It's gonna take a long time. But the Overton window is shifting. The pendulum's shifting. We don't want to do something radical and say, well, fuck it, World War III, let's go, baby. Or fuck it, just open the border. You hear like a lot of doomers in the United States say that, fuck it, I wish Kamala would have won. Just open the fucking floodgates. Let's do it. Let's bring it on. No! Like, right, that's not the solution. I think there's a better way. So for me, it's like it took a long time to get where we're at, and we must stay in that fight and constantly push and win these small battles so that we end up winning the war. But the solution's not just to, the accelerationist arguments, burn it down and rise from the ashes. My argument is, no, there's a better way. We don't have to burn it down. So.
All right. We got new member here, Verna Desar. Thank you very much for becoming a member. I appreciate that big time. William sends in $2. VK credit name change yak to trying to start World War III. Got a name change for tomorrow already. Then we got $5 comes in from Zach again, says all three examples are hysterical.
Oh, the examples of invading and taking over.
Yeah, the different outcomes. I think that's what they were talking about. Truth Revolt TV, $5 for the NyQuil fund. Thank you very much. That was after I was explaining to them that if I look like I'm bored or falling asleep, it's just because I've been sick the last 2 weeks. So my face is in, I guess it's in mean mode, I guess. $10 comes in from Otis Driftwood, says, logic is not baseless. Don't spit at me and say that is rain. This retard can't answer basic variables of visual logic.
Yeah. It's weird. If you want to toy with someone, you could get, go back to the old, here's a political example of it, like Bill Clinton, well, it depends on what the definition of the word is. You could do that to people, right? You could take things like ad reductum just to fucking absurd levels, like prove it. Prove that the pen will fall when you drop it. Prove it. Where's your proof, right? Define what a cat is. Really define it. Go ahead. Do it. Define what a cat is. And it's fucking tough, man. And for some redneck like me, it's like, my brain don't work that way. It's like, oh, fuck you. You know what a cat is. Fuck you. You know that Europe tomorrow is not going to wake up and say, Russia, you control us. Like, that's my answer.
That's funny because Teriyak's done the is thing.
I would argue it's important to ask those questions because it literally fucks with your brain and you need to set your shit straight. But when someone says what does is mean, I would argue it denotes truth. When you're saying something is, you're saying it exists.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, listen, yes, there is a
philosophy.
place. Look, like, this is what I say. There are people like you, right, that'll be like, why am I digging a hole for the garden to plant the potatoes? And you can philosophize, what does a hole really mean? What is the perfect hole? What tool? What is a tool? What does this mean? What is this? Why must I consume food? And meanwhile, I'm fucking planting potatoes and eating them, right? And I'm just like, need to plant the potatoes. So, like, the truth is there's value in all of this. Like, I'm not, like, this is a difference between me and Andrew Wilson. I'm not a very good philosophical debater. I can argue terms, like I was willing to go down the rabbit hole of what the word should means. That's fine. I'm okay at that. But the truth is, like, a lot of this stuff, I'm willing to just start from a point of, like, I think that we understand that there's a common consensus on this. Now, different debates, it's not that easy. Let me give you an example. If you were to say, is the European Union evil? Well, we have to decide what evil is. That's not such an easy word to agree upon, right? And then once we say, well, it's evil because according to my ethical system, wait, what's your ethical system? How do you derive that? And all of a sudden we end in this philosophical debate. But a question as simple as, like, do you think there's a good chance that tomorrow the European Union will basically give all of their shit to Russia? I think I'm confident in saying the answer is self-evidently no. There's not a good chance of that. And if I have to sit here and jump through hoops to explain why that's likely to be the case, I find it to be sort of a worthless endeavor because we all know why. Evil, those sort of concepts, different. Love, evil, ideas. That's different. I understand the utility of explaining, but.
All right. Next one we got here is $5 from Blasterbot. Says, one sec. What about my vodka and Lucky Charms for breakfast? That's why we need Russia to take over the EU.
It makes sense, comrade. Get vodka. Cheap price for you, comrade.
Oh, shit. That's good. This is $5 from Zach. Says, this is the craziest game of whack-a-mole I've ever seen. Thank you very much, Zach, for the $5. Otis Driftwood sends in 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much for that, and welcome to our new members. Zach sends in $5 to say, stop toking while debating. You might have a better chance in getting in the chain of arguments.
I'm sorry.
Shit. Thank you, Zach, for the $5 super chat. Chop sends in $5. Says, another successful addition to the Speakeazy lineup. Nice work, brother. Your creativity shines through. Appreciate your work and efforts. Let's fucking go. Yes, thank you very much, Chop. I appreciate that big time. Yeah, when Rob came to me with the idea, I was like, yo, I want to do all of that. Yeah.
No, I know we'll say this before we leave, but I appreciate Teriyak you coming on and also Speakeazy. I can't thank you enough. I think it's a great idea. And like I told my audience this, but I'll just be honest. Like Yeah, it does give odds to my opponent, which is fine. But the real reason for this is I'm a lazy son of a bitch, and I don't want to prep for debates, and I don't want to find opponents. So it's easy to have the excuse of I don't have to do shit. Speakeazy will take care of it all for me. So yeah, I couldn't be happier. I'm very excited with it. So
Yeah, and we got some good ones already lined up too. I got some really good ones lined up, so including this one already tonight. Jack of Blades sends in $2 to say, I'm for the toking. Don't listen to him, Teriyak.
My man.
Thank you, Jack of Blades. Zach, again, with another 5, says, order to stabilize the region and putting pressure on Russia is a byproduct, not their main goal. That must have been responding earlier in the debate.
Yeah,
but like that would be like the like I said, to give it definitive. There's a lot. It's like a game of badminton or whatever. It's like there's a dice roll element to it. It's like you never really know which way a war is going to go down. All this kind of shit. Like I'm saying, like the Russia would not like 100% do this, all this kind of shit. And Rob was right to call me on that. But when you look at like the European Union is the one that's crazy right now, and like Russia is the one that's saying that you can bring in the order. But 1 second, there's someone at my door.
All right. Next one that comes in here, or unless you wanted to keep going there, Teriyak, maybe. Oh, okay.
it's fine.
Yeah, if he wants to keep going, we'll let him when he gets back here. Otis Driftwood for $2. 66 alien doesn't understand you should breathe. Oh, that's Otis Driftwood and Alien were in the chat going at each other, so that must be towards. Thank you very much, Otis. Jack of Blades says that was a banger, boys. Proud of you all. Thank you very much, Jack of Blades. Southern Man for $5 says I agree with Teriyak, but Rob won the debate. Okay. So agrees with Teriyak's statement, but says Rob won the debate. Right.
I hope you change your mind. We don't want Russia to take over the European Union. Dissolve the European Union, but don't have Russia take it over.
Yeah, it might not be greatest stuff. Even Teriyak conceded at the end, you know. $2 comes in from Otis again. Good shit, speak. Thank you very much, Otis. I appreciate the support. Jeff Willard with a big gifted 10 Speakeazy memberships. Welcome to all our new members, and thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that big time. Kieran comes in for $10, says, Teriyak looks like he just ran a marathon. Rob looks like he just took a stroll along the beach. Thanks for the show, fellas.
If I ran a marathon, I would be out.
Thank you for that, Kieran. Unapologetic preacher Rev Russ says awesome and entertaining debate. Both men did a fantastic job, and major props to Teriyak for going 4 hours with the GOAT, but Rob takes the win.
Look, I think for anyone out there, the key to win, like with the audience, is that you're going to have to be more right wing than me, because Speakeazy in my audience is probably more right wing. So if you come at it from a more right wing, and like Teriyak's position, definitely in some cases more right wing than my position. So I was like, oh fuck, smart strategy, for this particular audience. Now, full disclosure. 90% of the people in the world that aren't watching me or Speakeazy would be like, this is fucking batshit crazy insanity that Teriyak's like suggesting, but that's where we're at. So
yeah. And there's a lot of topics that come through over on this channel that I think a lot of people would say that they say people are debating this shit. What's wrong with these people? Zach comes in for $10, says, what I'm saying, these countries absolutely hate Russia. And just because they don't agree with the EU doesn't mean they're going to side with their mortal enemy.
Then why are you giving them 12 points in Eurovision? They hate them.
They're not going to side. Zach's right. They're just not going to.
Otis Driftwood sends in another 10, says Rob W.
Thank you.
Thank you, Otis, you legend. Gravios 24 for $20 says, to be fair to Russia, I think a lot of dumb boomers are stuck in this idea that somehow current Russia is still the USSR. I don't think Russia wants to go commie again either.
Yeah, that's probably true. Now I think they're more interested in state power, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, like I said, like at least what Putin's been saying, he's like he wants it to be equal kind of thing, like respect and all that kind of stuff. Not like America like barking orders at Putin. And I think like America's like, shut the fuck up, bitch, you do what we say. Kind of like that kind of vibe.
All right. Fisher the Breeze Builder. Rob more than ready to debate Dean and Parker. Rob W.
I wish they know. Look, part of the TikTok sieges we're doing is Dean and Parker aren't too. They're pretty hesitant to debate outside their ability to control the mute button. So then fuck it, we'll go to TikTok and we'll debate their audience, and then we'll see what happens. But I would be happy to debate either of them.
Yeah, they won't debate on fair grounds. I've even tried going there, and I think he must know somehow that I'm like friends with Andrew or something, because the 3 times that I've went there, he ends the stream when I'm basically the only one in the back left. And I've waited hours back there, and I was like, this guy's doing this on purpose. 3 times in a row, no way.
Something fishy.
66 Starship Alien says, Rob, good debate, but 3 questions for you.
Okay.
Hands where chat can see them, so no Google.
Okay.
What year was EU formed, and what was EU called when it was formed? Or why was EU? Oh, that I was like, it's 2 what? No, what year was EU formed? Why was EU formed? And what was EU called when it was formed? A not trick question, but relevant.
Okay. I believe that the EU was officially formed in the early 90s. I couldn't tell you the specific year. Former to that, there were like some economic zones or some shit that probably went back to like the early 60s, maybe before that a little. I don't know. And it was like sort of trade alliance type shit. And I think that at some point they were called, I don't know when, but like the EC. I don't know what that stands for though. European countries or something to that effect. But that's all I know. I don't know. But it was like before that, like it was like had to do with like some sort of like fucking like specific shit, like iron or fucking some like European Iron Commission or some bullshit. I don't know. But that was early 60s or late 50s or something like that. And then it became the EC. And then in like 91, maybe the European Union officially came about. But I don't fucking know. I don't see the relevance, to be honest.
All right.
Yeah, so I think it's like ECC, so it was like the European Commerce Commission or something like that. Like the original intent was in terms of like just for like the trade, financials, all this kind of shit. And then I'm not sure what year it was formed in, but then I think it's year 2000 when they switched over to the euro and all that kind of shit. And then from there, like again, it was supposed to all just about the money. Just keep about the money. Who gives a fuck about the social thing? But then it like has evolved in arguably 26 years to being this monolith of power that has like the ultimate say over these European countries anyway. And when the fact that they're mandating multiculturalism, if you do that to Italy, you'll no longer have Italy, and like you'll break the spaghetti.
Yeah, well, I'm looking Speakeazy's chat, and she's saying, "Nope, you're wrong. It was the EEC and not the EC." Okay, and it was what else does she say? 72. Okay, it didn't exist before
European
then.
Exchange Commission.
I don't know about that. It's a Starship Alien. Wow, look at these bold claims. Of course, I said it was relevant, but Rob doesn't see the relevance. That's his level of knowledge of the EU. It's obvious in the debate, hence why Teriyak wins. Explain it. Teriyak wants the EU dissolved. I want the EU dissolved. He wants Russia to take over. Go ahead, Starship Alien. So explain the relevance of, did you know it was called the EEC in 72? Go ahead, explain the relevance of that. I welcome it. You know, why don't you send it in a nice big super chat for Speakeazy so he could see?
Sure.
How's that? You know?
Sure. That's a good idea. And the next one that comes in is member for 4 months, original vintage says, "I'm with you, comrade Teriyak."
It is Comrade Teriyak.
There we go. There we go. I like it. And another $2 super chat from original vintage. Say the same thing. I'm with you, comrade Teriyak.
I see Starship Alien has no response. She just says, "Sorry, Rob, I gave you a chance, but you played the game of the EU." Kudos to you, though, Rob. Yep, fair enough. I understand that you're incapable of answering that, and so you just go with some esoteric bullshit. I'd do the same. But hey, here's the key, Starship Alien. Why don't you get a hold of Speakeazy, and then you could do one of these no prep debates and show us how good you really are, right? I think we know what the outcome will be, but I'd welcome it.
Rob,
True.
just real quick, speaking about Russia, I want to hear your thoughts on my plans for Australia, because again, it's a bit of out-of-box thinking with Australia. I want to make Australia great again, but not in the same way that Trump is making America great again. I think we need to make Australia great again in terms of like when they were once a prison colony, and just turn the whole island into a prison camp, and just send, like, because, for example, you can't deport Justin Trudeau. So what is Canada going to do? Deport him to Australia, bro.
I disagree. I think that we should make Australia great again by permanently putting it in like 1984 Hollywood Australia, like, you know, Crocodile Dundee. That's when Australia was great. Like that. My vision of Australia is literally Walkabout Creek and fucking Donk and, you know, Mick Dundee dancing with the stuffed alligator. That's it. That's,
that a knife.
Yeah. That's Australia being great. So they got through the penal colony, and now I'm still for sending Trudeau there. Leave him fucking hunt alligators. That's fine. But, you know.
Yep.
That's
Daniel,
what's up.
it's a natural habitat.
$2 from Trench Deacon says, "Teriyak, you're glowing. Did Rob get you pregnant?" Trench, you're fucking wild. And another $2 comes in from Trench. Says, "Right ring yak is a gay pagan commie."
Bro, you know what the fuck the thing? Like, Trench was
wild,
like going on
Trench.
a rant about how communism is the way, and like it's encoding Christianity, all this shit on my show, and now he's calling me a commie. I'm not sure if that's an insult or compliment.
Maybe it's a compliment. Yeah, I didn't think about that. And thank you for the support, Trench. Gravios24 says, "In regards to the EU, it sounds like the oldest tale in time. It's always the Bagels tribe, always has been, always will be. Money is their domain."
Einstein Bros Bagels? They did it? Those fuckers. You know? Oh, come on. You really think it's that? You really think that all of this is Israel? You think the European Union going that far back is Israel? I don't know about that.
I've heard other people make these same claims too. Yeah,
I like the euphemism though, Bagels tribe. What's
the Bagels tribe. And then the last one here, $2. Oh wait, we got one more after this, but $2 from Otis Driftwood says, "Believing in something good is bad. Non-Catholics."
There you go.
Right.
I don't know what the reference exactly is to. But
Yeah, me neither. But thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate that. And then another $5 comes in from Trench. Says, "Now Yak is rocking a night robe like me. Dude, get your own style."
That's
And
funny.
a chain, bro. And a chain.
Dude, it's so cold here. That's why I had to put my stupid sweater on.
Oh yeah, it's freezing.
Unreal.
But look, that is all for super chats on my side. Did you want to read any of your side, or are you gonna do that after?
I'll probably just do it after. I'm
Okay,
gonna speed
okay.
read through them because you know, it's just
Yeah.
we'll be here all night. It's not
Okay,
that there's
one
that many.
more. We got one more quick. Disavow these ridiculous Australian reform proposed. Both debaters lost. Speakeazy won this one. Do better. Oh, thank you. You're amazing. Thank you, Bloody Clarence. Absolute legend. Oh, shit. Put another shrimp on the bobby. Yes, thank you, Kieran. The Australian. We do got a lot of Australians in the chat. Now they're going to come in hard.
We should do a Crocodile Dundee watch along.
Right?
It's one of my all-time. I still have it on VHS somewhere in this house.
It's
I used to
so
watch the
good.
shit out of that movie. There's something about, I don't know what it is. Like there's just something about, and I know it's fake. I
He's
know
like the
that's just
Australian Rambo. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so good. So good. Oh, shit. A big $100. One more. Here you go, Speakeazy. And yes, it is them. Thank you. Yes, it is them. Thank you very much,
Gravios. Tell them to
Gravios.
send me $100.
Yeah, tell them. Tell them. But thank you, Gravios. You're an absolute legend. Thank you so much for the support. I can't thank you enough. And both of the debaters tonight, if you aren't subbed up to them, make sure you go sub up to them because they deserve your support, guys. So they came out and killed it tonight. But yeah, is there anything else you guys want to give to the crowd before you guys go?
Oh no, I thought it was fun. I hope that feel free to give any constructive criticism to Speakeazy or myself. Obviously, this was the first episode, and I think both of us want this to be as entertaining as possible for the audience. So, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. And happy to do it again. Can't wait for it. So
yeah, and yes, any criticisms, anything that you guys think we should do differently, let me know, and I'll incorporate what I see is best. For sure.
I just want to give a shout out to Isabel. Thank you for the opportunity again, Rob. Thanks for hopefully I put up a good fight, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, again, shout out to chat for showing up too.
All right.
Are you both gonna be streaming after this?
I will be, but only to read super chats, and I'll probably be heading to bed. So if Teriyak's going to be doing it longer, you should read over to him.
Okay.
And then maybe I will raid over to him when I'm done as well.
All right. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, because I think you're doing the Wheel of Madness, right, Teriyak?
Yeah, Wheel of Madness, baby.
There you go. Another open panel for anyone to go jump on. He does a show where you send in money for him to spin the wheel and different topics come up on the wheel, and the panel talks about the topics. It's fun. So yeah, you guys will have fun doing that.
And it's madness too. It's like I said, it could be even just reading out the question, and then like I said, someone could donate $10, spin the wheel mid question. Craziness, madness. I say,
madness. I say. All right, thank you guys both. It's been absolute pleasure. And so none of you are streaming from here, right? I don't have to end. No. Okay, good.
Nope.
Okay, awesome. Thank you guys for coming. And everyone in the chat, you guys are absolute legends. I can't thank you all enough for coming tonight. Let me run one more thing here before I send you guys over to Teriyak's.
I'm gonna head out.
Who's that debater?
No prep, no warning, no time to think. Walking cold, stand your ground, say what you believe. No script, no notes, no place to hide. Redactions drop, the room goes loud. No prep.
I wish there was.
Two minds enter one stance brace. Lower prep, lower prep, lower prep. No topic, no opponent name. Just pressure, just fire, just debate. Lower prep, lower prep. No warm up, no safety net. You showed up, now defend it. This is no prep debate. No prep.
And remember, it could be 30 in the chat. It could be 2,000 in the chat. Best chat on YouTube, hands fucking down. I love you guys. God bless you all. And for now,
This is Sparta! Spartans! What is your profession?
All right. I'm going to go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Then we're going to read some super chats. And then I'm going to go to bed. Be right back. All right, let's do this. Man, I'm on like 3 hours of sleep. I'm gonna sleep well tonight, my friends. All right. All right. So yeah, some thoughts. First up, how we doing super chats? Not shabby. 150%. I predicted we'd get to 300%. We'd still make it. Look, another $530 will be there. The debate itself. Look, props to Teriyak for participating. I will admit to getting frustrated, right? When there's sort of so many contradictions and like prove that, some of the tactics that was used there, but whatever. Okay. No hard feelings or anything, but it did get reductive. And you can see as the debate went on that he started to almost completely switch his position. Russia will take over. It will be good. Russia will become more powerful. I want the United States to win. This will make Russia weaker. That's, it is what it is. But, no. I mean, I did get a concession. Can't beat that. So, hot damn. But it was fun. I thought it was a great, and Speakeazy was tremendous. I appreciate it, and I'm glad he let us go on. Now, most times I doubt that there'll be 4 hours because I could see opponents saying, hey, I can't just stay here all night like you guys can. So I totally would understand if Teriyak or anyone else in the future is like, yeah, we got to be reasonable. I can't do it all night or anything like that. So, if you're opposed to a Russian takeover, why don't you support Ukraine? If you support Ukraine, why don't you go fight for them? All right, let's get some super chats. Buddha Customs, $5 says, for the Crucibles win, not one step back, show no mercy. I hope I did you proud. Intel Wild, $5 says, I can't take this guy seriously. He's like Grace Thorpe level. Oh, shit. John GQ, $5 says, watch him cook that potato, boil, mash him, stick him in the stew. Bloody Clarence, $20 says, such a beautiful showing, Rob. Keep these Irish on their potato farm. Thank you. Bandit, $2 says, is WW tree going to be a pine, oak, maple, or sycamore? Did I say WW tree? Bandit, $5 says, Teriyak's judging a country's decision based on one unanalogous historical event. We shit on the French, but they literally dropped their rifles is laughable. Yes. Bandit for $2 says, we would 2A Russia. We haven't with libs. Right. We wouldn't allow Russia to take over. Flair Riot, $2. Thank you so much. Jess Gerald, $10. Drinking time game. Anytime Teriyak says, Rob, beer, not shot. Yeah, we don't want to get hammered. Thanks. Nice to hear from you, Jess Gerald. Lord of the Nerds, $5 says it's possible Martians could bring control to the Europeans, handling over the continent to Russia. Engage it, Rob. Seriously, Martians. Yeah, and it was funny. Like, that's one of the things that I found most frustrating. He would bring up like this hypothetical scenario, and then I would start to talk about how stupid it was, and he's like, but that's your straw man. But you brought it up, not me. And anyways, Bandit, $5 says, how can we expect him to understand geopolitics, but he doesn't understand how a comb works? I'm not going to make fun of people's grooming habits. Look at this shit. 88, thanks so much for the $10. Our good friend How Long Nate wakes back up. $10 says, what the fuck? 4 hours of sleep, and T is ignoring his concession. Why did I even bother leaving this playing? W, Rob, thank you. Blaster Pop, $5 says, one sec. What about my vodka and Lucky Charms for breakfast? That's why World War III is inevitable. Russia needs to conquer the EU. Yes. Buddha Customs, $2 says, Rob staying consistent with Rob. El Teriyak. Thank you. How Long Nate again, $10 says, T pulls out first defender 3 hours into it. And then another 10 says, T Rob's whole job is to poo-poo your argument. Yeah. Gravios, $10 says, if a dude didn't suck that vape so vigorously, he may be able to better understand the arguments Rob makes and where he's wrong. Possibly. Nate, $10 says, Speakeazy. Please call it before T steps on a broken chair. He's been wearing the rope for hours now. Intel Wild, $5 says, if you're an Elvis fan, watch Elvis Epic next month in theaters. Okay. I have an aunt that is obsessed with Elvis. How long, Nate? $5 says T isn't this dense. Concede the debate for your own sanity. Said with love, bro. Chop $5 because someone memed T is a straw man from the land of Oz. Bloody Clarence, $10 says you could repeat Teriak's argument verbatim and he'll still call it a straw man. Yeah. Intel Wild, $5 says Rob's getting more energy, but T looks like Rocky in round 10. How long, Nate? $10 says Rob just kicked out the chair from under T after hours of playing. Keep away with it. Thank you. Intel Wild, $2 says, is T vaping crystal? I hope not. Nate, $10 says between the doobie and the vape T is low function. Oh, and the vape T is low functioning tonight. Intel Wild, $5 says T wants to be relevant in debating, but that will never happen. Intel Wild, another 5 says the new socialist mayor in New York has actually said positive discrimination against white people. Yeah, it's insane. Bloody Clarence, $20. Thank you. Says I'm sending my money because Are We Not Men's a bad grifter, not because Easy said to. Oh, shots fired. Intel Wild, $2 says this T guy looks like a furry trans. Bloody Clarence again for $10 says don't tell me what to do. Are we not men? You're not my dad. Prove it. Prove he's not your dad. Blast about $10 says this will show Are We Not Men. What's up? You're not my real. What is there like a battle in chat here with my mod? Gravios, $20 says sorry, Rob. My daily announcements went to Speakeazy and Jim Bob. That's okay. I like both of them, and I always appreciate your support, man. So thank you so much. Never have to apologize for not sending money. I appreciate the donations, and it's my job to be like, send donations. But no, you guys are the best. Zach Kelpie, $20 says, great job per usual, Rob. Thank you. Bloody Clarence, $10 says, always a pleasure watching you debate, Rob. Thanks for slapping around the leprechaun. I try. Another 10 says, I'm sending this because Kyle's a better grifter than Are We Not Men. And Intel Wild, $5 says, we love Rob. Thank you. What's going on? Maybe H1N1's a different person than HN. I don't really care. Okay. Oh, over in Rumble. So sorry. The great Otis Dripwood. $20 says Rob walked me out of Word War. Understand Word War was a bitch. Then he gives 5, 10, 11 donos over on Rumble. Thanks so much, Otis Dripwood. Thank you. So what y'all think? Did you like the format? Anything that you have to say like that you would change with the format? Anything? I obviously, people may have criticisms of my actual debate, but as far as the format, the idea for it, are these things you like? I enjoyed it. I thought Speakeazy did great. I think it's going to be something that I'm really looking forward to. It'll give me something to do on Thursdays. I'm always trying to find debates. So this is good shit. And even if it gets frustrating, one-on-one is better than, a panel or anything like that. So I hope people enjoyed it. I don't know who else does these style debates. I don't know. So hopefully I'm trend setting and trying to do some different things. Tomorrow, I'll be streaming at 10 p.m. Eastern. Thanks. I'm glad you guys liked it. So there's a lot of news stories. Jack Smith's testimony, people being arrested for entering that church and harassing people. Jake Varr did do a similar thing, yeah. So there should be a lot to talk about tomorrow. Who's going to get the last dono? Last $20 dono is the victor for the night. Who's it going to be? Oh, right now that would be our good friend Zach Gelpy. Can anyone beat Zach before we head out here? Now, speaking of hot dog debates, I was forced to defend hot dogs in my debate with Zach Gilpy and lost to the burgers. Ugh. Still hurts. Losing a debate about food like that. Yeah, Teriyak did talk forever. We looped a lot. And it's like, sometimes you gotta drag. Oh, there's my man, old Joe. $20. Unbelievable. Oh, Jared speaks. $2 trying to get the last one. Buddha Customs, $2 says identify as 20. Oh. Not HN has to donate $100. What do you do? People getting arrested for protesting is crazy. I know, right? The fucking January 6th arrests were madness, huh? Otis Driftwood, $2 as I beat. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, you like the John Burk? No, John Burk, not Jim Bob. Yeah, we haven't done the timer thing in a while. We'll have to do that someday. Otis, thanks so much. Another 5 gifted subs over on Rumble. Thank you, man. Also, thanks everyone who donated on Speakeazy's channel. You guys should follow Speakeazy. You really should. He's a great guy. And I think that I'll put his chat out there again. Please check it out. Follow him, man. Oh, Bloody Clarence says, is there a prize for winning? My adulation in the 10 minutes before I fall asleep. Thank you. Is that gonna win it? Oh, this Driftwood $2 says I win again. H1N1. I will say you are acting like that HN guy. It might not be him. I don't know, but HN got very in his feels to please stop. That's how he talked. It may not be you, but it does sound like him. It does. Yeah, if you donate $100, then people change their mind. Yeah. All right. Looks like Otis has got the last $2, but the winner is Bloody Clarence. Unless someone sends in another $20 here at the end. Bloody Clarence, winner! Anything happen real quick? I'll check X just to make sure. The other night, I was going to sleep and there was all kinds of news stories that were breaking in the middle of the night. So I like to do a cursory check just in case, like we went to war with Iran or something. Jonathan Turley crushing it. All right. Oh, Otis Driftwood. $20 is damn. Let the 50 win, but I win on the Domino current. Oh, snap. Look at that. Otis Driftwood gets a victory. Bloody Clarence gets the big win victory. It's nice. We're only 25% away from 200%. Just saying. That's good. I did get Teriyak to concede. It was nice. We did bomb Venezuela again, did we? Just for funsies? Did that happen tonight? Like, fuck it. We're going to bomb fucking, what's his name's grave again? Chavez. How about that? Oh, you guys chased off that dude? Man, poor guy. It's fun to watch people defend, like H1 was doing there, defending these people that blatantly violated the FACE Act when they didn't have shit all to say when it was people being arrested for peaceful protest outside abortion clinics and the same. But they'll lie and say, I actually had a problem with that too. The performance is just ridiculous. Oh, look at that. Otis, $50. Says you won with logic. Here's a cash. Thank you. Incredibly generous, Otis. Thanks. Also, always love the most interesting man in the world. Avatar there. Good stuff. Now we're only 11% away. Wait, the protest at abortion clinics was way different. It's also tiresome. You just laugh at these people. That was different. Peacefully praying outside an abortion clinic, that deserves 10 years in prison. But bursting into a church, screaming at children, that's peaceful. That's peaceful shit. Do you think that like people like this H1 really believe they're bullshit? Do you think they do? Or do they know they're full of shit? Yeah, good night, TVT. All right. Yeah, I am starting to think it's HN. I don't know why he just does it a minute. He's afraid he'll get banned. You're not gonna get banned. We know it's HN. That's definitely him. It definitely is. We know. All right. Going once. We need $40 for 200%. Anyone? Anyone? Going twice. Oh my goodness. Look at this legend. Bloody Clarence. $100. Says, okay, fine. Here's your $40 hot dog, man. I mean, don't get me wrong. That's incredibly generous, but was it worth being called hot dog, man? What a horrible insult. Hot dog, man. Amazing. Thank you guys so much. We did it. We got 200% of the goal. Absolute crushing night. All right. I'll be back around 10 o'clock tomorrow. You guys are the best. I can't thank you enough. So first off, let me thank everyone that helps me out with my channel, including my editor, Black Elk. It's just absolutely tremendous. Thank you to Zen's Forehead. Thank you so much to the rest of my mods. You got Naughty Germ. You got Achilles Ware. You guys are amazing. Of course, Are We Not Men? Who am I missing? EOD. Are We Not Men? Thank you so much, man. Jantix, thank you. Thank you to everyone that donated, including the people that donated big. You guys are the best. Thank you to Teriyak. Obviously frustrating some of the debate. You could tell I was getting a bit frustrated on the stupidity of it all, but you know, he was game and it was fun. I enjoy that shit, and I think it comes across. I like debating. So thank you so much to Speakeazy too. Wouldn't have been possible without him. Really appreciate him setting it up. Great dude. So please, please, please go give him a follow. We're gonna be raiding over to Teriyak now. I know that a lot of you may or may not like him or like his debate, but be reasonable. If you don't like him, you could just leave when you get over there. If you want to give some criticism of his debate, that's different though. But we're representing the Neurons, damn it. We're going to be reasonable. So we're going to raid over there. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Who knows? Maybe I'll stream randomly during the day at some point. Can't say. But you guys are the best. I can't thank you enough. Thank you to everyone who liked. Thank you to everyone who chatted. Thank you to everyone who subbed. You guys are awesome. Take one moment to say a prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family, and never forget how they celebrated his murder. Never forget it. So when you're thinking about this situation where you see left-wingers break into a church and harass people, don't forget, that's what the stakes are. So God bless Charlie. God bless his wonderful family. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll see you all tomorrow around 10. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.